It is an immense honor to have the presence of renewed experts and leaders who accompany us both in person in Cartagena and virtually from different parts of the world. This year's theme highlights the enormous economic, political, technological, and social challenges we face in the current context. Through the exchange of ideas and the strengthening of cooperation, we presented with a unique opportunity to devise solutions that promote stability and prosperity in our beloved Latin America. FLAR reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the mission of providing financial support at a crucial time and fostering regional integrations. Institutionally, we are on a path of constant evolution, aspiring to be more renewed, regional, and relevant every day. This conference is a clear reflection of our role as the preeminent regional platform for dialogue that will enable us to address the emerging challenges of our time. The year 2023 has has seen significant advances in the field of artificial intelligence, underscoring the imperative need to be prepared. While this breakthrough has catalyzed innovation, it has also accentuated existing inequalities. However, I am convinced that together we have the power to build more robust, inclusive, and sustainable economies. I am certain that these days of discussion will provide us with enriching ideas necessary to navigate this time of change. I extend my sincere thanks to our panelists and sister institutions for making this meeting possible, and wish you all fruitful and enriching sessions. The opportunity to learn and collaborate are huge. Now, I have the pleasure to hand over the microphone to Iker Zubizarreta, Financial Director of FLAR, who will detail the theme and agenda of the event that awaits us. Welcome to Cartagena. Welcome to this FLAR seminar. I wish you the liberation every success. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Many thanks, Dr. Uribe, for those very kind and inspiring words. So we're going to be meeting these days, and the theme of the agenda is navigating in an exponential era. So that's what I'm going to be explaining over the next several minutes. What is it that we are coming from, and what is it that we are trying to accomplish? So first, on the Cartagena side, for those of you that just came here for the first time, I'm sure that you are in awe, and I can assure you that it never gets old. I've been here for 18 years, and I love it as even more than the first day. And one particular thing about Cartagena, something very personal to me, is also how close it is to the ocean. So the ocean, it reminds me of very special, strong, and sometimes even unpredictable forces that are beyond our control, and that sounds kind of familiar to many other facets of our life. So one thing that I wanted to share with you is from an early age, I am a surfer. So I love the ocean. I have lived near the ocean. That's not a picture of me, by the way. So I wasn't that talented early on. But the point is, I remember growing up and ever wanting to surf bigger waves in gnarlier places and going for the adventure. And one thing that I found is that as I grew older, I said, I don't want to be that extreme. I rather have more mellow waves in places with not so tough currents and tides and the like. And part of my thinking is that it has taught me to adapt and to evolve. Obviously, age doesn't have to do with me taking bigger boards and so on. But so the point is adapting to change as I have changed and realities have changed. I have also done that, and it is something that I enjoy very much. And that brings us to the point of the conference. Living in an era of exponential growth and change. So one thing, some months ago, I saw this graph by Bill Gates in his blog. Don't worry, you don't have to read it. I'll be doing some zoom in. But one interesting thing is it just says how things new inventions, new dramatic changes, like from the telegraph to the radio to the telephone to the TV, and we have seen this kind of okay, not working. So we have seen this exponential part of the curve in which they depict the growth rates of technologies. So say for the telegraph or the telephone to reach 100 million users, it used to take decades. So we're familiar with that. But one thing that I found to be particularly interesting is to go, this analysis goes way back in time. In fact, it goes back 3.5 million years ago to the point where our ancestors, it wasn't even the Homo sapiens, first used tools. So before that point in time, we were, or our ancestors were just animals, like any tiger or monkey or what have you. And then this dramatic change happened, which began to separate us from other species and eventually led us to this room. And an interesting thing is that 1 million years later, 2 million years later, nothing happened. In fact, 2.5 million years later is when first men garnished the use of fire for cooking and other purposes. So that was 2.5 million years, of nothing happening. Then if we go back to 60,000 years ago, after those, million years of time, that's when humans began using bows and arrows. So then we fast forward. This is a curve that we know well. And one thing that I wanted to point out, talking about hundreds of millions of years of time back in those ages, when ChatGPT was introduced to the public early this year, it only took 2 months to reach 100 million users. So that's precisely the point of living in an exponential area, navigating these waters, which is what we have attempted to do in the agenda that we have designed. One thing of interest also, and then going back to surf, this curve looks familiarly like a wave. So this is I don't know how many meters, probably like 20 meters wave. And one thing of interest is my wife at some point asked me to promise that I would never go in and try to attempt, this kind of feat. And I said, well, that's an easy promise to keep. There's no way I'm going to attempt to do that. So one thing about this image is that only 10 or 15 years ago, this was impossible. These waves were too big. They were too unpredictable, not only to catch, but to predict actually where they were going to be at a given point in time. These waves are too fast for humans to paddle, and if you fall there, it can be a death sentence. So even if you were bold enough to attempt this, chances that you would survive were dim. Then came several technological advancements that brought us into this being possible. So all these weather prediction patterns, there are specialists there that are permanently looking at all the swells all over the planet taking place, and then they alert these big wave surfers saying, this swell will be hitting Western Australia on Wednesday, such and such, and the peak time will be at 11:30 a.m. with the high tide. And then you see all these big wave surfers from all over the planet, going from Hawaii, from Australia, from Europe, and so on, going to these places. So that's the first thing, the discovery and the opportunity to be in this place. Second, there is the use of the jet ski. It is used for two things. One, as I said, these waves are way too fast for being able to catch by any human paddling. So these guys just go being towed. You can see that in the lower left, and they are dropped very safely into these waves. What happened next is a different thing. And if they fall in this wake, many people have died and died if they are not able to hold their breath for several minutes at a time, or they are hit by some rock or what have you. So they have this inflatable vest that just pop them up to the surface, and when they are in the surface, then the jet ski comes and grabs them out of harm's way. So this is something that has allowed for, with the use of new technologies and adaptations, to do what only 10 or 15 years ago was absolutely impossible. So coming to our our theme and thinking about the planet, society, all the changes and all the things that come our way, many times they can feel absolutely overwhelming and impossible to grasp. So one thing, a temptation would be just to step away and stay in the shore and either, you know, either attempt it later or not, or just stay away. So there, in these other graphs, I mean, as I said, this is no joke. This is something extremely dangerous. So that's why I made that promise to my wife. Beyond the physical ability and the like and the courage. But several things to mention here. Even as we see all these technologies and disruption taking place in the planet, then there are many people, organizations, and the like, driven by fear of missing out, and they jump in these waters unprepared, without the right skills, without the right mindset, without the right team and equipment, and that can be plain dangerous, if not, I mean, at least very, very expensive. Another thing to get from these pictures is that nobody's going to get it right the first time. Nobody's going to get it right every time. The point is that you have to be resilient, and you have to be, like in the theme for our last year's conference, you have to be anti-fragile. You catch these waves or whatever, you fall, you learn, and you improve, and then you become better, stronger, smarter. And the third point is on innovation. Innovation, by definition, is doing things that nobody has ever done before. And anybody's going to get it right the first or the second or even the third time. The important thing is to fail fast, fail cheap, and learn from that and staying out of harm's way. So that's that point. The point is, if one were to only see this as the first image, one would say these people are insane, which, by the way, I do think they are, but I love it. And but it can be done. It can be done. There are people catching waves over 100 feet in many places. This, by the way, is a lady. She said the world, it wasn't the world record, but it was the biggest wave ridden in the planet in 2021. It was a Brazilian lady. So kudos to her. And then we come to our agenda. What do this wave thing have to do at all with what we are doing these days? Many of the things in a metaphorical way that we have to deal with on a daily basis in our jobs, in our lives, have to do with things that at times feel unsurmountable and out of our control, and we just wish we could stay away. In this picture, what we want to depict, there are all these global macroeconomical problems. There is obviously several very significant conflicts in the planet, and just trying to figure what's going on, what's going to happen, and how that would affect us, where it could go, and the like. It can feel like this thing that really can be overwhelming. Another big wave that we have coming and continuing on the exponential theme is all this technology. So 4 or 5 years ago, we started talking about blockchain and AI. And one note to comment is when we met in this very same room, November last year, November 2022, ChatGPT was not in the mind of anybody in the audience, starting with me. January came, and it's like, oh my God, what's going on? So that's one of many things coming on the technological front. We'll also be talking about quantum, which probably in the next 4, 5, 6 years will also become a very disruptive and very real force for all our lives on the planet. Another very how should I say, dramatic, impactful wave is all this disruption is creating lots of fear in people, in organizations, on are we going to be able to cope as people, as professionals, as organizations. And then this is an image of the Writers Guild strike in Hollywood earlier this year. And it was some sort of, I wouldn't say denial, but it is a recognition that the rules of the game are changing. So part of all the negotiations was, okay, the usage of ChatGPT for scripting and many other AI technologies for creating doubles, stunts in movies and the like. So the nature of the conversations is very different. The auto workers union, many others are also, I mean, there is a flare of activity with all these disruptions. So this takes us to the upskilling and the reskilling and the reinventing and the innovation strategy components that we as people and organizations have to face. And one of the last components, probably one of the most dramatic, is climate change and sustainability. So, and I say the ugliest and gnarliest wave for last. This is, by the way, a wave in Australia, in the Tasmanian region. It's absolutely, unbelievable. And the point is, many of the other forces, one could say, well, I step away and I go and live in the beach or a jungle and let things be. But climate change, sustainability, there is just no way to hide. This is real, this is happening, and we better get it right because we only have one planet. So if we don't get it right, it's absolutely bad news. And then in the last slide is bringing all this together as investors. We have all these forces moving ever faster, ever bigger, ever more impactful, and we are tasked with managing these resources with all these incredible forces. And it feels like looking into a cloud, like, okay, I think this would be the best, this is my best judgment, and the like, but the impact of our decisions will not be known for years, if not decades or longer. So that's also a big, thing that we have to be mindful in our jobs and in our lives. So that brings me on the closing element on the relationship between these unfathomable forces coming for us, as I have seen or shown these things with the right skill set, the right teams, the right training, and with courage and professionalism, can be and have to be handled in many senses. So that's what we are going to be talking about over the next couple of days, navigating in an exponential era. So with that, I'm going to be making the transition to the next session. I'm going to make a couple of administrative announcements as well. We do have a live audience. This event is being streamed live, and also will be recorded and posted in our website if any of you or your teams want to watch either live or later on. So we are going to be taking live questions from the audience. Anybody in cyberspace watching these proceedings right now, you can do so either in the chat in the transmission or in the LinkedIn Live. You can post your questions, and we'll bring them up to the speakers. And the second element, we are going to be using a live polling tool in which all you have to do is put on a web page. When the time comes, we'll post the link. You don't have to log in or anything, and then the question will pop up, and then you answer, and then the speaker and the audience will be able to see the answers. So that's also available for the remote audience. So with those announcements, I'm going to be handing the floor to Gorky Urquieta. Gorky Urquieta is the global head of emerging market debts at Neuberger Berman. We are very grateful for him and also to the other speakers and participants for having made it to Cartagena and grace us with their knowledge and experience. So Gorky, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Iker. Good morning, buenos dias. Beautiful to be here in beautiful Cartagena. Thanks for the invitation. Very excited, thrilled to be here. Such a incredible audience, and I know that you've been doing this for 30-some years. I heard. That's insane. So a lot of things to talk about, and my job is essentially kind of to set the stage for what we're going to be talking about later today and tomorrow. Of course, my level of ambition doesn't get even closer to talk about this exponential stuff, but at least we'll try to frame the discussion along the lines of what the markets have dealt us with in the last couple of years, where we are today, and where we think we might be going. I'm the co-head of emerging markets at Neuberger Berman. Neuberger Berman is a private firm, purely in the business of asset management. We manage about $450 billion. In EMD specifically, we run about 25 billion or so in assets. And when I was speaking with Antonio earlier about the event, he said, kind of, you can talk about anything but emerging markets. And I'm like, well, that's what I do. And the audience is obviously coming from emerging markets. But as an emerging market guy, and all of you obviously reside, or most of you in emerging markets, we deal with core markets, right? That's big part of what we do, understanding what core markets do. And it's inevitable, to talk about emerging markets, especially given the relevance of some of the economies, not only China, but other components of the emerging market debt, and also some of the challenges that are coming out to developed markets that we're considered to be unique to emerging markets. I'm talking about debt sustainability, right? Nobody was talking about debt sustainability, in the U.S. Maybe until a year ago. So those things are now on the table, and those are things that we've talked about in our space for a long time. If I had to sum up, right, what's happened in the last couple of years, we've actually, despite a war, the narrative of the last couple of years, in 2 sentences, despite a war disrupted energy and food market, the Russia war, and unprecedented global tightening, central banks across the globe, and unprecedented pace of global tightening to fight decades-high inflation. In spite of that, the global economy has slowed down but has not crashed, and that's remarkable. Especially if we consider that pre-COVID, right, beginning in 2010, post-global financial crisis, all the way up until 2019, we lived in a world of ultra-low rates with very low volatility. And in the last couple of years, we switched into an environment of high rates for longer and much higher volatility. The question now is, are we going to migrate into a context of ultra-high rates, which, of course, that's really not on the table yet. So that's to me, remarkable that we are where we are today with a global economy that has proven more resilient than most people probably expected. To frame things a little bit in the context of the exponential, so we're coming from mega shocks, beginning with COVID, of course, and all the implications of that, supply chain disruptions, lockdowns, ultimately, also mega policy response by government, central banks, fiscal, monetary, mega blunders, right? So the Fed insisting throughout 2021 that inflation was transitory. In March of 2023, the Fed staff essentially saying, yeah, we're going to have a recession by the end of the year on the back of the banking crisis. The ECB sticking to their forward guidance in 2022 and not hiking rates until the middle of 2022, when it was pretty obvious that they were already behind the curve. So, of course, we're doing this all in full hindsight, but mega blunders. We're still going to be dealing with the policy response. Of course, that's what we're talking about. But again, also to me, mega resilience, that the global economy has not crashed. So these are the macro themes, right? Inflation now slowing down, big collapse in inflation in 2023. Different story into 2024. It's going to be, process is going to be much more gradual. It's going to be proven to be stickier. We know that. Interest rates are going to stay higher for longer. Fiscal funding gaps are becoming an issue. Debt sustainability is going to be part of the conversation for a lot of countries. The big question is the U.S. consumer going to hold up, right? Is it being exhausted, given that that's what really leads the U.S. economy and to a large degree the global economy? Issues around deglobalization, decoupling, and geopolitical tensions escalating. Alastair is going to talk a lot about that. But we've been in this environment of deglobalization for a long time. This is negative on growth, of course, and it brings risks that did not exist before. And of course, the whole artificial intelligence that's way beyond my pay grade, but it's on the table in terms of what it means medium long term for inflation, specifically if we think about the macro component. So investment implications in the middle of this, or this higher rate and slowing growth environment brings higher volatility. That's where we are. However, big change from 3-4 years ago, where now cash and high quality assets provide yield with very little to no risk. That was not an option before. Credit space has been behaving pretty well. Credit spreads have been contained. Investment grade US, high yield, emerging markets, by and large, especially the core of EM have proven to be pretty resilient. But at the same time, it's going to be an interesting time for inflation-sensitive assets to explore possibilities in inflation-sensitive assets, as well as private markets, right? Especially providing funding in those markets where the public markets have become too onerous or inaccessible to some to countries or businesses. So we're going to do a couple of questions polls. We're going to talk about growth. We're going to talk about inflation, rates, and risks. And these are, I'm sure, questions and issues that you've all been thinking about. But the idea is to do a quick poll, look at the results, and then move on to the next section and see where we land relative to what the consensus might be. So can we please pull up the first one? Thank you. So what is the probability of a global recession in 2024? Soft landing, no recession, very low probability, high probability, very high probability, almost certain that we'll hit a recession in 2024 for the global economy. So no takers for the very high probability, almost certain yet. We have about 50 participants now here, or I mean, live, in person. All right. I think this is probably fairly representative, right? So we got 20 out of 30 or so saying low probability to no recession, higher probability, fewer than that, and nobody's saying, pretty much certain that we're gonna hit a wall in 2024. That's kind of consistent, what the market has been thinking about, right? So if we look at the panel on the top left here, the blue line, the lower line shows the evolution over, since the beginning of 2022 of what the market was expecting for global growth in 2024. It's been declining. It's around 2.7%. The IMF just came out with their World Economic Outlook a couple of days ago. They're a little higher than that at 2.9%. For 2024, it's coming down from 2023, and it's going to, probably be similar in 2025. 2025, still the forecast consensus is showing a little bit higher growth. But if we look at the breakdown on the bottom left, going all the way back to 2020, bringing to 2024, for the world economy, the US, Eurozone, Japan, and China, that's really been the trend, right? Slowdown in growth. The exception being China, that has a big uptick in 2023 because they had a big slowdown in 2022. Their cycle for COVID was, of course, a little different. And I'll talk a little bit about developed and emerging markets in a minute. But if we look at the right chart here, that's the one-year recession forecasts are going to all the way back to 2021, and we see how it clearly spikes throughout 2022. The blue line is the UK, Eurozone, the gray line, Europe, the next blue. And we see, it spikes massively at the end of 2022. 90% probability that in the next 12 months, the UK was going to hit a recession, 80% for the Eurozone, almost 65% for the US. That's very elevated. But it's been coming down pretty consistently since then. And we look at the most recent data as of September, it's still elevated for the UK, for the Eurozone, and for the US, but the trend has clearly been improving. And again, this is probability of recession in the next 12 months. So what happens in the US is going to hinge largely on the US consumer, right? It's an 80+% consumption-led economy. Of course, part of the miscalculation in terms of anticipating a hard landing in the US was not really capturing what had happened in 2021 on the back of COVID, and the massive fiscal stimulus, helicopter money, really, that was provided to the American consumer. And that's been a big part of the tailwind. But that's being exhausted now. If we look at this chart, top left, this is the savings for U.S. consumers that peaked at almost $1.8 trillion back in 2021. It's been depleted, and it's now essentially at $500 billion, which is kind of range. So, and the other challenge here is that it's only the upper income, part of the population that still has this extra savings. The lower income bracket has essentially used that all up. So that tailwind is pretty much behind. Another interesting indicator, gross interest expense relative to personal income has been picking up. This is ex-mortgages. It's over 2% now. This has been rising pretty markedly over the last couple of years. Historically, every time it crosses the 2% line, this signals recession. So we're pretty much there. And finally, when we look at delinquencies, something that the markets are beginning to focus on for credit cards, auto loans, mortgages, etc., we start to see that the market has completely bottomed out, right? We're looking here at the 20-year cycle. And after bottoming in 2021, especially for autos and credit cards, they are beginning to trend up. And this is, of course, concerning in the context of rates also being much higher. Briefly to talk about the USD, right? I mean, the expectation was that the dollar should be stronger, or that we would be in the midst of a super cycle for the USD. Of course, the US dollar appreciated in 2022, but it hasn't really gone anywhere in 2024, except vis-a-vis the yen. But pretty much every other currency has appreciated against the yen. But more remarkable, when we look at the US dollar USD euro pair, which is probably the most relevant to assess the strength of the dollar, it's been remarkably stable, right? The euro has been trading around a range of 105 to 110 pretty much throughout 2023. And this is happening in spite of the growth differential. That's the gray line on the left chart that has been increasingly negative for Europe relative to the US. Beginning in 2022, it was expected that Europe was only going to grow about half a percentage point lower than the US. Right now, it's almost 2 percentage points. In spite of that, you would think the dollar should be much stronger to the US, to the euro. The explanation, we think, is with real rates. when we look at the two-year real rates for the euro and USD on the right-hand side, we see that there's been a big catch-up, and they've been trending together. So to us, this largely explains that the euro has not sold off, or the US dollar has not rallied massively. This is very important because the expectation would be that on the back of massive hikes in rates, the move up in curve in the US, the dollar should be or would be stronger. Let's talk about emerging markets briefly. The good news is that emerging markets are holding up okay. They're growing stronger than developed markets. They should be. They dipped pretty heavily in 2021. That's what we see, the blue bar on the left chart, essentially growing at almost flat to developed markets in 2021, started to pick up. The expectation is that in 2023, 2024, they grow at around 2%, 2.5% over developed markets. Of course, the bad news here is that developed markets are slowing down into a range of around 1.5% in 2023, 2024. China, of course, a big component of this, holding up the whole emerging universe at around 4%. But we see an interesting data on the right-hand side that manufacturing PMIs for emerging markets have actually held up much better than developed markets. This is the differential versus developed markets. China, inevitably, we need to talk about China. We upgraded recently China growth for 2023 to a little bit over 5%. That's the government's target. The IMF just came out a day or two ago on the back of an Article 4 visit, and they upgraded actually to 5.4%, which looks pretty aggressive. But the fact is that on the back of recent stimulus, monetary and fiscal, they're going to get to their 5% target. How relevant is this? Probably not so relevant, right? Because we know the composition of that is different, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. But it's concerning, right, that we look at the right chart, nominal GDP has actually dipped below real GDP. So the deflation in China is a problem. The data overnight for October CPI actually surprising to the downside. CPI was down 20 basis points versus expected 10 basis points. So very interesting that China is going through a completely different cycle when it comes to inflation. On the external side, we see a bit of a rebound in China. And of course, we all question the quality of the data that comes out of China. But when we look at exports out of Korea and Taiwan to China, after declining very, very massively over the last couple of years, they finally find a bottom and started to pick up. Imports beginning to grow, could be restocking in China, but the fact is that this is becoming less negative. And then when we look at the capacity to stimulate on the fiscal side, right? China has blown up their balance sheet, but still has capacity from a debt to GDP. Central government debt to GDP is still under 100%. It's elevated, but it's still doable or manageable. And the fiscal has also deteriorated significantly from they were 10 years ago. They're running at the fiscal deficit of around 7.5%, 8%. And they'll probably run at the fiscal deficit of around 8% in 2024 as well, as there's a notion that they might lift their growth target for 2024 as well. We'll find out in December on the back of the Central Economic Conference. Medium-term challenges for China, they're structural, right? The whole notion of China growing in the high single digits is gone. By design and by limitations. So what dominates in China now is the common prosperity goal. That's the mantra of Xi Jinping. And this has significant implications on growth. One of them, of course, is moving into consumption from investment. That's going to trim around 1% of potential growth. That's already happening. The growth targets themselves are going to be lower. They are lower. And then on top of that, there are issues related to national security, technology independence, trade protectionism, other geopolitical items that are also going to be at play. And let's not forget the demographics, right? That's a structural issue that China is not going to be able to revert. The population in China started to decline in 2022. Markets talk a lot about what happened in Japan on the back of the property crisis in the 90s. Of course, China is still dealing with the pretty severe property market crisis. It took 20 years in Japan from the crisis in the early 90s to 2010 before population started to decline. In China, it's happening already before the property crisis has been resolved. So this is structural. That's not going to be it's not going to be changed or resolved. So let's please go to the next question, and this is related to inflation. and I think should be a little bit quicker in popping up. There we go. So three pretty straightforward questions. Will the Fed overshoot? Meaning get below 2%? Will it be somewhere in the 2-3% range? That's PCE. Or will inflation be super sticky and remain at over 3%? So yeah, nobody really thinks that the Fed is going to deliver in 2024, get to target. The question is really if it proves to be stickier than what we think it might be and stay over 3%. All right, so most of you think that inflation is going to prove stickier, core PCE to be over 3% by the end of 2024. So clearly the Fed is way ahead of or way away from getting to their target. The market's more constructive than that, and our view is also a little bit more constructive than that. So let's delve into that. So I think the audience here is a little bit more bearish than the consensus. All right, so big improvement, right? In inflation, this is US, goods contribution to inflation, massive collapse, pretty much flattened out now. We're not going to see much progress coming from goods contribution. Inputs are coming down, consumer or manufacturer input prices, but clearly they're touching a floor. Shelter, however, has still significant room for improvement, right? When you think about inflation, the most recent median house price in the US a month ago declined for the first time, I think, since 2008. Of course, this will dovetail clearly with rents, and that this has been a big driver of inflation, shelter. So for core services like shelter, we also expect to to continue to have a decline, but clearly the market or the prospect of inflation, the process of disinflation accelerating is limited. The question again is going to be how far do we get vis-a-vis the Fed's target. This is what we think at November. For core PCE, we're at around 3.8% this year, and we get down to 2.5% by the end of 2024. So still above the Fed, the 2% inflation. And in 2025, there isn't that much more progress. So even in 2025, we may not get to target. But we are a little bit more optimistic than what we show here in terms of what you guys think. For CPI, we get to closer to 3% at the end of this year and closer to 2% by the end of next year. Inflation in emerging markets, it's been a big problem, of course, especially in Central Europe. That's on the left chart. That's the top line. This is very related to the war in the Russia invasion of Ukraine. Of course, drove up food and energy prices. Very unusual for Central European economies to have that level of inflation. The next one is Latin America. Of course, we had come out of massive inflation issues, in the 90s, 80s. So this was, pretty new for the new generation here in the region. But central banks, of course, have, very aggressively delivered and brought inflation down significantly. For emerging markets in general, that's a great line. In part because in Asia, inflation has not been as big a problem, has also been contained. But we see a flat line now in inflation in emerging markets as well. And of course, and this is CPI, or headline inflation. And of course, food and energy prices have a lot to do with that. So that's on inflation. Let's go to rates, please. That's the next item on the poll. All right. So where will the Fed funds rate be at the end of 2024? Right. So we're in the upper range of 5.25, 5.50 today. Where do we think Fed funds rates will land at the end of next year? Options: cut 25 to 75, 100 to 150, over 150, unchanged, no cuts. hikes, another hike of 25 to 50 basis points, more than 50 basis points of hikes. So far, the majority is saying 25 to 75 basis points cuts delivered in 2024. A few that say unchanged. Nobody's taking the hikes over 50. Somebody saying they'll hike between 25 and 50 basis points. All right, so this is pretty much what's in the market, right? The market is pricing around 75 basis points of cuts in 2024. The Fed, I guess the dot plot saying about 50, but then the Fed dot plot says 150 in 2025. The market's less. So if we look at the aggregate, it's going to be closer to that. Yeah, so the majority thinking it's going to be cutting between 25, 75. Of course, the other question that we don't have here, we don't pose is, when will that be, right? Is it going to be second quarter, third quarter, first quarter? So let's move back or move on to where we are. Global interest rate dynamics. Rate cuts have been pushing out, right? So what we're looking at here is what the Fed Fund futures on Euribor were pricing cuts in 2024, beginning, going back all the way to 2021. Of course, cuts started to price pretty, high probability of high cuts in about a year ago, right? When the notion that inflation had peaked started to settle in developed markets. That's when the market started to think the Fed is going to start cutting in 2024. And then as the economy proved more resilient, those cuts started to fade out. No significant cuts, or they're going to happen later in the year. And then we had the banking crisis in March in the US and Europe. And on the back of that, the market expected less cuts because the notion, again, that this was going to be very disruptive for global growth. Of course, that proved to be pretty, transitory. And then the market started pricing cuts again. And again, we get into a context where the US continues to deliver strong growth, resilient. The third quarter GDP, 4.9, shockingly high. So cuts get pushed back again, and we are at around 50, 70 base points in cuts in 2024. Of course, provided nothing breaks, right? Nothing has really broken yet in this context of much tighter financial conditions. That would change the dynamics pretty significantly. Term premium now is a big item of discussion. We don't really know what it means, but it's positive now. It could be related to supply issues. Fiscal does not, contribute to this. But the notion that term premium is real is now on the table. Significant central bank dispersion in terms of, where central banks are. What the market expected by now was that the Fed would be easing, that the Bank of Japan, would have delivered the hike on yield control curve. BOE will also be easing. The reality, of course, is different. The only central bank that's easing right now is the PBOC, the Chinese central bank. The Fed, much more data dependent, not easing, paused for 2 cycles, a hawkish pause. They're likely not doing anything in December. I think the Fed is done. The Fed is pretty much delivered all no more hikes on the table. That's my view. I think it's almost irrelevant if they do another one in December, because clearly it's come to the end of the cycle. So this is what the market is projecting in terms of Fed funds, and here we're looking at real rates, right? And historically, the Fed has hiked well above the prevailing estimate of neutral rate. What is the neutral rate? The Fed says it's 2.5. We think it's more like 3%. And the Fed has, not cut rates historically until 3 quarters after the last hike. So potentially this brings us to see if the last hike was in July. This brings us to the end of the second quarter, somewhere around there, where the Fed might start delivering on the cuts. So real rates are now at around 2%. We think it's going to peak at 3.1%. Sometime during the second quarter of 2024 before they start cutting rates. The implied R star, very hard to measure. We don't know what it is, but or what it should be, I should say. around 1.4%. It's higher. It's been surprisingly high, essentially indicating that the economy can operate at higher levels of interest rates. The cycle, it's interesting. The Fed, of course, in the first part of the cycle, it was all about the front end of the curve, right? The long end started to catch up a little bit slower than that. That's the blue line. So in 2023, in the first half, it was really about the front end. The 10-year essentially ended June where it started the year, did not move. It was in that 3.5 range. And then since the summer, we started to see a big move up across the curve, right? And at that point, the front end pretty much stayed flat. So the market is now doing that leg of the work for the Fed. The Fed has not been forced to deliver more hikes or has felt they didn't have to hike anymore because the market is tightening financial conditions for the Fed. This is the move, a big move up in the curve. Volatility historically, very elevated in periods of the Fed hiking. We go here, back to 2007. It does tend to come down when, and this is realized volatility for 2 years and 10-year treasuries. It does come down a lot when the Fed pauses, and we should start seeing that, right? I mean, we're coming out of a period of unusually high volatility in rates. If we think about the last couple of months, moves, in increments of 10, 12 basis points on a daily basis, very unusual for treasury rates. As the notion that the Fed has ended the cycle settles, and when it gets confirmed, clearly, this level of volatility should begin to subside. The other factor, of course, that I haven't talked about is technicals, right? That have had a lot to do with the move up in rates. Less buyers of treasuries, banks in the US buying less treasuries, less agency securities. Big traditional buyers, Bank of Japan or Japan and China, we show that in the right-hand chart, have been declining their holdings of treasuries in a very significant way over the last 10 years. China used to hold 9% of treasuries measured by US GDP back in 2011, 10, 12 years ago. That's down now to a little over 2%. So big buyer of, traditional buyer of treasuries gone. And on top of that, of course, we have a higher fiscal deficit that's going to, be coming at a higher expense. Again, going back to the term premium issue, as well as quantitative tightening, right? Quantitative tightening is happening. So the runoff of the balance sheet. So these are all the dynamics that are happening in the context of rates. And finally, emerging markets, have delivered on policy adjustment. The top line is a basket of 6 countries that we call, high carry currencies. That's Brazil, Colombia, Mexico, Chile, South Africa, and Hungary. They have policy rates, around 12%. A couple of them in the region started cutting rates, Brazil and Chile. But they remain very elevated, right, in real terms. And they're likely to remain elevated. I think for the cycle, the market is thinking that Central Bank of Brazil, gets essentially to 9.50, which will still provide a real rate of somewhere like 5 or 6%. Then, of course, we look at the broad emerging markets. That's the lighter blue line. Pretty elevated also because it's, if you consider that this includes countries that are much more stable in Asia mainly, and then we compare that to the Fed and the ECB deposit rate. So very elevated nominal rates, policy rates in emerging markets. Let's get to the next question, please, to talk about risks. What is the largest risk for investors over the next year in the horizon? Inflation stays high and keeping central banks hawkish, geopolitical risks, another credit crunch, bank credit crunch / global recession, a systemic credit event, could be a government-related one, tech bubble, artificial intelligence or related to tech, China real estate bust. Of course, that's been ongoing for a couple of years, but it's not been resolved. Could that spill over and disrupt the Chinese economy in a meaningful way? So far, geopolitics dominates. Of course, very hard to define what geopolitics is, right? Yeah. All right. So the questions that we just posed, we took them from a survey that Bank of America does, and I borrowed this from our multi-asset class team at Neuberger Berman. And the idea was essentially, to see where we track relative to what this population has done. And we're showing here results for August and September surveys. Number one, and this is pre-Israel Gaza, right? So this is September, so it does not include the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Inflation stays high, keeping central banks hawkish. That's the biggest risk. It has diminished a little bit between August and September, but dominates. Geopolitics is second. I guess we'll explore what this could be, right? Is it China, Taiwan, clearly Middle East now? Could that escalate? So far, it's been contained. Oil prices are below where they were pre-October 7th. Russia, Ukraine, we don't talk about it anymore. Unfortunately, it's not resolved by any means, protracted. Nobody knows how long this takes before it gets resolved or how it gets resolved. Political events, US elections, is that a geopolitical risk? I mean, we know it's going to happen in a year from now, literally. In that sense, I wouldn't consider that a geopolitical risk. It's a political event. It's going to have an outcome, but it's not coming out of nowhere, unlike Hamas starting the war with Israel. Less on bank credit crunch, systemic credit event, not really ranking high, very low in terms of probability in terms of tech bubble related, and lower on the China bust real estate. So I think we're a little bit more probably on geopolitics than what the market was a month and two ago, which I find very interesting. So investment implications. Up until a couple of years ago, the challenge was where do you get yield? And a lot of you, especially managing reserve money, et cetera, were probably forced to migrate into other things beyond fixed income because you couldn't get returns in fixed income without taking significant risk, right? That regime has completely shifted, where today you get ample yield with no risk really in fixed income. So what we did here is we just charted 2-year treasuries, 5, 7, 10, 30-year treasuries. As of the end of October, they rallied a little bit, 40 basis points or so. And we just, shocked the levels by 100 basis point rally and a 100 basis point widening for each one of these parts of the curve to see the prospective returns over 12 months. And the 7-year treasury turned out to be, to us, kind of the sweet spot. Essentially, at 487, that's what the 7-year was a week ago, you could sustain a 100 basis point move, essentially the 7-year going to 587, and you would still break even. If it stayed there, you made 487 total return, and of course, if it rallied 100 basis points, you generated over 10%. But the 2-year and 5-year don't look bad either, because essentially, you have very little to no downside risk, right? You would have to come up with a scenario that's very extreme, where rates, the front end especially, would have to be at 6-7% before you lose money. Beyond the 10-year, of course, you have to, take much more duration. I don't think this is an environment where you have to go crazy duration to have a pretty attractive risk-return profile, again, without taking credit risk. Another option, another very interesting option is to go into agency mortgages. Agency mortgages, 2 options. One, on the left, this is an older vintage that was issued at par, low coupon, but on the back of the moving rates, the average price is a little bit over 80 cents. So essentially, you're playing the convexity here of the pool to par as they start prepaying mortgages. Or the more newer vintages in the middle, these are mortgages that were issued in the 7+% type of rates that are today delivering an excess spread to U.S. Treasuries with no credit risk, and they're almost as liquid as Treasuries, of almost 180 basis points versus long-term average of 130 basis points. So, and I'm sure you're probably already doing some of this, or maybe even a lot of this, right? But this was unavailable, unthinkable that you would have these options, a year ago. So investment views, key fixed and investment views to sum up out of all this conversation. Inflation is moving lower, but it's staying up above central bank targets. So massive improvement in 2023, 2024 is not going to be as significant on the disinflation process. Central banks, of course, will have now to balance against, still higher inflation and risks of consumers coming under pressure. The Fed, their sole focus has been inflation until now. Now they're going to have to start paying attention to jobs as well. So it's going to be a much more balanced approach in 2024. We talked a little bit about drivers of volatility that are shifting. It should subside significantly as the Fed, goes into pause. We'll have confirmation of this, of course, not probably before March of 2024. The Fed will continue to have, hawkish holds because that's the optionality that, they don't want to give up. Why should they? They keep just threatening the market that they might hike one more time or two more times. Structural headwinds in China. We talked briefly about that. I'm sure Alastair will talk about that. And in the panel, we also have a Jew, the China specialist. I'm sure we'll explore a little bit of that. And of course, U.S. election coming up in a year from now. And finally, fundamental consensus as it relates to credit. And credit is, I think, part of the universe that you should explore. Investment grade. I think it was one of the Jahangir. Was it UBS that just came out with a research piece talking about investment grade sovereigns, emerging markets as a attractive destination for reserve assets. I finally find it a little bit ironic that emerging market central banks are probably the most averse asset managers out there. Like you wouldn't buy, your neighbor's bonds. I find it interesting, sometimes ironic. But investment grade sovereign emerging market debt that can of course provide spreads in excess of what you get in risk-free assets. In this context of a soft landing, which I think we are, where we're past peak inflation and we're past the hike cycle, both for the ECB and the Fed. But fundamentals are deteriorating, and issuers will be dealing with higher costs of funding in the medium term. So one little last question to kind of maybe set the table for the later conversation. And I borrowed this from JP Morgan. They did this in Marrakesh around the World Bank IMF meetings. And this is for the US elections in November of next year. So 4 options. Is it going to be Trump versus, we're not saying who's going to win, we're just saying who's going to run. But Trump versus Biden, Trump versus somebody that's not Biden, Biden versus somebody that's not Trump, or non-Biden, non-Trump. All right, so yeah, it's not surprising, right? I mean, if you think about the lead that Trump has in the polls against every other Republican, we're chatting about the primary, or what is it, last night, the Republican, which is shrunk to 5 candidates now, but Trump continues to massively dominate in spite of, or maybe because of his, political issues or legal. Biden, of course, a question mark about around his age. I struggle to see him running the U.S. economy or the U.S., for another 5 years. I struggle to see him completing this term, let alone having another 4-year term. Yeah, that's what's in, I guess, pretty much in the system, right? I mean, there's no contender to Biden. There's no contender to Trump. My wishful thinking, I guess, is, it's a non-Trump, not Biden, because I'm horrified with the notion that, we're going to have the same option again that we did back 3 years ago. But yeah, this, we'll see what happens in the next few months on that regard. Well, thank you so much. I think we're ready to move on. And I know we didn't have time for Q&A, but we'll probably have chance to do that during the panel. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much, Gorky.
Thank you.
So I know there are tons of questions. Don't worry. This is by construction. The idea for Gorky and Alastair is to set the table with these big themes. Then after break, they will be getting together in the panel with Arnav, so you'll have time to ask questions. So I'll be introducing Alastair. Alastair Newton is a director of Alavan Business Advisory. He's a former career diplomat with the British Foreign Service. And after that stage, he moved to the city and established himself as one of the private sector's top political analysts globally. So one also interesting note on Alastair, he traveled all the way from Zambia to be here with us today. So that was a grueling trip, but I know that he's been enjoying it thoroughly. So without any further ado, I leave you with Alastair.
Thanks very much indeed, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here in Colombia. Only my second ever visit here, and the first one was for one day back in 1990. I'm going to talk about geopolitics, so thank you for the vote of confidence just now. It's good to know a lot of you do think that geopolitics is important. However, I'm not guaranteeing that I'm going to provide you with any really firm answers of what the major geopolitical risks are during the next 12 months. What I'm going to try to do is to break this presentation into 3 parts with a bit of time for Q&A at the end, notwithstanding that we're going to try and hold those over largely to the panel. I'm going to start off by talking a little bit about geopolitical theory. Now, I hope you'll come to understand the importance of that as I do talk you through some of the key things I think you need to keep in mind when you are looking at politics in this exponential era. And I do want to say something about that to start with, because we have this word exponential banging around in the context of the title of this conference. I notice that the subhead for this section is State of the Planet. Now, don't get me wrong, I love a bit of hyperbola. But one of the things which you have to grapple with is that the commentariat as a whole is far too fond of hyperbola. Everything is super, super, duper, duper, whatever, bad, good, you get all this stuff. Even the more responsible media outlets, and I'm not going to give you any idea of who I mean by that because I may get accused of media bias, and I like to keep on the right side of the press. Even they go for hyperbolic headlines. There's one particular newspaper in the UK, happens to be coloured pink, has hyperbolic headlines and about 20 column inches of hyperbolic text, and then the final paragraph says, but none of this is likely to happen because policymakers are already taking steps. But how many people do you know on trading floors who read down to the 21st inch of a newspaper column? They don't, simple as that. So I'm going to try to get things in proportion as we go through, and the theory is an important part of that. I'm then going to talk about what I think are the key issues today. It's really one big issue with a few bits and pieces tacked on, and then hopefully, as I said, we will try to get to something to do with Q&A if we have time. But I do understand that we're up against a 10 o'clock deadline for coffee, and after last night's excellent cocktail, I'm sure that some of you are looking forward more to a cup of Colombian coffee than you are to a talk on geopolitics. So, grey rhinos. Now, as you just heard, I came here from Zambia. I live in Zambia. This particular rhino photograph I took was 10 kilometers from my house. This is a big, dangerous beast. And it is very relevant to looking at geopolitics today. The term grey rhino is a geopolitic term of art first popularized by a lady called Michelle Zucker. And I want to be clear why I'm talking about grey rhinos, black swans. Because black swans are things we don't know about, we can't predict, we cannot see coming. Grey rhinos are big, ugly beasts which you know about and you can see coming. And I would argue that COVID was entirely predictable. Russia's invasion of Ukraine was not unpredictable, at least. Hamas's attack on Israel was predictable. The problem we have, all of us, policymakers and market participants alike, is we have a lot of trouble focusing in front of us. We tend to forget about the other risks which are actually out there all the time and which you can reasonably keep on the table. One thing which is really, really important, because there is no doubt at all that for reasons I will come to, Tom Standage, writing in The Economist about a year ago, was absolutely right. There are more of those risks out there today than they were, let's say, for the sake of this, for you to keep your eye on. And mostly it is grey rhinos. And there are, as I said, a lot of them out there. About 15 years ago, I used to give presentations at NATO Defense College in Rome. And that's when I first came up with the next two slides. This is actually a slightly older version by McKinsey. The Global Economic Center of Gravity, by which I mean the median going down the planet with half of global GDP to the west and half of global GDP to the east. In particular, since the Industrial Revolution occurred in Europe at the end of the 18th century, it moved west over the course of the subsequent couple of centuries until it got somewhere around the middle of the Atlantic in 1950. So by then, half of global GDP was basically from Greenland westwards. Since then, it's been moving back. And I want you to note in particular the exponential pace with which it has been moving back eastwards since around the start of this century. Now, the basis of my presentation to NATO, and many presentations I've given both to NATO and elsewhere since, is that where economics leads, where that tectonic shift in the global economy has led, geopolitics will inevitably follow. And then about 2 years ago, around the time that Russia invaded Ukraine, I realized that we crossed an inflection point somewhere. And where we are in the world today, actually, geopolitics is tending to lead economics. And this is why politics and geopolitics are even more important to you today and to markets today than they have been for the period since, let's say for the sake of this discussion, at least 1989. Now, the key driver in this is obvious. In that same presentation I did at NATO in 2008, I put forward the hypothesis to the assembled company that when the historians looked back on the start of this century, they would conclude that 12/11, the 11th of December, joined the World Trade Organization on the 11th of December 2001. And I think you will agree that insofar as we can point to any single event as being massively significant in global evolution, China's joining the WTO, clearly 22 years on, was an extremely important moment indeed. And you can see that in this chart here. I don't normally use charts, but this chart here, which shows how China's economic growth has really not taken off since 2000, because clearly it was going quite strongly before then, but accelerated exponentially, to use that word again. Now, I want to go back a bit further. I like to think of Sir Halford Mackinder, a British geographer, in fact. I did a geography degree myself, so I have a soft spot for that, as being the founder of modern geopolitics as we understand it. Back in 1906, Mackinder wrote a paper about a thing which he called the heartland theory, which was actually this area in the middle of the Eurasian landmass. And his thesis was that the country which controlled the power, which controlled the heartland, would control the globe. Now, he got it wrong in the sense that he was convinced that railways would become the main means of transporting goods in the 20th century. And we all know that, retrospectively, that actually maritime transport far exceeded rail in its importance on shifting goods around the world and continues to do so today. But that doesn't mean that his theory was fundamentally wrong. And clearly, this is something which or even less important. But what I am suggesting to you is that in relative terms, China sees this area here as being fundamental to its desire to become the global top dog. And we need to consider that in the way in which it's looking to expand BRICS. If Saudi Arabia, UAE, Iran all join BRICS, it will strengthen China's grip on this area. Now, right or wrong, whether Mackinder is right or wrong, the important thing to keep in mind is how Beijing sees the world. Now, as far as I can ascertain, Henry Kissinger never actually said perception is reality. He certainly doesn't remember saying it because I actually asked him. What he did say, though, is, I really wish I had said it. And in politics, perception does govern the way in which decisions are actually made, irrespective of what the real reality may be. So China's focus on this area is really important to how we see the world going forward. Okay. Mark Twain, often misquoted as history rhymes. What he actually said was this: when we look to navigate the world going forward, there is a great deal which we can learn from history, big picture. And as always, do keep in mind when you're looking at the big picture that the devil is indeed in the detail. Nevertheless, this is important. This is very important. Back in 2007, two economists, Findley and O'Rourke, published a book called Power and Plenty. It was about the geopolitical cycle. Now, you may never have heard of the geopolitical cycle. You all know about economic cycles, of course. You may not have heard of the geopolitical cycle because, on average, a geopolitical cycle lasts 125 years or so. So none of us has actually been around at the end of a geopolitical cycle until now. And everything you see going on in the world today, big picture, is consistent with what we would expect at the end of a geopolitical cycle. Findley and O'Rourke defined, and it's widely accepted that this is correct, the geopolitical cycle is a period of hegemony where one power controls most of the then known economy. And I think we can all agree that America has been that dominant power through most of the second half of the 20th century and into the start of this century, including the unipolar moment, the so-called unipolar moment between roughly 1989 and, let's say for the sake of this discussion, 2008. Hegemons are good for global economic growth. They remove barriers to trade, trade expands, societies get richer. Now, as we know, not all individuals in society get richer at the same time, and that causes its own problems. But the generality is good. What happens at the end of a period of hegemon, which is clearly where we are now, is that barriers to trade go up. Trade either shrinks or ceases to grow as quickly as it did do, and economic growth slows or even stops and goes into reverse. And this is exactly what we are seeing big picture today. Worse still, of course, is this. Professor Graham Allison, of the last 6 periods of global hegemony, dating back through the last millennium, Findley and O'Rourke noted that 5 of them finished in violent conflict between a rising power and the power in relative decline. Now, when people think about Thucydides' trap, of course, they spring immediately to China-US, Taiwan, and so on. Now, I'm not going to say to you, stop worrying about Taiwan, because you do need to keep Taiwan firmly on your radar screen. But I am going to say to you this. The probability, in my view, of China invading Taiwan in the next 5 years is very low, which doesn't mean it's not going to happen sometime. It doesn't mean it's not going to happen in the next 5 years. It could even happen, according to 2 American experts who wrote a very good book on this last year. In 2025, January 2025, US election result in dispute between Biden and Trump, and China takes advantage of chaos in the US. You cannot rule it out, but I don't think you need to worry too much about Taiwan just yet, and I'll be coming back to that in a few minutes. What I would tell you, though, is that Russia's invasion of Ukraine is a very good example of a variation on Thucydides' trap. Russia, a power clearly in relative decline. Big mistake in judgment by Putin, who believed that the West was weak and would not stand up against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And who can blame him after the West stepped back in Georgia and, of course, in Ukraine itself from 2014 onwards? Putin's perception was rooted in the historical experience that Russia had had over that period. Nevertheless, I think this was a desperate throw of the dice by a power in decline to try to re-establish itself as a global serious power, which Putin made the mistake, and he has led Russia into Thucydides' trap. Because in general, Thucydides' trap has worked out very badly indeed for the established power in relative decline. So keep that in mind as context as well. Okay, so let's come right up to date now. Jake Sullivan, interesting guy. He's right. We are indeed at an inflection point. What happens between China and US over the course of the next decade is really the big geopolitical issue today, as I'm sure you all understand. And it's complicated. It is very complicated indeed. And it's not exactly clear how it's going to work out. We can get very bearish about it and say it's bound to end with Thucydides' trap. That is by no means inevitable, but it is a risk which is out there. What I think finance experts today is actually the technology war. Now, Richard Windsor, a tech expert with whom I used to work at Lehman and Nomura, called Radio Free Mobile, I'll come back to Richard again in a minute, and I have been writing about the technology war since 2019. And a lot of what we were predicting then, I'm pleased to say, is actually happening today. Richard does all the clever stuff. In October of last year, the US made 2 important steps regarding China and its relations with China. The first was the first major wave of tests on China. We've seen several since. We are now seeing that expanded to the financial sector as well, with barriers on US companies doing investment in technology sector in China, notably joint ventures. They don't need American investment funds. What they do need is American expertise. And joint ventures have a habit of transferring expertise from one side of the fence to the other. And that's what the Americans are trying to stop there. The second thing was, of course, the very China-focused indeed, hence the quote in the preceding slide. So America claims focused and specific in the interests of national security. This is national security as defined by Donald Trump when he brought in measures against steel and aluminium, or aluminum if you prefer, security in its broadest sense. This small yard high fence quote, which Sullivan bungs around a lot and which is repeated almost without question in the press, is complete nonsense. As Richard wrote in a piece which we actually put together jointly back in February of this year, America knows full well that technology measures which are designed to restrict China's development of artificial intelligence in particular are going to hobble China's economy right across the board. These measures are patently aimed at slowing China's economic growth. And even if that Beijing believes that this is about containing China's rise, China's rightful place in the global firmament, this is serious. As Ed Lewis, to all intents and purposes, America has declared economic war on China. Now, I said I didn't like hyperbole, and some of you are probably thinking that I'm being a bit hyperbole. That is what is going on today. And I would just remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that the last painful embargo on a major Asian economy was in 1941, and the target was Japan, months after America had imposed an oil embargo on Japan in 1941. All this being said, and going back to Gorky's presentation as well, American sanctions on fault to China's economic growth as China's own policies. Xi Jinping has the approach to China that Deng Xiaoping drove for 30-odd years. This is a very different sort of Qing priority, which is to maintain the Communist Party's grip on power in perpetuity, even at the cost of economic growth. Now, we used to say, many years ago now, that if China grew in China, and then that came down to 5, and who knows where we are now. The Chinese are extreme. I don't know how many of you followed what has been going on in China after the protests around COVID restrictions roughly 12 months ago, where you had all those people out in the street holding up blank sheets of paper, and the protests were allowed to continue. And the media covered them very heavily. What the media hasn't covered is that since the turn of the year, since the COVID restrictions were lifted, the security forces in China have been quietly rounding up the ringleaders of those protests, sending them off to re-education, threatening them, warning them, and so on and so forth. There have been hundreds of people in China arrested as a result of those protests. This is a well-known Chinese approach to civil unrest. Let it happen, but contain it, and then when you've got the lid back on the can, quietly go and clean up so that those who were responsible for it learn better than to try it again. Now, in the middle of all this is something which I think is particularly important, and it's something which I think economists have been writing about a good deal more over the course of the last several months. In particular, I am indebted to Ruchir Sharma for some of the papers that he's written, which I have read on this. The middle income trap. China is now officially a middle income country by, I think, all definitions. Definition of a middle income country is actually quite variable. The World Bank has a very modest definition. Others have a more expansive definition. But as far as I can gather, as a non-economist, and I'm happy to be corrected by the economists in the room if I'm wrong about this, since 1945, a number of countries have escaped the middle income trap, but by most reasonable estimates, the countries in the entire global economy, which are now officially high income, probably around 40, and most of those are in Europe, and most of the ones which have escaped it recently, if not all of them, are former Soviet bloc countries with growing populations, low public debt, high standards of governance, enormous amount of help from the European Union. If we look at Asia, there are only 2 major economies in Asia which have escaped the middle income trap, South Korea and Japan. We could talk about Singapore, we could talk about Taiwan, but they're very small and they're not necessarily particularly relevant to China today. A lot of countries in Asia have been trying to escape the middle income trap for a long time and not succeeding. China is confronted with a very big challenge here. Problem is, we've all been seduced for years by being told that China's purchasing power parity is bigger than America's. So what? As we were saying in a discussion at the cocktail party last night, PPP is a useful but fairly meaningless statistic. Doesn't matter what your PPP is, a barrel of Brent crude today is still going to cost you about 84 bucks. Now, Ruchir Sharma reckons that China, on its present growth trajectory, is probably sustainable economic growth per annum, maybe 3 to 4%. And on that trajectory, it's not going to overtake America to become the world's largest economy before 2060, if at all. If at all. Now, I'm not going to talk to you about peak China because I really dislike that phrase because it implies that China is going to go into decline. I'm not a China bear. I just think we have to be realistic about what sustainable growth in China is going to look like going forward from here and what that means geopolitically. Now, the idea of peak China is nevertheless going to persist, and there are some experts who believe that if China is indeed reaching a relative peak, and I stress the word relative here, then maybe that is going to force Xi Jinping's hand on Taiwan. I don't think that is the case. I think Xi Jinping's personal commitment on reunification is far more risky than relative economic strength. As far as he's surrounded by people who tell him what he wants to hear, not what he should hear. And he ultimately makes all the big decisions in China. So I think keep your eye on this middle income trap question because I think it is very important. And China's domestic policies are not helping. Most of all, perhaps, you may have missed this, you may not. In March, the National People's Congress rubber-stamped an edict which injected into every ministry in Beijing a level of party officials who now finalize decision-making in the ministries. Not the technocrats, but politically driven party, not to the people. So, and this applies to the private sector as well. You've seen numerous examples of this during the course of this self. To my mind, sums it up. Entrepreneurs' negations to the party and the country, Foxconn. Now, that may have something to do with the Taiwanese election in January, but it also demonstrates that even the biggest, most important corporates in China are not immune to political pressure from the party. Okay, so we've talked about the American side of the sanctions battle. Let's talk about the Chinese side. Chinese ambassador in Washington said a few months ago at a security conference in Aspen, China will retaliate. And we are seeing that already. We've seen it with germanium, and we are now seeing it with graphite. For those of you who are interested, this is a photograph of a graphite mill in China. China massively controls world supply of graphite, as it does indeed gallium and germanium, and indeed strategic minerals in general. Here we go, rare earths. They're actually not that rare. They're just quite difficult to get out of the ground and very difficult and dirty to process. So we in the West, in our wisdom, had decided in these metals is concerned, we give the dirty work to the Chinese, and the Chinese were all too happy to get a monopoly. There is no question other than that China will try to exploit its advantage with graphite and with strategic minerals generally. But they imposed, quietly, unofficially, a strategic metals export ban to Japan over their island dispute. The net consequence of that was that the Japanese signed a deal with an Australian mining company which was going broke. They refinanced that company, plant in Malaysia, and 3 months later, even before most of this had got into place, the Chinese quietly lifted the embargo because they realized that actually what they were doing was they were cutting themselves out of the market. I think we're going to find exactly the same here. And this, for me, is one of the big, big opportunities for investors for the next 10 years. Mining outside the Chinese supply chain is going to expand. As you know, I come from Zambia. We have a big expansion plan of our mining in Zambia, which will no doubt be facilitated by the fact that not unimportantly, the Zambians have finally sorted out the different difficulties over their sovereign debt default, which provides a useful model, I think, for future negotiations within the context of the so-called common framework, which, as somebody remarked to me last night, is neither common nor a framework, but is nevertheless something of a starting point for debt negotiations. So this is a really key area going forward. Expansion of mining into probably frontier markets, which is going to shift supply chain. I don't go with deglobalization with all due respect. What I'm thinking about is that globalization is going to form a different pattern going forward. It's evolving. It's not going out of the window. And we are going to see some important shifts in critical mineral supply chains, which are going to have serious economic implications, or important economic implications, perhaps I should say. Also this, I apologize for the terrible pun. Anybody who's traveled on London Transport Underground will recognize it. Lord Adair Turner headed a commission which published a fantastic report back in July. It's freely available on the web. I strongly commend it to you. Recycling. Now, this is going to take a while to take off because there aren't that many electric vehicles around at the moment, and they've not been there for that long. So there's not that many batteries coming out for recycling. This has not stopped Glencore from investing literally millions and millions of dollars in converting an existing facility in Sardinia for recycling electric car batteries. Now, I'm not going to stand here and tell you I'm a huge fan of Glencore, because I'm not. But they are very good at making money, and I don't think they'd be investing a lot of money in recycling unless they were pretty confident about the way this is going to go. But what I'm saying to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that recycling is going to be another huge growth area over the course of the next decade to get round China-controlled supply chains. And I do commend again to you reading that report by Adair Turner in full, if you haven't already, and following up from that and learning a lot more about what is going on in this sector. There. So, let's go back to China and go a bit local. The BRICS summit attracted a lot of attention. I've already mentioned it, BRICS once. I was on a panel with Jim O'Neill back in 2002, and I had a slide which said, BRICS without straw. Jim was not very happy with me, but there you go. I still do not believe the substance of BRICS. I simply don't think it's substantively a particularly valid concept, particularly economically. But it does have a value politically. And this takes us back to Xi Jinping. One of the reasons that Xi Jinping was keen to expand BRICS is as a club of autocrats. And if you consider the countries which are now in line to join BRICS very shortly, Saudi Arabia, Iran, UAE, Egypt, Ethiopia, even Ethiopia on that list does not have anything remotely resembling a reasonable claim to being a democracy. Now, Argentina, of course, does, but let's put Argentina to one side at the moment. The BRICS is becoming a club for autocrats. Why? Because Xi Jinping wants to demonstrate to his own population that China's model of governance works. Why? Because, going back to what I said earlier, his overall ambition to keep the Communist Party in power in perpetuity. So signing up to this club of autocrats actually makes a huge amount of sense from his perspective. India, not very happy with the direction things are going at the moment. Brazil, Lula wasn't happy with the way that summit was running. But it's also about more than just BRICS. Most of the countries in Latin America are now top-grade bilateral relations with China. And the question I have to ask is this. It's all very well trying to find a midpoint where you are on good terms with China and Washington. Very laudable, very pragmatic in theory. In practice, just look at the countries in Asia, Southeast and Northeast Asia, who have been trying to sit on that midpoint between Beijing and Washington for well over a decade now. and basically have got to the point where they have no choice but to take sides. South Korea, Philippines. Sitting between these two superpowers is going to be incredibly difficult. And also keep in mind what I said about China's economy going forward. I have to say, I can't help but feel that any country today which chooses to think, well, you know, China's the future, global south, all that stuff, we're going to get closer to Beijing, even if it's at the expense of our relationship with the US, might just be backing the wrong horse. On the American side, of course, we have the new Washington Consensus. I think we've all accepted that the old consensus is past its sell-by date. I love this quote from Jake Sullivan. Frank Gehry, famous US architect, as I'm sure you're all aware, created some remarkable buildings. He also created this building, which is the Computer Science and AI Laboratory at MIT. He got sued for it because they've never managed to stop the roof from leaking, quite apart from the fact that it has a rather interesting appearance. And I can't help but feel that Jake Sullivan's new Washington Consensus is rather like this laboratory at MIT. Even the Europeans are looking at it and thinking, this is actually a protectionist charter for the US. This is not something which looks like it's going to work for us. Add to, of course, to that the Inflation Reduction Act. I don't know a single country, not even my own country of birth, the United Kingdom, which has looked at the new Washington Consensus and said, yippee, the West is saved. We're all going to be lovey-dovey under this new consensus, which is going to be socially responsible. It's not going to be driven purely by markets. It remains to be seen whether this works or not. But if Biden is still in office in 18 months' time, you can bet that the US is going to try to continue to push the new Washington Consensus. And credit to Biden, because he has rebuilt American alliances, particularly in Asia. Think AUKUS, think the Quad Initiative, think the recent agreement between Japan and South Korea, burying several decades of fractious history between the two. What does all this mean for Latin America? This quote is the title of this paper by Freeman and Berg, which I came across very recently indeed, as you can see in theory. Somebody said to me last night, if Latin America is indeed the land which geopolitics forgot, why? Heartland, and the theory is actually well-grounded, as I suggested earlier. Secondly, you're in the Southern Hemisphere. But I do think that what Freeman, and especially given the decarbonization of the global economy, I think the next decade has fantastic opportunities for this part of the world. I think that old joke, with apologies to any Brazilians in the room or listening in, about Brazil is a country with a great future, but it always will be. I think that's going out of the window. I do think that played right in the green transition. And the Mercosur agreement with Europe will be the next step in that. And I do think that that deal is going to be signed early next year. I'm going to say, the only issue is getting the French out of the way, and that's never easy. As a former diplomat who actually served in Paris, I'm well aware of that. But it is actually in everybody's interest to get that deal signed, not least as part of the green transition. So I'm actually pretty optimistic about prospects for this part of the world over the course of the next decade, whatever the global economy may be looking like and whether the votes we've seen today have been right or wrong. Now, of course, I couldn't finish without a quick mention of the war in Ukraine. It's pretty much where I predicted it would be 12 months ago. That interview with the Ukrainian Chief of Staff, which Commander-in-Chief, which was published in The Economist, was very telling indeed. Christo Groves, probably the best Kremlinologist around today, brilliant man, very well informed, in serious risk of getting assassinated, let me say. He's very careful about where he goes when. I think he was absolutely right to say that Putin will continue to play this long. His best hope of victory is a Trump win next year. And this takes me to my penultimate slide. Love this photograph. Didn't he pose that well? Trump is a brilliant election campaigner. Brilliant election campaigner. Now, there's been a lot published about the US election during the last week because we're a year away. And I'm pleased to say that the world is finally waking up to the fact that Trump could win in 12 months' time. What they're still not getting fully on board is that a Trump second term is not going to be like a Trump first term. If he is back in the Oval Office on the 21st of January 2025, I know that says 25-25, I'll explain that in a moment, on the year 2025, he will arrive with a fully prepared cadre of MAGA-focused officials. 10% trade tariffs across the board, driven by Peter Navarro and Robert Lighthizer. Don't rule it out. It's not Smoot-Hawley, but it would still be very damaging to the global economy. You may all be sitting here thinking, but that would be crazy. Why would he do that? That's because his logic is not the same as your logic, or indeed my logic, for that matter. And again, his perception is his reality. Trump back in the White House was scrapped, quite possible. Support for Ukraine, gone, quite possible. American I-70 years is an anomaly. Historically, since its foundation in the middle of isolationist, all the way up to when Eisenhower became president in 1953, I think, party, Trump has taken it back to its roots. And you should be 25. I'm probably the only person in the room who's old enough to remember a ghastly hit record in 1969 by Zager and Evans, which starts off in the year 2525, if man is still alive. Forget about 2525. Let's concentrate on 2025. That's going to be sticky enough if this man wins the US election. And I'm going to stand here today and tell you, if you read the press today, if you go to the bookmakers today, they will tell you that Trump is going to win the next election. It's not a given. There's a year to go. But I'm also going to tell you that Biden cannot win the US presidential election. If he wins a second term, it will be because Trump has lost, not because he's won. And if Trump is going to lose, it's probably going to depend on his legal travails, as you referred earlier, Gorky. He is so far in front of the other candidates. And this man, you can talk about Kim Jong-un, you can talk about Xi Jinping. For my money, this man is the one man on the planet who has the ability to be a real game changer. However, having said all that, let's finish on a relatively optimistic note. Ruchir Sharma, another article by him, a bit more recent than the one on what he's been writing on middle income trap. These risks are always there. There are always risks out there. The risk of COVID or a pandemic has been around for a long time. We'd forgotten about Hamas because it was so long since they did anything. It's 2006 was the last time there was a major war between Hezbollah and Israel. Russia has been doing stuff around its margins for years now, as I mentioned earlier. The risks are always there. It is very much to the credit of markets that they're actually very good at dealing with these things when they spring out of the woodwork. Look how quickly the spike in Brent after Hamas's attack on the 7th of October subsided back below $90 a barrel. Look how quickly stock markets recovered. Go back to 9/11. US stock markets recovered within 6 weeks or so. Market participants hate surprises. They hate shocks. And they do get caught out by things which they're not expecting, and they do tend to overreact. But they do recover their equilibrium quite quickly. So the trick for you, market participants, ladies and gentlemen, finance experts, central bank experts, institutional finance experts, is to keep those grey rhinos firmly on your radar. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed. I apologize for going 5 minutes into the coffee break.
Well, thank you so much. We will be reconvening in about 25 minutes, 10:30 Colombia or Eastern Time. So thank you. Well, thank you very much. Please be seated. We're going to begin the next session. Next session will be moderated by Arnav Das. He's a global macro strategist for Invesco. He's based in London, and very grateful that you made it once again and brought such a distinguished panel. So thank you so much, and the floor is yours, Arnav.
Okay, thanks very much, Iker. And it's great to be back here in Cartagena again. I was here last year, and we had a very interesting panel discussion then as well. So just very quickly to introduce the panel, to my right is, I'm sure everyone knows very well, Fidel Jaramillo, the Secretary General of FLAR and former finance minister and central bank governor of Ecuador. Probably an expert on dollarization, or maybe even de-dollarization, which we might get to. Alastair and Gorky, whom you've already heard from. And joining us online, I don't know if we can get them back on the screen, are Daniel Sternoff, who's head of macro and energy research at Energy Aspects, I think dialing in from New York, zooming in from New York, and Jude Blanchette, zooming in from Washington, D.C. Jude is the Freeman Chair of China Studies at the Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington. So I think what we're going to try to do here is to have a discussion and a bit of a debate around a lot of the themes that have been raised already around global macro and particularly geopolitics and geoeconomics, and try to complement those discussions rather than repeat them. And as Iker indicated earlier, we'll try to fold the Q&A from that might have been held in abeyance from those two sessions earlier in the morning into this discussion, which as you know is called Around the World in 80 Minutes, which is a bit of a misnomer because we actually have 90 minutes. So we're going to try to use that in full and try to organize this into kind of three broad categories. One about the international system, second about the international economy and financial system, and then three, try to turn that into something more about the markets and about investing or managing reserves. So maybe we start with some of the things that are going wrong at the end of this geopolitical cycle when things are quite a bit in flux, trade barriers have gone up, and conflicts have proliferated. So we'll start with Daniel. Can you share with us, Daniel, your thoughts about where the conflict in the Middle East is headed, and in particular, why it is that there appears to be no geopolitical risk premium in oil, right? If anything, oil has come down, which I think is the opposite of what many people might have expected if we're having a major conflict in the Middle East that even so far, if it's contained, threatens to become more escalated and widen out.
Yeah, thanks, Arnab. I hope everyone can hear me, and I'm sorry I'm not able to be with you in person, but it's a pleasure to offer some thoughts. I think maybe first of all, National Security Advisor in the U.S., Jake Sullivan, just a week before the conflict in Gaza erupted, had said that the Middle East had never been more quiet. And we were in an environment in which the administration was very focused on trying to bring about a normalization agreement between Israel and Saudi Arabia, was focused on very small, minilateral initiatives in the region, kind of knitting India together with the UAE and Israel, little infrastructure projects. And had been actively drawing down forces from the region, removing missile defense batteries from the Gulf, and all of this was in a hope that could pivot away from Middle Eastern security while fighting a hot war in Europe and focusing on Indo-Pacific security. And obviously, what we have seen just in the ensuing last few weeks is a massive surge of U.S. forces back into this theater. The U.S. has 2 carrier strike groups, Marine amphibious forces, 6 fighter squads, nuclear-powered submarines, returned missile defense capabilities, and a lot of CIA special forces. I think this directly ties, Arnab, to your question about why oil prices have come down. I think that this surge in U.S. Military capacity, which is both to provide strategic depth to Israel as it focuses on its goal of defeating Hamas in the Gaza Strip. It's been very geared towards trying to make sure that there will not be a widening of this conflict, that you don't open a second front on the Israel-Lebanon border, which is seeing continuous exchanges of fire, which are relatively limited, but hoping that doesn't spread into a much wider conflict. That also could involve Iran and Iran's proxies throughout the region, in Syria, in Iraq, in Yemen, and we are certainly seeing exchanges of fire in those fronts, but for the most part, I think there is a broad view that the scale and the speed of the U.S. deployments, perhaps coupled with some of the Israeli deterrent statements, have at least limited the risk of a multi-front conflict that could spread into other oil-producing regions. And so what we're seeing in the oil market is in the immediate days after the Hamas attack on Israel on the 7th of October, you had been seeing oil rallied, and we saw huge volumes of really in the options markets with everybody. You simply could not avoid buying upside protection against the risk of a widening conflict. And so you had seen massive flows into out of the money calls, if I can use the market terminology, in oil, and we're now basically at a stage where everyone who is entering in those positions is unwinding them, and so we're seeing a really big flush in the oil price. We're down about $10 over the last 8 trading sessions, principally out of the recognition that as long as this stays more or less contained to Gaza with some limited fire, that we're not threatening key oil shipping lanes or seeing threats to major producers in the region. And I think that that's the correct reading, at least for the time being. There are still potential risks here. I mean, the missiles that are being fired out of Yemen, in particular by the Houthis, which is Iran's proxy in that theater, are continuous. And there are potential risks to shipping in the Red Sea and towards Suez. And there are also active attempts by Iran-backed militias, principally in Iraq and Syria, to engage American forces. And it is certainly possible as this conflict progresses, particularly if it looks like the Israelis are making greater progress towards their goal of completely eradicating Hamas, that you could still yet see some intensification from this so-called axis of resistance, as Iran's collection of militia allies is known. So we're not completely out of the woods here, but it does feel like this is not at a much wider oil supply risk. I would say the last point I will add on to this question, which is really relevant, is you might recall earlier in the year, Saudi Arabia and Iran were normalizing diplomatic relations. We effectively had a détente, which was, I wouldn't say brokered by, but allowed to be claimed by China as a guarantor of this agreement. And that was a very important agreement. In essence, what that did, it was basically having Beijing playing a role, in essence signaling both to the Iranians and the Saudis that its interests are that whatever happens in this region, that it has an interest in the continued flow of hydrocarbons to the world market. And it, somehow, both from a Saudi perspective, intended to insulate themselves from the kind of attacks that they had seen back in 2019 when Iran was directly targeting oil facilities in both Saudi and the UAE, as well as to kind of get a layer of diplomatic insulation. And so I think that's important to note that is still in place, and there are diplomatic exchanges really without precedent between Saudi Arabia and Iran during this period. So this weekend, the Iranian president is going to Saudi Arabia for an Organization of Islamic Conference summit intended to deal with the Palestinian crisis. And, again, that's an important, I would say, at least deconfliction channel as it relates to potential risks over the flow of oil.
Okay, thanks very much. Yeah, I think I would agree. I just maybe ask you if a complementary kind of thing is not going on where, completely opposite to 1973, the Middle East and indeed Russia needs to pump more oil, and the US is probably on side with that because, in order to keep the price of energy under control going into the election year. And the countries in the Middle East and Russia have their own reasons, the kind of the restructuring of the Saudi economy, for example, the Russia war. So there's really a kind of very different geoeconomic, or national economic kind of environment in the background here. So I tend to agree that the market has, come to the right conclusion here. Would you say that's a big factor very quickly as well? Or do you think there's some risk to that there might be some sort of a threat from the escalation, from the intensity of Israel's retaliation that could change that dynamic in the Middle East in particular?
No, I don't think there's, the supply restraint that we've seen from OPEC Plus, which is obviously Saudi-led, but in conjunction with the Russians, is done for each of all of their members' economic interests in putting a high floor under the price of oil. That will continue. I think with this pullback in oil prices we're seeing right now, along with some, as we have concerns about the global economy into 2024 and some early signs of softer oil demand here in the fourth quarter off of Q3, I think there's, rising expectations in the oil market that Saudi, which had intended to bring back or begin bringing back this million barrel per day unilateral oil supply cut from January, that it's pretty likely that is going to be delayed and that they will not see an interest in bringing those barrels back. I think that's obviously a very different thing from, say, anyone using oil as a geopolitical weapon. And maybe to your first point, Arnab, I think a broader interesting point here, which we've seen throughout the Russia-Ukraine conflict, as much as the United States and Europe very much want to impose economic penalties on Russia and reduce its ability to continue to prosecute this war, that is stopping short of taking the measures that would inflict a lot of self-harm in the West and around the world by actively going after Russian supplies of oil. So they created this price cap mechanism, which isn't really functioning very well. It's purely intended to maintain the flow of Russian oil while limiting revenues to Moscow, but not cutting it off. And likewise, the U.S. has been very reluctant to go after Iranian flows, which have picked up quite considerably over the course of this year. And in fact, there is criticism in Washington that perhaps insufficient implementation by the Biden administration of secondary sanctions is something that has allowed a big pickup in Iranian exports and revenues, and maybe this was a display of weakness that perhaps emboldened Iran to continue to be more assertive through its regional proxies. I don't see any appetite right now among the G7 to seriously go after oil flows from Russia or Iran. There are some bills in the U.S. Congress to try to start imposing sanctions on any refiners or shippers that carry Iranian crude. This has actually passed the House of Representatives. It's stalled in the Senate. And it's very difficult to see that actually moving forward going into an election year. So, it's just a fact of the messiness of this geopolitical environment where our own economic self-interest conflicts with using what would be one of the most powerful tools to actually try to go after geopolitical adversaries in this environment.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I think that's an interesting segue into to talk with Jude about the standoff, let's call it, between the U.S. and China. This kind of question of this conflict between a political or geopolitical objective that the U.S. evidently seems to have of trying to slow or contain China's rise, and its own, and generally global, Western, whatever kind of dependencies on China as the workshop of the world, and so on. Where do you see all of this going in the bilateral relationship between the U.S. and China in this context? And we were saying earlier that Alastair has done a lot of stomping on China. You were indicating that you wanted to stomp on China some more. So in that vein, how much stomping is there still to be done before it's really cutting off your nose to spite your face?
Well, thanks, Arnab. It's a great question. I'll try to stomp, but objectively, and I think this is one of those moments where, and I really appreciate Daniel's really great analysis there, but this feels like one of these moments where, depending on the trajectory of events in the Middle East, this will add potentially another, I think another sore spot in the bilateral relationship. Just quickly on the Middle East and then go to your larger question, but you've seen comments out of senior Hamas officials indicating that they might travel to Beijing. In the most recent Ministry of Foreign Affairs press conference in Beijing, Wang Wenbin, the spokesperson, didn't deny but didn't affirm those rumors. You've seen statements out of Hamas saying that the enemies of America are growing closer together, and he added China to that list. I think something that China probably at its heart believes, but would appreciate if officials from Hamas are not articulating publicly. And I think you're seeing China play a game here, which is somewhat similar to what it's been doing in the wake of Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which is try to create this veneer of faux neutrality when in reality you scratch the surface and you see that China is trying to leverage this, I think, to leverage the ongoing conflict to build its relations with the global South. So 3 months ago, if you were talking with officials from the Israeli government, they were relatively bullish about the relationship with China. Netanyahu was in the works of planning a trip out to Beijing. He had invested a lot in the relationship. And you've seen Beijing essentially do a full pivot and turn its back to Israel to condemn the attacks by Hamas, and it is really pitching its message, I think, to what it believes will resonate more broadly in the global South. There obviously Ukraine and the conflict in Israel and Gaza are different from the war in Ukraine simply by virtue of Russia being a much, much closer security and strategic partner than certainly Iran is, and certainly the Palestinian Authority or Hamas. But nonetheless, I think you're going to try to see China navigate in such a way that it can create a veneer of playing the role of peacemaker here while I think, trying to leverage this conflict to strengthen its relations in the global south. One quick thing I will say on this, though, is I think Beijing is realizing that the view from Arab capitals is not necessarily identical to the view in Arab streets. And what may play well to more populist sentiments and frustrations with Israel doesn't necessarily translate into what some of the Arab capitals want to hear, who have more of an equity in stabilizing this and bringing this conflict to an end. What is the reason I mention this, though, is because, of course, we're on the precipice of a meeting on the 15th. Although it's not officially confirmed, it's the worst kept secret in Washington, D.C. The Chinese are just waiting till the last minute to confirm Xi's attendance, simply because I think they want to avoid the prospect of announcing that he's going to the meeting and then having some sort of U.S. action drop in the intervening days, which would embarrass Xi. But this meeting is in a sense already taking place, in the sense that Wang Yi was just out in Washington. We had John Kerry and his Chinese counterpart Xie Jinhua just wrap up their climate consultations yesterday. Of course, Janet Yellen is just starting her own consultations with He Lifeng, Vice Minister in charge of economic policy. On Monday, we had a working group meeting on nuclear issues. And then last week we had some maritime consultations. So this is already starting to happen. But I think that's really what you're seeing is the great challenge here of the administration is working hard to try to build some stabilization into the relationship, get some concrete outcomes from the meeting at APEC. But I think the question for everyone is, and then what, right? We get through this meeting on the 15th. We have a list of some deliverables around military, mill-to-mill communication, maybe around fentanyl and the United States dropping sanctions against a Ministry of Public Security entity, and China therefore agreeing to step up interdictions of fentanyl precursors, a track 1.5 on AI and technology. Okay, we get that. Then I think the question is, we've got this conflict in the Middle East that is growing. We've got the ongoing war in Ukraine and some difficult politics happening here in Washington over the extent to which Congress is going to continue financial support. Beijing is playing an active role in both these conflicts, even as it tries to, again, put itself a bit above this and play the role of peacemaker. And this is stressing the bilateral relationship. And then I know we'll talk about this later. If you look at the calendar moving forward, this is not a propitious period of time to build on an APEC meeting. We have elections in Taiwan coming up just less than 2 months after the Xi-Biden summit. Next year, Biden is now going to have to pivot more forcefully towards running for re-election. And if you saw some of the polling that came out from the New York Times over the last weekend, it shows that Donald Trump is leading in 4 or 5 battleground states. So that's going to occupy a lot of Biden's time. And if you've got the principal focusing on domestic politics and not focusing on the U.S.-China relationship, I think it leaves it open to being buffeted by contingent events. So I think this is important not to be fatalistic about the trajectory of the U.S.-China relationship. Agency matters, leadership matters, but if we're thinking about how we should frame our expectations, we're not going to solve any of the big structural issues next week. We're not going to solve any of the deep lingering issues around mistrust. The administration is going to communicate to Beijing that on areas like Taiwan and technology, there's not going to be a fundamental shift in U.S. posture or strategy. Technology is an issue where I think the administration is trying to communicate to Beijing, you have to understand that this is the new reality that we're dealing with. And this is a place where there's going to be relatively consistent friction between the United States and China, because Democrat or Republican, I think the conventional view here is we need to have much more close scrutiny over technology flows into China, because those are, yes, those have civilian use, but I think a lot of lawmakers believe, but they're also going through door number 1, which is that they'll support continued surveillance and human rights abuses, or door number 2, which is that these technologies are going to bleed into the military capabilities of the People's Liberation Army, which might then be used against the United States. Whether you agree with that or not, I think that is the conventional wisdom here. So no fatalism, but I think a realistic expectation is we'll get a little bit of a sugar high coming out of next week's meeting. You'll see some reporting and maybe some over exuberance that this has been a big breakthrough. You're going to hear a lot of positive words coming out of countries who feel like they're caught in the middle of this great power competition. And so it's all to be welcomed. And this is, jaw-jawing is better than fighting. But nonetheless, we will wake up on the 16th of November and realize that we have many, if not most, of the big irritants in the relationship still, front and center.
Okay, excellent, and not very encouraging, except superficially. So that is probably the right way to think about it, and I would tend to agree. Maybe sticking with you for another segment in the interest of time, you brought up the Taiwan election. Alastair also referred to it, and the Foxconn prosecution, I guess, would be one way to term it. So a simple interpretation, maybe simplistic, is what China is trying to do is to prevent the president of Foxconn from splitting the anti-nationalist and anti-independence vote in Taiwan and sort of handing the election more strongly to the Vice President William Lai, who is more independence-minded than the Kuomintang candidate. What do you think is that the right way to think about it? What do you think is going to happen there, and what do you think the implications would be? Does that increase the risk of some sort of an event, maybe opportunistically, that the U.S. is already now somewhat embroiled, although it's not directly involved in the conflict, embroiled with material and supplies and men, women in the case of the Middle East, embroiled in two wars? A third front might be yet another challenge and leave the U.S. overextended, or is that putting it too bluntly?
Taking the narrow issue of the Foxconn investigation, I think there's a few reasons. I think it's probably less that this is an active attempt by Beijing to frustrate a non-DPP coalition forming, simply because Terry Gou is really not in the race functionally anymore. The coalition discussions are ongoing between the TPP and its chairman and presidential candidate Ko Wen-je, and then the KMT, especially under Eric Chu, who's the party chair. Just quickly on that, I think the math still does not look good on that part, simply because while both parties understand that you need a dance partnership if you're going to have a chance of unseating Lai, the problem is both want to be the lead partner in that dance, and that's really creating a bit of a challenge. I think Ko Wen-je's calculation is if he's not president, then really the TPP, then his position to basically push for the TPP's expansion as a political force decreases significantly. I think the KMT, whose candidate Ho Yo-i has signaled that he'd be happy in either first or second position. I think party chair Eric Chu is making the argument that we're in a better position. A sort of Ho first ticket is in a better position to win. So this really has to come to a head soon. The deadline for registration would be November 24th. But really, the discussion, if they want to have a mechanism to determine who will be president or vice president, they'll have to decide that really the next few days. So I think really what the Foxconn investigation is about is Beijing was upset that Gou entered the race to begin with, because it had, in the early days, it did challenge some of the mathematics of building a coalition. And the other thing is Gou made some comments several weeks ago about how basically he can handle the Chinese. And so Beijing, I think there was a few strikes against Gou, and that's why it launched the investigation. I would say at a time when you're trying to convince foreign capital that the Beijing economy is open for business, punitive political investigations of companies, it doesn't help with sentiment. But this is an issue where I think Beijing puts politics first. On your broader, much more strategic issue, I think this is why there's probably a marginal incentive for the administration to find a way to stabilize the overall bilateral relationship with China now, because yes, you're right. Even if the U.S. government likes to say it can walk and chew gum, and as Biden said, last week, for God's sakes, we're America, we can do all of this. I think we know the reality is this would be extraordinarily difficult challenge for the United States, both at a political bandwidth and at a material and resource level, to try to support 3 campaigns in 3 critical regions. I think the Chinese know this as well, which probably makes them feel like they have some additional leverage in the discussions that are going to happen next week. Now, I will just say, I talked about potentially sort of overreaction to the Biden-Xi meeting and thinking that this was going to solve everything. I think it's important to say, January is when the Taiwan election is a calendar event. Investors often get excited by calendar events because they're known knowns. Beijing will respond to a win by the DPP's candidate, William Lai, if that is what ends up happening. But I think Beijing is going to respond in a number of ways, maybe canceling one of its economic agreements with Taiwan that is currently undergoing its own review by Beijing's side, called ECFA. And I think they're going to respond with military exercises in the waters around Taiwan Strait to demonstrate their displeasure with Lai, who they have positioned as a pro-independence official, and Lai does have that in his background. I don't think this means China is preparing for an active invasion. I think China's still broadly working off of its playbook, which is about isolating Taiwan diplomatically, and especially by trying to demonstrate that the resolve of the United States is weakened, and therefore there's no white horse or cavalry going to ride in. And then as you've isolated Taiwan, you strangulate it through various encirclement measures on the economic, technological, military front, because the goal for Beijing is not to invade and occupy Taiwan, it's to compel Taiwan to enter into political negotiations. So as we sort of gear up for January 13th, I think that the expectation should be that there's going to be a response from Beijing. They're not going to wait till the May inauguration. I think they're going to come out of the gate swinging very, very quickly after the election, maybe or probably the day after. But we shouldn't then read from that this is the beginning of what is an inevitable conflict between the US and China in the next year. It certainly is going to be a geopolitically rocky year. And I think there's going to be a lot of justifiable concern about tensions in the Taiwan Strait. But let's remember that there's a lot of other places we should be looking for risk, and I'll just name one and then I'll stop, which is if we just go a little bit south of Taiwan, we get into the second Thomas Shoal in the South China Sea, and as everyone is looking at Taiwan as being the flashpoint, the place where we actually have an active live flashpoint right now is between the United States, Philippines, and China, as China tries to thwart the ability of the Philippines to resupply one of their ships, the Sierra Madre, that was intentionally beached on a reef out there, and the United States just felt the need publicly to basically read the text of our mutual defense treaty with the Philippines as a brushback pitch to Beijing. So we talk about a failure of imagination in not seeing Hamas's October 7th attack. I think in the Indo-Pacific, our failure of imagination might be looking at Taiwan as the place where we see these two countries, the United States and China, come to a head. But it may well be one of the many other flashpoints in the region that actually ends up being the one that drags these two into a crisis.
Okay, well, that's very interesting and also, equally discouraging, right? So a lot of things, as actually Alastair was saying in his session, a lot of things to keep on the table and, risks to be monitoring as events unfold. Maybe we can take a step back here and sort of discuss a little bit about how the whole series of important elections, not just Taiwan or the US, which we've discussed, but many other elections around the world might change, might have a global impact and kind of have some influence on how the international system evolves. I think one of the things Alastair was sort of laying out in his discussion is, in a way, how we're coming to the end of Pax Americana at the end of this geopolitical cycle. And I suppose there's a kind of sense in the world that some people argue we're heading into a multipolar international system. And maybe the BRICS and the BRICS Plus is an expression of that. Some people think maybe it's a bipolar system. I would suggest that the real problem that Alastair referred to, that the Indians and the Brazilians have with the expansion of the BRICS, is that the BRICS was supposed to be about a multipolar world. And its origin was actually a forum that used to exist in the 1990s after the Soviet collapse, called the RIC, Russia, India, and China, whose avowed purpose was not really economic, but was about trying to prevent or sort of undercut U.S. domination and unipolarity and ensure a multipolar system. And what China is doing with the BRICS is taking it into a more bipolar, or possibly ultimately unipolar in a different dimension or different direction kind of world. So my question would be, and maybe everyone on the panel can weigh in here briefly at least, what do you think that possibility is, and what do you think it would imply for, let's say, for Latin America, for the world as a whole, for global markets, for Asia Pacific? Maybe we can start with Fidel on Latin America. Do you think this is what's going on, or do you think it's really multipolarity, and what do you think it means for Latin America?
Well, first, let me talk a little bit of geopolitics in Latin America, and then we'll move to a multipolar and its implications to the region. So Latin America is starting a super cycle of elections. And let me start saying that Latin American citizens' faith in democracy is it's dropping. Only 48% of Latin Americans is supporting democracy as the ideal political regime. And this is coming down from 63% just a decade ago. So democracy is not fulfilling its promise of raising opportunities and improving the quality of life in the region. And this is creating grounds for the appearance of populism and magic solutions for the region. And this is not convenient in a year that, as I mentioned, there's a super cycle of elections starting next week in Argentina. And there's a saying that God gave Argentinians Lionel Messi is the best soccer player in the world, the Golden Globe championship last year. So God said, I think it's too much. I think I overdid it. So to compensate, God said, I'll give the Argentinians the choice of electing Milei or Massa next Sunday. So anyway, any candidate that wins next Sunday election will face a very tough situation in Argentina. Inflation's running around 150%, no growth, and fiscal and external unsustainability. So tough challenges. Milei is proposing a dollarized monetary system, which raises a lot of questions, a few answers. But perhaps the most important one is if it's getting the support of the IMF. As all of you remember, there's a package that was approved to Argentina, over $50 billion, that is beginning to be repaid. So it's crucial, the support of the IMF, in order to see if Argentina is viable or not. The alternative is the incumbent, Massa, the economic minister. It's surprising that the economic minister of a country that is running such high inflation is leading or was leading the polls. So continue with the super cycle of elections. Next year we're having Mexico in June. And what is very likely is that Mexico is going to elect a woman president. Currently it's Claudia Sheinbaum, who's very likely to become the first woman president in Mexico. That is also very exciting in terms of gender parity, because Mexico is the stereotype of the Latin American macho. So having a woman president, I think, gives a lot of hope for gender parity in the region. But other than that, the key issues remain the same. Drugs, violence, trade, and migration with the US, that will be the agenda. And for many, Claudia Sheinbaum will be like an upgrade to the current situation. So no surprises, no geopolitical surprises there. Other elections in the region will have less global impact, but it might be of interest of people in this audience. Like 3 of the most stable, some of them with investment grade economies, are going to elections. Dominican Republic, Uruguay, and Panama. And the good news is that they are running very strong macroeconomic indicators, growth, and that creates opportunities for what Gorky mentioned in his presentation. So emerging market debt has proven to be resilient and gives a lot of opportunities in terms of yield and attractive carry. And lastly, very little economy, but a very interesting case. You will hear in February elections in El Salvador. So you're going to hear a lot of Bukele and Bitcoin and its national security strategies. So that will become headlines in the newspapers. There are some other elections, some other political tensions in Latin America, but that's the panorama for the rest of 2023 and the rest of the 2024. And of course, this is in the middle of world economic fragmentation, which was your main point. And more than multipolar, bipolar, it's economic fragmentation that is very costly for Latin America. Like a few years ago, there was like 500 trade, investment, and other type of economic barriers. Now it jumped from 500 to 3,000. So this will cost the world GDP around 7%. That's a lot of trillions of dollars, equivalent to the GDP of France and Germany combined. And this is very costly, obviously, for Latin America. So this is not an ideal situation for taking advantage of globalization. So the challenge for Latin America is to tackle this situation with some reforms that can increase competitiveness and productivity and take advantage of current free trade agreements, especially with Asia, that is still growing very, very fast, although it's declining. China is declining, but it's still 5% or over 5% for one of the largest global economies. So there are multiple economic opportunities to take advantage of those niches. So I'll stop there, and maybe we can talk about other issues in the other questions.
Sure, thank you very much. Alastair, what do you think? Are we seeing the last dying, gasping breaths of Pax Americana, and what lies after? Bipolarity, multipolarity, unpolarity, I like to say.
I want to go back to what I was saying earlier about the tech war and its significance in all of this paradigm. America is very, very serious about the technology war, and this isn't something which is recent. This goes back actually to the Obama administration when there was a bit of a wake-up in Washington about the whole technology paradigm and rivalry with China. I think it's difficult to overestimate how serious these technology embargoes could be for China per se. I think a lot of people have been gulled a bit by the launch of the Huawei Mate 60, which actually depends on, yes, a fairly advanced microchip developed by SMIC, but it was developed using deep ultraviolet, not extreme ultraviolet. Extreme ultraviolet is pretty much monopolized by American-controlled or strongly influenced entities. Trying to make advanced microchips using deep ultraviolet was what brought Intel to its knees. And there's no reason to suppose that China is going to be any more successful building genuine high-tech 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer chips using deep ultraviolet. There's no reason to suppose that China is going to be any more successful at developing extreme ultraviolet, particularly in the absence of ASML machines, which are basically a global monopoly in making these things, than Intel or indeed anybody else has been. Now, what that implies for the world is that before very long, as my colleague and collaborator Richard Windsor has been explaining at length over the last few years, we're going to have 2 technology standards worldwide. We're going to have a bifurcation of technology standards. We're going to have an American-led standard, which is going to be 3 nanometer, 2 nanometer, 5G, 6G, and we're going to have a Chinese-led standard, which is basically going to be dependent on the technology equivalent of a Volkswagen Beetle, 22 nanometer, 18 nanometer, and so on. And other countries are going to have to choose which route they're going to go down. And I think if you want an indicator as to how bipolarity, multipolarity, or whatever is evolving, then what happens in the technology sector with technology standards over the next few years is going to be very, very interesting indeed, particularly as regards which standard these so-called middle powers, the Turkeys, the Saudi Arabias, and so on, South Africa, some of the Latin American countries, which standard they choose to take on. Because the direction you go on that is going to be importantly indicative as to go back to what I was saying earlier about trying to find that midpoint where you balance your relations between Washington and Beijing without getting too close to either and too far from the other. I think where you go on technology is going to be a useful indicator of where you're going to be sitting on that spectrum between what is essentially, and let's be clear about this, essentially what we still have is, with all due respect to China, we still have one superpower. China is not a superpower by the conventional definition of the world, for all the fact that it is a major global power. The EU is not a superpower. It doesn't have military capability, for example. So it is lacking there. So we get too excited about this at the moment. We have one predominant power and a couple of other very, very important powers, and then a lot of middle powers. And I think the pattern will be set in part by what happens in the technology sphere.
Thanks. Okay, very, very interesting, and I think I would completely agree. I think one country you didn't mention, this is not nationalism. India. I'm a native of India, but I'm not a nationalist, unlike, say, the Prime Minister and others.
Well, let me say a word about India then, because clearly India is becoming a major power. I think India is going to grow to be a still more major power. Back in, I think it was 2002, I had a discussion with Robert Blackwell, who was then US ambassador in Delhi and has since gone back into academia and has written some fantastic papers, particularly on US-China policy. He and Ashley Tellis published in 2015, I think it was, a very important paper called A New Strategy for China, which basically could be summed up with one word. I'm sure Jude is familiar with the paper. The one word I would sum it up as is containment. Now, I don't necessarily agree with everything Robert has said by any means, and I certainly didn't agree with his getting the idea into George W. Bush's mind that India was a natural ally for the US. I think we've seen very clearly over the last few years that India will continue to make its own way and make decisions which, presumably Modi, still, I think he will win the next election, believes are in India's best interests. It sees itself as a leader of what we now call the Global South. Hate that term, but we all know what we mean by it. And it will continue to try to find this middle way. But let's keep in mind when we're talking about flashpoints, South China Sea, Jude, I agree entirely with you, India-China border, very dangerous flashpoint. India has a big neighborhood problem. You know, Henry Kissinger, another thing Henry Kissinger never actually said is India lives in a dangerous neighborhood. But if you were going to think about India in a dangerous neighborhood today, you wouldn't be thinking about Pakistan. You'd be thinking about the border in the Himalayas. you'd be thinking about Chinese attempts at rapprochement with Nepal, Bhutan, and all that sort of stuff. And we've seen India getting closer to the Quad process, which was not an American invention. In fact, it was a Japanese invention. They came up with the idea of the Quad. We've seen the Malabar naval exercises and so on. I think India is going to find it very hard not to get closer to the West simply because of its fractious border relationship with China. But it will continue to try to steer that middle path. In the meantime, India is one of the countries which stands to benefit enormously from the tech war, because clearly we are going to see more tech moving into India in the foreseeable future in terms of foreign investment and domestic investment. I'm quite optimistic about India economically, a little less optimistic about it politically.
Yeah, so I think I would agree, and I think India, along those lines, probably moving towards that American technology standard and away from the Chinese one in many respects. So, Gorky, let's extend this to the economy and the markets, right? I mean, when, I think following on from what Alastair said about the US still being the predominant power, when you look at the macro performance, you look at, GDP or GDP per capita, it seems to me that the US and Canada are leaving the rest of the West behind. And, arguably, middle income trap, whatever, there's a sense of that going on with regards to China as well. Do you think that's the case, or do you think it's much more balanced than that because of all the issues the US faces, fiscal and otherwise?
I think that's largely the case. Let me make a couple of quick observations before I get into your question. Quickly back to oil, right, and the Israel-Gaza conflict, and we talked about how it seems not to be priced in the markets, this elevated risk, right, that we did not know before October 6th. I think the other way to think about this is, where would oil prices be today absent the conflict, right? They were on a pretty quick downtrend into the conflict, right? So you could say, well, crude, Brent might be $5 lower right now absent the conflict. So there might be some risk premium, that's priced into the conflict, right? Of course, we cannot possibly measure that. I agree completely with Alastair's observation, right? The hegemon US is undisputed, and I don't think it's in decline. I think we're, a long time away from that being disputed. I think and I'm going to frame your question in the context of the a bipolar world, right, where we have the liberal democracies represented by mainly the U.S., Western Europe, and a number of other countries, and then we have the autocratic ones, right, the political capitalist countries, China, prime example, right, where central government, command economy dictates what the private sector will do, and they will allow prosperity to some degree. Because that's really what has, kept the Communist Party in power, along with, keeping social peace, social control in order. But I think this model increasingly becomes exhausted, right? And I don't see that the world population aspires to that world, right? You don't see people wanting to migrate to Russia or China. People want to migrate to the US and, bulk of Europe. And I think that's the model that in the long run is going to prevail. And I think we begin to see, countries that are falling into this middle trap because they're not doing middle income trap, because they're not doing the reforms they need to do. They're not opening up their markets. And yes, we're in the context of a less globalized, maybe it's not deglobalized or deglobalization, but it's clearly an environment where things are, the world is decoupling. And I think that Latin America, that lives in a relatively safe neighborhood, compared to Europe with the Russia-Ukraine conflict, compared with the Middle East, and compared with Asia with China, Taiwan, is not taking advantage of that. I think this whole global South idea is a massive distraction. Brazil should be playing a leading role today in providing security, to some degree, to the global economy, location, resources, and instead of siding with the BRIC idea that's become essentially a universe that has animosity towards the West, that's really what unites the global South, that's completely short-sighted. So the fact that Mexico is benefiting from nearshoring, friendshoring, whatever you want to call it, that's just a result of it being, happening to be neighbor to the US. Mexico has not really done anything, to attract that. It's just falling off the sky. right? So Brazil would have to do more because Brazil's a little bit further down south. But I think that's the opportunity that Latin America is missing. And of course, this is medium long term, right? So yes, back to your question, I think this gap will continue to increase in terms of high middle income and the countries that are falling into this middle income trap. I don't know how we get out of this. I don't know what triggers, right, potentially that. I'm constructive, broadly speaking, medium term, but I think we're going to have to see some realignment. Fidel talked about the political calendar in Latin America that's pretty heavy. And yes, we have rotation. That's the good news, right? We don't have autocratic governments in Latin America. We may have the governments that are not, the best for the economy or that the markets would not, want to see, but it's a system that functions and there's a level of, of rotation and change. But I think the alignment right now that's, going into the global south, mainly, Brazil in the region, I think that's completely misguided, I'm afraid.
Very interesting. I think I agree with you. I would maybe even go a little further, right? I think it's been the case that a lot of time throughout history, geopolitics has driven these economic changes. Like if you think of the Marshall Plan and the reconstruction of Europe, or indeed the reconstruction of Japan, the integration of Korea and the newly industrialized and small countries in Southeast Asia into the American market during the Cold War, there were lots of forces like that. And I suspect that some of that is taking place with parts of Asia and particularly India and South Asia at the moment. And I do agree. I think Latin America is missing a trick here. Last night at the cocktail party, Fidel, you and I were talking a little bit about China's relationship in this regard with Latin America. And I wondered if you wanted to share those ideas with the group about China de-risking or...
Yeah, I think it is important to realize that China was very active in terms of its economic and political relationship in worldwide, but especially in Latin America. With the Belt and Road Initiative, China approved $1.3 billion of financing to more than 150 countries in the world. That is financing that is more than the US, the World Bank, and other multilaterals combined. So there were a lot of financing of infrastructure, mining projects, and others that were very dear to the Chinese interest. And there is a sense that some of the countries can rely on Chinese financing rather than going to the IMF or to bilateral financing from the West. And I'm afraid that that's not the case anymore. And perhaps Jude can add to this, but like from 2014 to 2017, China approved 3 times as much as the US was giving finance to Latin America. And right now it's roughly the same. It's just 30% more than the US financing to the region. So rather than increasing their exposure to countries especially in Latin America and also in other low-income and emerging markets economies, China is now focusing on helping countries that are highly indebted, and they are focusing on restructuring their debts. According to A-Data, for example, the 2 main public banks in China have an exposure equivalent to 58% that are under restructure or will need restructure. That's compared to 5% a decade ago. So the quality of the portfolio of Chinese lending in Latin America and emerging markets is deteriorating after obviously the shocks of the pandemic. I think rightly, countries increase their levels of public debt to face the cost of the pandemic and the economic downturn, but now they have to live with a higher debt, including the Chinese debt. So this has put many countries in a financial distress situation. According to the IMF, 60% of low-income countries are either in distress or in a high probability of distress. So from now on, I think one of the main challenges for countries will be to tackle financing constraints, how to restructure those debts. And in this case, relying on China is no longer the case because it's China's de-risking in the region. So basically, countries that are facing high levels of debt, including the Chinese, will have to basically to sovereign and do its homework to build a more sustainable fiscal path and consolidate their public finances.
Yeah, I think I would agree. I think you know, the days of relying on China, if you're in, you know, quote unquote emerging market or global south, you know, probably much more nuanced and complicated than they used to be. Jude, I wonder if you would want to add anything to what Fidel said about China's relationships and financing in Latin America?
No, and actually Fidel mentioned the report I was going to mention, which is Aid Data has just a fantastic, fantastic report, which really breaks this down. So he said anything I could say, but said it better.
Okay. Well, maybe we can now try to bring all of this discussion to some extent, at least, towards the markets and the economy before we move into Q&A with all of you. I guess one, you know, kind of theme that's out there from time to time, maybe it's more hype than actual reality, is this question of de-dollarization. Much as Argentina might want to dollarize, or at least some people in Argentina, and of course Ecuador itself is dollarized. There's this kind of idea that's out there, driven particularly by this geopolitical tension and the Russia-Ukraine conflict, the sanctions and the freezing of Russia's reserves by the US and the rest of the West, and also this debate that I'm sure you're all familiar with about seizing those reserves and redeploying them for the financing of, as war reparations for the reconstruction of Ukraine. There's this push for de-dollarization, right? And the BRICS Plus, you know, famously the president of Brazil said the dollar, using the dollar keeps him up at night. And interestingly, they decided to study a BRICS currency rather than use the renminbi. So I guess, you know, my question for the group would be, do you think we're heading into a multi-currency world, or are we still, you know, with something that still looks like US predominance, still in dollar dominance? Maybe start with you, Gorky.
Sure. I think it's undeniable, right, that if we look at the last 20 years or so, there's been a degree of, I don't know if it's de-dollarization, but there's degree of diversification of reserves, right? Dollar reserves used to account for, I think, 70% of international reserves 20 plus years ago. That's now, and as of 2022, slightly below 60%, I think it's 59%. Where has, you know, that 10% gone? A lot of that is gone into euro, right? Even Europe before 2020, they did not exist. Before 2000, I'm sorry. Renminbi continues to be, I don't want to say marginal, but it's like less than 3% of international reserves that are held in renminbi. Pound is pretty much pretty stable, same as yen. So I don't see an alternative to the USD, right? Geopolitical hegemon, that's not going to change. Size of the market, liquidity, you know, pretty much the world at large holds and accepts the USD as you know, reserve currency. Transaction trade happens in dollars. I think it's a chimera, the idea that the BRICS can come up with a, you know, with a currency that would function, right? I mean, I think Lula and Argentina, or Fernandez and Lula have talked about, you know, a bilateral currency. I don't see Argentines holding, you know, wanting to hold reais, or Brazilians wanting to hold Argentine pesos anytime soon. So I think that's completely a distraction. But yeah, I mean, you cannot deny that there's a degree of diversification away from the USD, but I think it's more about, you know, other options as opposed to events like the Russia war that triggers, you know, the sanctions that you talk about now, that, you know, made people more hesitant to hold USD because of this blanket, sometimes, you know, sanctions that can be deployed and can be, you know, pretty destabilizing.
Right. Yeah, I think I completely agree with you. I'll just put in a plug here for an Invesco white paper that we've just released called De-Dollarization Dilemmas, and we essentially come to the same conclusion, right? There's a degree of diversification as well taking place in payments around the world, particularly with China's trade moving into renminbi. But most of the system continues to be dominated by the dollar, and I think we would agree, precisely for those reasons, the depth and liquidity of 12 trillion of reserves. It's very hard to park that in the US, anywhere other than in the US, and expect to be able to move it very quickly, even the euro, let alone the renminbi. And as I would say, I think it's going to be a long time, and it's going to take a lot of change in China. Payments may be another factor. Technology could make a difference with CBDCs and so on. But reserves themselves and the role of the dollar in pricing in international transactions, I think, is going to remain. A lot of what we've been talking about and what Alastair, flagged, I think, very early on, very rightly, is a rise of trade barriers in these periods of and endpoints of geopolitical cycles or end phases. With that, right, we have not only the reemergence of trade barriers, we have industrial policies, we have the shift in the Washington Consensus that was referred to. What do you think this means for policymakers in the world at large and emerging markets and Latin America in particular? What should they be doing? Monetary policy, fiscal policy, regulators, what should they be doing, Fidel? Does it make any difference?
No, thank you so much for the question. Alastair mentioned in his previous presentation, very kindly, that the next decade should be Latin American moment to shine. As a Latin American, I'm very grateful with your statement, but unfortunately, I do not share Alastair's optimism, at least in the very short term. Latin America is going to grow in 2023 by 2.3%. Not much different of what is going to grow in 2024. So it's the lowest in emerging markets economies. It's only a little bit over Europe, which is facing a war. So there's a divergence in Latin America regarding other regions of the world, and that's very unfortunate. And 2.3% is clearly not only very low, but insufficient to tackle our main challenges, basically poverty reduction, inequality, climate change, and obviously violence and drug trafficking, which is affecting most of the Latin American countries. So in the very short term, I think that the prospects do not look so bright. Obviously, 2.3% is still positive. So as Gorky mentioned in his presentation, we are reducing our growth, but we are not crashing. That's the case for Latin America as well. But clearly is insufficient to tackle our main challenges ahead. So I think that to take advantage of what Alastair was mentioning in his presentation, there has to be a tectonic change, especially in the political front in the area, but also along the lines of a new Latin American consensus. So basically just move over the Washington Consensus or the new Washington Consensus. I think that was another distraction for the region. And the new Latin American Consensus should move along at least 3 lines. Well, basically regaining stability and growth, that will be the main pillar. That should be done through sound macroeconomic policies and a strategy that encourages growth, competitiveness, productivity. That will be like the core of a new consensus. We need to regain growth. Second, delivering social policies that strengthen human capital accumulation through education, health, social protection, and security. Obviously, reducing inequality, which is one of the gray rhinos in the region. We know that it's there, and we tend to underestimate. And from time to time, We have social unrest, political instability, and that's a risk factor that we shouldn't oversee. A third element is climate. We have to include climate and the climate crisis and sustainable policies in our agenda. Perhaps that was not included in the original Washington consensus, but right now it's a crucial element, especially for a greener transition. Most of especially the South American countries, rely on fossil fuels and mining. And the greener transition has to give the opportunities to the countries to develop alternatives, sustainable alternatives to especially fossil fuels, oil, gas. And finally, a fourth block would be strengthening democratic governments to build more resilient, transparent, and accountable political institutions to fight crime and corruption. I think one of the elements that is eroding the trust on democracy is precisely corruption and also impunity in the region. So that's a complex situation for Latin America, but I think that the potential is there. The potential is there. Our biodiversity and the closeness, the environment, our neighborhood, as you said, is safer than other neighborhoods in the world. So I think that we have to put our act together.
Sounds like quite an agenda, and I wouldn't disagree at all. What do you think, maybe I ask both you and Gorky, what do you think all this means for interest rates and the unobservable neutral rate that you sort of mentioned at one point, Gorky? That, there's the New York Fed estimates of the neutral rate are that, if anything, they haven't changed, but I guess because of the demographics and the debt, weighing on growth and productivity. Yet what we have is an enormous amount of fiscal activism. We have trade barriers, we have inflationary pressures. It was very interesting, the poll that you did. Nobody thought that the Fed would hit the inflation target, would miss it by quite a lot actually, and yet would cut rates. And maybe that's in keeping with the New York Fed's idea that the neutral rate has, if anything, stayed stable or fallen rather than increased. But I think you can make an argument that that the neutral rate has increased, and that is because there are all these shocks going on that we're responding to with greater intervention. And they're redistributing activity around the world through supply chain reshoring, friendshoring, so forth. Maybe there's a big increase in productivity in the US taking place, right? The rise in the unemployment rate and the rapid growth of GDP would suggest that that is the case, right? So I wonder where both of you stand on that, and then maybe we can close up after that by talking about the markets a little bit, investing, and then open it up to the floor for Q&A. And I should say, we've been granted some extra time until 12:15, so you'll have to be hungry for a little longer, but maybe we'll give you food for thought in the Q&A.
I mean, that's a tough one, right? I think it's not observable. It's not observable in the US. I mean, if I think about potentially one example that maybe, we'll learn a lot about, in the next 12, 18 months is Brazil, right? Brazil is operating at much elevated rates, and it's still delivering, pretty good growth for Brazilian potential and Brazilian standards over the last few years, even Mexico, right? So I'm sure Fidel will have some observations in terms of the broader region, but I'm not sure that this is necessarily productivity gains that's behind this. It has to do with some of the, supply chain dislocations. We still don't have the full effect of that massive policy deployment, right, related to COVID, fiscal, monetary, that we're still dealing with. But it's very possible and in a way hopeful that, these economies can indeed operate at higher levels of inflation and higher levels of nominal and real rates. So far, that seems to be the case. I mean, countries are kind of struggling. Maybe Colombia is a good example, right? Colombia had, having a pretty steep slowdown in growth in 2023, but it's also kind of a payoff to growing, strongly in 2022 relative to, the rest of the region. But I don't think I have, a clear answer to this question, and I wish I did.
Yeah, me too. If I knew, though, I wouldn't tell anyone, obviously. I think, Alastair, you wanted to come in on this.
Yeah, I'm always interested in conferences like this, how seldom the word Europe comes up. We barely mentioned Europe today. I mentioned it a couple of times, more or less en passant in my presentation, particularly about the Mercosur-Europe negotiations. Sometime in the next few days, Europe is formally going to put Ukraine on the track for EU membership. It has a target of expanding by probably a minimum of 7 members by 2030. Now, I don't believe for one moment that that target is actually going to be met, because we all know that everything in Europe tends to take longer. Even by Zambian standards, the Europeans can be remarkably slow getting from A to B, and trust me, that is saying quite a lot. But what we are looking at with a major expansion of the European Union on the cards within the course of the next decade, let's say, is some fundamental reforms in Europe. More issuance of common debt. There are going to have to be moves towards fiscal union. Now, you may sit there and snicker and say, but Berlin is never going to settle for that. And maybe it will, maybe it won't. I'm looking at Marco at the moment, and you're laughing at me. But let's be clear about this. Europe has got to evolve in terms of economic union and governance in general if it is going to expand to being 25–30% bigger in terms of number of members than it is at the moment. It won't be an easy process, but I think we're going to see some pretty fundamental changes, albeit it's something like a snail's pace in Europe in the foreseeable future. And those are bound to create investment opportunities, investment risks as well. But I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that we are actually talking about one of the world's biggest single economic entities here in the European Union. And that even without the UK in, which should make the decision-making process a lot easier, Europe is going to be a major player in the global economy, and it is going to have and do things which are going to impact on our thinking as investors and impact on our portfolios. So let's keep Europe on the agenda, please, ladies and gentlemen, and not just treat it as a bit of a sideshow. It is very important.
Yeah, I think this is an excellent point, although I would suggest that maybe there's a kind of challenge, a trade-off between a wider European Union and a deeper one, right? And so, I mean, of course, if there is a fiscal union, you know, that Berlin and others agree to, that could be an alternative to the dollar, right? Because then you would have a reserve asset that had depth and liquidity on a scale to match. But of course, we keep hearing about these Hamiltonian moments. And dare I say it, there should only need to be one Hamiltonian moment in order to get there. But nevertheless, I totally agree. I mean, Europe is very important, and we should pay more attention to it. Fidel, coming to you, any views on interest rates and the neutral rate and the markets?
I totally agree with Gorky and you. It's very uncertain. But let's go to first principles. I think that one of the main explanations of why interest rates were so low or even negative in real terms was demographics and the saving gluts. And behind that, there was a huge current account surplus in China that was triggered down to the world. Those were basically the main explanations of why the interest rates were so low in the decade before. And now there are some fundamental changes. I think the world's running fiscal deficits. Debt has increased, so we're living in a higher level of financing needs. And China is also still running current account surpluses, but much lower. Demographics are still there, but so there are some structural factors that make us believe that real interest will be higher than what we have seen in the decade before. Of course, the level is not observable. It's uncertain, but I believe that there's all these structural factors that make us believe that it will be higher. But let me mention something regarding Europe. Europe has been absent in the Latin American context. Maybe or maybe not. People remember that last July there was the summit of the European Union and Latin America. It was in Brussels. And it happened after 7 or 8 years that there was no summit. There was basically no strategic contact between Europe and Latin America as an economic bloc. And the agenda in Brussels was kind of delicate because Europeans have one major issue, which was requesting solidarity from Latin America in their war against Ukraine, which was far from the agenda of the Latin American countries. So there's like a schisma there of at least broken communication. And I think that we have to rebuild that strategic alliance between Latin America and Europe. And one building block is, of course, trade. Trade between Mercosur and the European Union will be a major breakthrough if it's approved. It has been discussed for over a decade, so it's time to get this deal done. But of course, move beyond the war in Ukraine and focus on things that are of bilateral interest: investment, migration, trade, and security. I guess those are the things that will mobilize a deeper strategic relationship between Europe and Latin America. Right now, the agenda is, I think they have some important topics like digital agenda. That's important, transformation, innovation. But we have to move beyond that to things that are of real interest to Latin American citizens.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you for that. I think we've gone around the world in 80 minutes, indeed, and so now it's come time to open up for Q&A. And if we need, we do have an extra 15 minutes, as I mentioned, until 12:15. So please ask questions. Otherwise, I'll continue to do so.
Yeah, so here we have some questions from the audience as well. And the first one is regarding Turkey particularly. So you see Turkey that is located strategically, even has a role to play in both conflicts, both major conflicts now in the world, right? So it's located in Europe. It is also one of the most powerful countries in the Middle East. What role do you see playing Turkey in all of this?
Okay, so I think that's Daniel and Alastair. Maybe Daniel, do you want to weigh in?
Yes, I'm happy to take at least on the Middle East side. The truth is that Turkey has a fairly limited role to play in this immediate conflict because Turkey is much more aligned with Muslim Brotherhood forces in the Sunni world, along with the Qataris, and that has a greater affinity towards Hamas. And Turkey really can't play a role as an interlocutor with the Israelis in ways that, say, the Egyptians or the Jordanians or the Emiratis and even the Saudis can. And Turkey is actually moving to limit or break relations with the Israelis, and I would say that Turkey is actually out of step with at least the goals of certainly the G7 governments minus Japan, along with quietly the Saudis, Emiratis, and Egyptians are all more or less aligned with the goal must be the removal of Hamas from power in Gaza, as much as all of those countries, including the Arab countries quietly who want the same thing, would hope that this conflict can be ended as quickly as possible and with minimal damage to Palestinian civilian lives, which of course is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to have happen. But the Turks, I think, are a little bit on the outside in when it comes to a diplomatic role with this conflict in particular.
Alastair, would you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'd agree with all that. I think in many respects, because obviously for emerging market foreign exchange traders in particular, Turkey is a very important player in the markets. And Erdogan is very good at talking a big game. Let's be honest, he's very good at pushing Turkey in there. And Turkey certainly has a lot of sway as an irritant. Let me put it that way. We've seen that in the case of the Swedish and Finnish accession to NATO. I do find it interesting the way in which Erdogan is able to do U-turns here and there. Israel and Turkish relations with Israel going back over the last 22 years or whatever is a particularly good example. I have to say, though, that I think a lot of the problems which the wider world has with Turkey today, the European Union has a lot to answer for. By more or less committing to a serious accession process for Turkey 20 odd years ago, and then saying, oh, but we didn't really mean it a few years later. If Turkey had been brought along that track seriously into European Union membership, I think we'd be looking at a somewhat different Turkey today, politically and economically, despite Erdogan's particular nature, because clearly he is an autocrat by temperament when it comes down to it. And he does see himself as a latter-day Ataturk, as we've seen even this year with the 100th anniversary of the Ataturk process. Now, so the question I have to ask, and I do not know the answer to this, is in looking to that expansion, will the European Union be prepared to consider Turkish membership, accession to the European Union, again, seriously? I suspect the answer is no. They're going to continue to say it's too big. Oh, and by the way, it's too Muslim, which is invidious in my view. But if we saw Turkey back on track for EU membership, I think we'd be looking at a very different Turkey in 10 years' time to where it's likely to go as a continuing irritant, spoiler, a power you can't ignore, but which really doesn't have that much power when it comes down to it. And again, just to go back to the closing slides of my presentation, if Donald Trump becomes president of the United States in 2025, given the personal tensions which have been between him and Erdogan during his first term of office, who knows what could happen then?
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah, he's certainly capable of making U-turns, right, on interest rates, which he used to say, you know, you cut interest rates, that's how you get inflation down.
Even by the general standards of political leaders, he's remarkably economically illiterate, right. And that's quite a high hurdle to get over.
Indeed. He just knows better than the rest of us. But anyway, unless, Gorky, did you want to say anything about Turkey?
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree fully with, you know, the whole membership, right? Yes, the EU kind of pulled the plug a little, but it was Turkey at some point became also an interest, right? AKP, the whole reform progress started to regress. So I think it's, you know, on Turkey as well. And at this point, I don't think Erdogan would be interested at all on that notion of EU membership. I mean, he punches way above his weight the way, you know, where he has it now. No reason to, you know, get membership. Politically, it would be very diluting for him.
It's, first of all, obviously, it's very important to keep in mind that we talk about Africa and, you know, there is this cliche that Africa is one nation. Well, it isn't, patently. It's 53 countries. If we look at West Africa today, Francophone West Africa seems to be remarkably coup-prone going through this period. We've got a lot of Russian interference there and so on. You do have some countries in Africa which are doing really well. When I talk to investors about Africa, the most important point I make to them repeatedly is you have to treat every country on its individual merits when you're looking at them as investment opportunities. Now, having said that, clearly Africa is very, very rich indeed in resources, raw materials. A lot of the strategic minerals which are going to be vital for the decarbonisation of the global economy will come from Africa. Whether they can be gotten out of Africa in a reasonable manner, which is going to benefit populations as a whole, is absolutely right. I remember when I took some Germanophone investors to Rwanda in 2009, and we had a meeting, we set up a meeting for them with Paul Kagame, and inevitably the question came up, what about the Chinese and corruption? And Kagame, of whom I have to say I am not an unqualified admirer, let me be clear on that, came up with an answer with which I agree entirely. The Chinese will do business with you, and you have the opportunity to set the terms of the business. And if government leaders in Africa want to do business with China in a way which is uncorrupt and benefits their population, they should be setting the lead on that. It's up to Africans to sort this out. Now, I live in the only country in Africa which has changed power at the ballot box peacefully 3 times. This is 60 years after most of the end of the colonial era. And Zambia has its problems as well. But the key thing is that if Africa is going to make a major contribution to the global economy and benefit its own citizens, its own people, over the course of the next foreseeable future, Africans have got to do that for themselves. Now, the Chinese will play an important part of that. It's a cliche in Africa, but it's a valid cliche. The Chinese give us roads, the Americans give us lectures. And, you know, in the end, I look at Zambia and I see the roads, I see the airports, I see the electricity, the dams. I was saying to somebody last night, your average Zambian will say, please let the Chinese take over our national electricity company rather than us repaying our debts. Take it as compensation, because they'll run it a lot better than we do. And we have a good president at the moment. So despite that, we still have that line. So Africa is part of the global economy. It's deeply connected with China. It is doing a lot better in parts. It's doing a lot worse in some parts. But it does have an important role to play, despite my earlier comment. Thank you for raising the question, because, again, it's one of those areas which has barely come up today. Geopolitically, it's probably even more forgotten than Latin America in many respects. But we need to be looking at investment opportunities in Africa, and we are talking about investment opportunities here. After all, we need to be talking about them country by country. And if any of you are interested in investing in Zambia, do come and talk to me over lunch.
If I may add just a tiny follow-up on that, by 2050, I understand that about 8 of the top 10 countries in the planet, in the population-wise, will be in Africa. Will that translate into opportunities or in just more people?
It'll probably just translate into more people, sadly. Africa, for reasons which have never been particularly okay, it's come back. Africa hasn't gone through the process which we've seen in Asia in particular, where as a middle class has emerged, birth rates have gone down spectacularly. I think in Zambia at the moment, we're still talking about something like 5 children per woman of childbearing age, which is shocking. That's one of the handicaps with which Africa has to deal. The second is the profound impact of climate change in Africa, which I feel even, I live on the Zambezi River at the southern end of Zambia, just outside Livingstone. We are actually in the Kalahari Basin, and if it wasn't for the Zambezi, we would not have any commercial agriculture in our area at all, because the rainfall levels have, excuse the pun, precipitated dramatically in the last couple of decades, and they're still going in the same direction. So those challenges have to be dealt with. And I'm going to put some of the onus back on the Europeans here, because unless or until Africa can get better trade terms with Europe than it has had over the years, aid is not a substitute for trade, I'm afraid. Europe is going to continue to fail to address its problems over migration out of Africa to Europe. The problem is deep-rooted. It is not going to be solved by naval vessels in the Mediterranean and the English Channel. It is only going to be solved by more equitable trade relations.
Absolutely, I think
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Virgil Mendoza from Northern Trust. Taking into account that a lot of the people in the audience are central banks, I'm particularly interested in a grey rhino that may turn out to be a red herring, which is the question of the dollar as a reserve currency status. And a friend of mine who's actually in the audience once said to me that the problem for us is that we have an inelastic demand for the US dollar. And so my question is, and I think it's particularly for maybe Gorky, Fidel, and Arnau, what do you think it might take, really, for the dollar's reserve status to come really to be questioned properly? I think we came to the conclusion that that's not likely to happen, but what would it take for the reserve status of the dollar to be properly undermined?
You have to have an alternative, number one, right? Which is...
There isn't one at the moment, but there is a TINA trap, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I cannot imagine, right, an event that would overnight, I guess, change that dynamic, where we would have, complete migration away from the USD, right? It's not going to be a geopolitical event, I don't think.
I think I would agree. I would suggest a couple of things might change the course of those kinds of events and circumstances based on history, right? So I imagine that if the US were dragged into an open, direct conflict or provoked one itself with another aspiring geopolitical hegemon, without naming names, and lost, that's usually been the case in history, right? Throughout history, we've had leading currencies, international currencies that have been provided by the leading economic and military power in the world. So if that changed, that could...
people to fill in the gaps to make it work. And you end up with a high dependency on those people who are creating those spreadsheets. And maybe that's on a huge number of them, maybe that's on certain individuals. And that becomes unscalable, that becomes a risk factor. I'll give you a little anecdote. There is a central bank, will remain nameless. They're about 60 billion or so in assets. They have a huge amount of spreadsheets, as we all do, set up. One of those spreadsheets was there to monitor their risk and compliance against their strategic asset allocation. They would plug in their investments into it, that would flow through, it would run the analysis, the macro, against their strategic asset allocation. After about 10 years, they decide we're going to change our strategic asset allocation. They then took that macro, they took the new strategic asset allocation and they plugged it in there and it fell over. It didn't work. The guy who wrote the original macros had left. They had no idea how to fix the problem. They thought, well, we'll create a new one. They create a new macro over here. Before they plug in the strategic asset allocation, they think, well, let's take the old one and put that in there and just cross-check to see if it's right. They plug it in and it is way out of whack. So they've been running their investment portfolios for a long time, totally out of whack with their strategic asset allocation. That, of course, carries a risk. They have a choice. Do we do a fire sale? Do we need to sell off assets, buy new assets? It also involves a rather embarrassing letter to the deputy governor in charge of reserves. So that's a real-life rationale for why these things cause challenges and the data dependencies and how they feed down into some of the basic functions and risks. So that's in the past, or maybe the current. But let's look at the opportunity and looking at data as an asset. And I think a number of the different technologies and approaches, I would say, rather than necessarily just technologies that are out there, can really help you transform your data into a liability, potentially into an asset, and really federate the access to that. But you need to free the data from the application. So just a visualization here. I've got 4 systems here. This is what they currently look like. They're all interconnected. There's dependencies across all. If I want to change application, if I want to change application A, I've got to regression test it with B, C, and D if I'm going to extract that out. I also don't know that the data, that if I change that going into C, it might well feed into B and D. So I've got this data chaining effect. Now, when I change the relationship between these applications, and I put in place what we would call a data fabric layer, or a data mesh it can be called as well, and then I connect those applications up to there, I now have a single point of connectivity with the data. I've separated out the data from those applications. I've simplified what's happening in those applications to processing. And now if I want to change application A, I simply need to regression test it with that data fabric layer. And I can be reliant on the fact that the data that's coming from that data fabric, if it's the same data being consumed by A, B, C, and D, it will be consistent because it's coming from that golden source of data. And so within that data fabric, we can then create data products, we can then create derived data products, and then we can allow self-service access for those users downstream. Just mindful of time, just moving on to what does this also mean you can do? So it's not just about your own data. You can also use that enterprise data management platform to start embedding market sources of data, credit ratings, internal sources, other systems of data. And because you're going through a consistent data framework, you can move all of the quality control checks left, move them upstream at the point of capture, and then make that available downstream. You can put in place pre-configured rules and validation checks downstream. But you can also look at the external sources and optimize how you manage the access to market data, for example. So where you have big parts of your business that are very, very data hungry, require a lot of unstructured data or time series data in the research space, for example, rather than having individual business areas going out to sourcing that data, you can then aggregate that data through a common sourcing, common governance, common framework, and make it available across the whole organization. We may well dig into some of these a little bit later, but in terms of then the framework and the model you put around that, some of the other elements that are really important around the data management approach, the training and the resources, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, the mapping of assets, the sort of the metadata, so we understand what are the common data dictionaries, also an involvement in the selection of platforms And then the final bit there on the data ops side, that's essentially all of the work that needs to be done to cleanse the data so it can be used downstream by AI, machine learning, whatever we so wish. So if we think about that's what the art of the possible is, in terms of then the value that that can then deliver, you can really start to deliver value across the 4 elements of an operating model, across the people, the process, the data, and the technology. From a process perspective, it's obviously around optimization, it's around simplification of that, it's around removing the point-to-point integration. From a people perspective, you're allowing people to focus on value-add tasks, so removing the data crunching of it, that becomes part of the architecture, and allowing them to add the value on top of that. Data culture is a very interesting one at the bottom there, and we'll talk a little bit more, I'm sure, in the panel about that. You know, that's critical. If you get that right, and that is having people within the business who value the practice and encourage others to adopt the practices across the organization, they're your evangelists, then that's absolutely critical. From the technology piece, removing the point-to-point silos, reducing those user-defined tools, the macros, etc., around it. And then from a data perspective, really having a data-first approach and data ethics. You know, just because you can use this for machine learning and AI, should you use it? What's the right type of data to use for the right problem? You know, the old, if you torture the data enough, it will talk. That's true, but you may get an outcome that you don't particularly want. So just to wrap up then, some of the 4 considerations that I think you need to look at when we look at any sort of data architecture and transformation. The first one is around strong executive leadership, and that's really getting buy-in from the board. It's from 2 factors. There's a budgetary element to it, which needs to be agile as you create new data models, but there's also a time. This is not a program that needs to be put in place and is going to be a 6-year time horizon, but it is an ongoing program you need to iterate on and deliver value. You've got to have the board bought in. Culture, as I mentioned, is absolutely key. You need to have those champions across the organization because they're going to potentially have to give up legacy systems. They're going to have to look at new ways of sourcing that data. And so you've got to have people bought into that. Not everyone, of course, but you need to have your evangelists across the organization. The third one, and probably the least important of all of this, is the technology. You use whatever technology you need to use, but empowering the business units to be able to self-serve on that data and then federating technology to them to be able to do data analysis is very, very important. So it's more a structural thing. And then the final one is around buy versus build. You know, there is a recognition that you can't do everything yourself. The challenge is that, you know, build is very hard. Buy, there's not one vendor, one person that can do everything really well. And so there is a third option, which is around configure. And that is how you can work with partners to bring together a bit of buy, a bit of build across organizations through a common data framework lens to drive optimal outcomes. And that's where having the right foundational technology architecture allows you the flexibility to do that, not just for today, but for going forward as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Ben Bobroff. Happen to have 2 Bens in the panel, so Ken Bobroff, thank you so much, and we'll be having Ben Steiner now in the next session. So Ben is a lecturer at Columbia University. We met Ben in one of his previous incarnations at BNP Paribas, where he was a senior portfolio manager in quant strategies and so on. And he was brought to us thanks to Paul Younes and Loop Capital. So thank you so much for that. So Ben, go ahead, please.
EK, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it helps. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to follow Ben. That was Ben number 1, I'm Ben number 2. My background, as EK mentioned, was as a fixed income portfolio manager before I joined Columbia to teach. I now teach, I'm an academic, and I'm enjoying being here, so thank you all very much. This is a truly spectacular venue, so it's an honor to be invited, and thank you all for being here. Before I begin, I can't help but notice the list of words on the left-hand side. Finance is at the bottom. Artificial intelligence is at the top. 20 years ago, we called it being a quant. I was a quant 20 years ago, and the portfolio managers wouldn't even sit on the same floor as us. The IT departments looked down on us, and whenever there was a desk reorganization, we would always find ourselves with the desks by the bathrooms or by the toilets. So to be a quant 20 years ago wasn't much fun, but now we're being invited to these sorts of events to talk about AI, so thank you very much. The world has come on a long way. I'm going to start off by doing something I always tell my students not to do, which is I'm going to read something out. And you'll understand why in a moment. Let's talk about generative AI. We're standing on the precipice of technology's dual promise and peril. On one hand, it holds the potential to revolutionize industries, while on the other, it raises concerns of a doomsday scenario. Today, we're going to explore where the reality really lies, and it's somewhere in between the hype and the horror stories. From content generation to human-like language understanding, AI has evolved very quickly. It's already impacting our daily lives, and the debate around its future implications is intense. Is it a force for good or potential threat? Some fear that generative AI could lead to a dystopian future where machines outpace human abilities, leading to job losses and ethical dilemmas. Are these concerns justified, or do we stand to benefit? The debate on the future of generative AI is far from settled. It's a critical conversation that affects us all, and today we'll dive into the possibilities, the challenges, and the risks surrounding this transformative technology. Now, the reason I read it out is because I didn't write it. It was written by ChatGPT. And these pictures don't exist. I didn't create them. They were created by DALL-E. So what would probably have taken me an hour and a half to put together, probably took me about 3 minutes. And that's just an example of the type of potential that we're dealing with. So what are we going to talk about? I'm going to start by talking about the definition. Then we'll talk about the impact of generative AI. Something very important to me is the limitations, weaknesses, and when not to use it. A lot of people are talking about when you should be using it. I want to make sure everyone understands some of the downsides. And finally, talk about different perspectives. Depending on who I talk to, consultants, fintechs, VCs, banks, asset managers, central banks, academia, different people think about LLMs differently in generative AI. So let's get started. What is generative AI? Well, these are algorithms used to create content. And that content might be text, it might be images, it might be video, it might be data, it might be code. But the critical thing is there's a creation element. These algorithms are creating something new. That's in contrast to recognition or classification. Older AI, traditional machine learning, statistics that we used to call it, when there was a prediction involved, it would work on recognizing or classifying and looking for patterns. This is about the creation. So when we're talking about generative AI for language or for text, we're talking about LLMs, and they already are having drastic impacts. I want to say one word of warning and clarification. Generative AI, GAI, is different to AGI, artificial general intelligence. And let me just spend a few seconds explaining why. Artificial general intelligence is the theoretical ability for the machines to do what humans can do. We don't have that yet. What we have is narrow AI or specific AI, where we build a system to do a specific task. And that's what LLMs are. They're specific systems to mimic human language and respond with language, but they're not artificial general intelligence. There's no consciousness there. There's no sort of superhuman brain there yet. Same letters, different order. So generative AI will reshape work. It already is. This is a picture from a study done by a set of academics at Harvard, Warwick, and MIT. And you can do this right. There we go. On the x-axis is quality. And they partnered with a large consultancy company, and they looked at about 750 consultants, and they gave some of them ChatGPT, and they gave some of them no AI. And basically, the blue are those that did not use AI, and then the green and the red are those that used AI. And as you can see, sort of the quality of the output of these consultants went up. And the consultants using ChatGPT outperformed those who did not by a lot on every dimension, however they were measured. So they finished 12% more tasks, they completed tasks 25% faster, and they produced 40% higher quality, basically this chart here. And those are big differences. They could do more, they could do it faster, and they could do it better. So AI is definitely a productivity booster. It helps people do more with their time. That's the first sort of takeaway. But it's also a skill leveler. And what I mean by a skill leveler is that those consultants at the beginning of the study that were fairly mediocre got a lot better with AI. But those consultants that were already quite good, they got better, but not by as much. So the mediocre got much better, the very good got a little bit better. And that's pretty profound, because what that means is the types of things that we're teaching students and the types of things that we attach a premium to, the knowledge and the skills that we think people should know, actually, you can get them without investing a lot of time, according to this study. AI can also be seen as the assistant or the intern or the junior member in the team. So think of the person who's just come out of school, who's very qualified academically, but has never managed money, who's never worked for a professional organization. You'll trust them with certain things, you won't trust them with everything. That's sort of the role that generative AI can follow. I want to say a word here on the doomsday scenario, which is, is AI going to kill us? Well, I don't think so. But in the same way that someone with good intentions can do more with AI, somebody with bad intentions also can. So, am I allowed to walk around? I do this to my students. And my students hate it because they think, oh no, he's coming back to the back of the room now, he's going to talk to us. So in the same way that a good person with generative AI can do a lot, if someone is trying to do an influence campaign on social media, if somebody is a scammer or a confidence trickster, they can do their negative things much quicker than they could before. So it's not going to be the AI doomsday, it's going to be much more that somebody who's got bad intentions can be more productive. So it's the human is doing the damage, not the AI. So what works, what does not? Well, what are LLMs good for? As I'm sure a lot of you have experimented and played with, they're great for writing assistants and creating content. They're also great for writing code. Ben mentioned Python in the previous session. My Python is pretty mediocre. I'm like one of those consultants. I'm not a great Python programmer. You don't employ me for my Python. But me with ChatGPT is very, very effective. So I'm using it as a code writing assistant. And the last one there is about idea generation. Asking for 10 suggestions, and then the human can pick amongst the suggestions, accelerates things much quicker. What LLMs are not good for is facts, for answering factual questions accurately, or reasoning to understand relationships that might not be in the training data. There's other ways of dealing with that, but they're not LLMs. They're more structured models. But the fact is, we don't really know yet what the generative AI can and can't do, because we're still experimenting. But one thing I want to emphasize is not to confuse the fact that it sounds human with the way that it can reason. So don't be taken in by the linguistic fluency to indicate the reasoning. The word of the jagged frontier is here, and this is an illustration of what generative AI can and can't do. So to explain, imagine a circle where the center of the circle is the easy stuff, and as you go further and further out in the circle, things get harder and harder. So this dashed line here is the line of things that humans find equally difficult on the dashed line. And then the blue line is the frontier that AI can do. So everything on the inside of the blue line is the things that the AI can do. Everything outside the blue line is a thing that AI can't do. And the key point is that there's certain things that humans find easy that AI finds hard, and vice versa. So just because we find something hard doesn't mean that AI will. It gets more complicated. The frontier is jagged, but it's also invisible. We can't see it. We don't know where we are on it. This is a conceptual model that consultants put out. And we also know it's expanding. As models become developed, as things grow, this is expanding. So that's a way to think about what AI can and can't do and why it's so complex to understand why we can't get our hands around it. So what can we do? Well, we can show a demonstration. So let's assume that I'm giving a presentation at the FLAR conference, and I want to ask ChatGPT to make me a LinkedIn post. No one writes LinkedIn posts anymore by hand, or some people do, but it's much easier. We get ChatGPT to write on our behalf. So I start off, I give it the prompt to write a prompt, and it comes back, it spits this all out. Unfortunately, it says FLAR stands for the Federación Latinoamericana de Bancos Centrales. There's no BC at the end of FLAR. So I asked, what does FLAR stand for? And then ChatGPT responded, FLAR stands for Bancos Centrales. And it thinks that there's the acronym Bancos Centrales in FLAR, which is clearly wrong. So then I said, are you sure? Or FLAR does not stand for that. So I'm arguing with the ChatGPT, and it's telling me, no, yes, it does. So I then asked for information about this made-up organization. Who was the president? Who were the members? When was it founded? And it tells me it was founded in 1978, which is correct. It tells me it's in Bogota, Colombia, which is correct. But it's put the date June the 7th in there for some reason. And I don't think June the 7th means anything in the FLAR's incorporation documents. More worryingly, and with apologies to Dr. Uribe, it thinks the president of FLAR is somebody else. It thinks the president of FLAR is Pablo Hernandez de Cos, who is not the president of FLAR, obviously. So it's hallucinating. It's making mistakes. Why? Well, because it keeps seeing the word central bank. And in its dictionary, in its language, it knows that when it sees the word central bank, it sees the governor of Spain quite often. So it just put those words out there. It dumped the words on the table. Unless there's something we don't know and the president's changing. But it's made a mistake, clearly. So this is an example of a hallucination. The second problem is that if we do the same thing a second time, we're going to get a different answer. So I'm going to ask for the same question. It gives me my LinkedIn post. I ask it to clarify what does FLAR stand for. This time, it's going to get it correct with a bit of prompting, because I put the words, are you sure, in there. And if there's uncertainty and the words, are you sure, it's triggered something and it's behaving differently. And it now says, FLAR stands for Federación Latinoamericana de Bancos Centrales, so it's got it wrong. Are you sure? And now it says, FLAR typically refers to the Latin American Reserve Fund. So it's made the correct connection, but it's unable to get the abbreviation correct. So it's not saying Fundo Latin America de Reservas. It's not coming up with a formal title. That's correct. And then I ask the second question again, and I'll fast forward this, but to cut to the chase, it gets the president correct the second time. It features Dr. Uribe's name, and it will find the correct. It doesn't try to put the day in. So the key point is I'm asking similar questions. It's coming out with different answers. If I'm trying to audit this model from a model risk management perspective, I can't do that if it's inconsistent. So I ask it to tell me more about FLAR. Who's the president? When was it founded? Who are its members? And this time, successfully, it says Dr. Jose there we go, Uribe. So you've kept your job. Congratulations, sir. So it's inconsistent. So hallucinations are a problem, inconsistency is a problem, and there's a whole long list of other problems that people like me that are concerned about model risk are worried about. So what I want to emphasize is, with the caveat that we have the problems, what can we do? Well, a human and a machine is obviously better than a human or a machine. There's two ways of working. We can have the human delegate tasks to the machine, or we can have an iteration between the human and the machine to develop the prompts. But AI makes mistakes, as we saw. And there's a concept where the humans fall asleep at the wheel. This basically means that if the humans trust the AI too much, that's really bad for the humans because we're not checking anymore. And if the two happen at the same time, there could be bad things depending on usage. So from a model risk perspective, AI is still a model. Things can still go wrong. And the regulation of model risk is a hot topic. Just last week, there was an executive order from the White House in the US. There was a big summit in England at Bletchley Park in Milton Keynes, where 28 countries came together to sign a declaration on AI trust and AI safety. This isn't yet resolved. There's a lot of questions that need to be asked, including who owns the model? If I build a model on AWS using Hugging Face with somebody's data and something goes wrong, is that my fault? Is that the foundation model? Is that the data provider? And so on. So these haven't been resolved yet. I want to say a quick word on differences in perspectives. I speak to a lot of fintechs and VCs and big techs and consultants, and of course, they're very bullish. They think that everyone should be using LLMs everywhere. Yesterday. But when I talk to the big banks or the asset managers, they see a difference between the VC funding driving these projects forward and the legal liability holding them back. And the big problem is there haven't been enough court cases yet. There hasn't been enough legal precedent set that if something goes wrong, who's liable? So what they seem to be doing is a three-step process, and they may or may not get to the third step. The first one is individual productivity. What can the individuals do to make them better on the individual level? Second one is tools around internal knowledge transfer. How can we get the organization's knowledge into other people's hands quicker and more effectively? And the third step that they may or may not get to is using these tools with external clients. Because I haven't met a compliance officer yet who's going to sign off on letting LLMs give financial advice or interact with at a serious level. In the interest of time, I won't say too much about the regulatory or the educational perspective. Maybe we'll get to that in the discussion later. So where can we use these? Well, for creative tasks where there's many good answers, that is ideal. If there's only a single correct answer and there's no relevant training data, that ain't a good use for generative AI. When it comes to falsifiable output, when it comes to answers that have a right and a wrong answer, ask for opinions and suggestions, don't ask for facts. And there's a concept between a stationary system and concept drift. A stationary system is like aerodynamics or pharmaceuticals or physical sciences. A concept drift occurs often in finance. What drives the returns last year might be different to what drives the returns next year. So if the world is changing, be very careful and insist on having relevant training data. But the best indication of where these can be used is where do you spend your time? Because that's probably a valid use case. If you're doing repetitive tasks, meetings, emails, taking minutes, reading minutes, sending emails, trying to reclaim that time in an organization is, I think, one of the very, very big uses. So what are the key takeaways as I start wrapping this up? Well, the pro and the con, and it's in the words themselves, we can supercharge people's productivity. But generative AI can be overconfident, and that's the risk. The ideal usage is on low value add, repetitive, and time-consuming tasks. Replying to emails that I don't really want to reply to. Writing basic Python code and things like that. taking meeting minutes. When there's no creative tasks, writing posts on LinkedIn, or factual tasks, if I have enough information and knowledge to be the filter. And then the warnings were around the training data needing to be representative and relevant. Model risk management hasn't evolved far enough yet, nor has regulation. So obviously the things happen first, then the risk management catches up. And there is this concept of the humans falling asleep at the wheel. So what I wanted to end with was this poster that was in Manhattan that Paul sent to me last month, which it says, AI took my job, is the headline. But then the subtext says, to the next level. So the point is that, yes, there's a fear about AI taking jobs, but used as a tool, it can help people do their job better, faster, quicker, and so on. So my recommendation, my final word would be experiment with these tools, see where they can help you, but don't forget about verifying the output and make sure it's okay. Thank you all very much.
Which one? All right. Yes.
So thank you, Ben Steiner, or Ben too. So we have now Steve Suarez. He's the founder and CEO of Horizon X Consulting, and that's very new company he just founded. And previous to that, he was the global head of innovation at HSBC, and he spent there some 20 plus years. So Steve, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me the slot right after lunch to talk to you about quantum computing. So I'm going to look around to see how many people I can get to fall asleep. Oh, is that better? You guys hear me? Okay, good. Thank you. And I'm also joined by Markus. Markus, are you on the Zoom?
Yes, I am. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you, and I'm sure we'll probably be, oh, there you are. How you doing, Markus?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Cartagena, and thank you for joining us. Look, Markus, our job in the next 15 to 20 minutes is to make sure we don't let these guys fall asleep and we tell them about quantum computing and everything that's going on, all right? So
Absolutely.
We'll go ahead and do that. I'm going to go ahead and skip through. I think you've done my introduction. Markus, why don't we start giving your introduction? I know you and I were supposed to be in Barcelona at the same conference, but Antonio asked me to come here, and I wanted to make sure I made Antonio happy. But then you couldn't make it, so it would be great if you can just give the team a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for having me. It's an honor to be able to speak here for you. My name is Markus Pflitsch. I'm the chairman and CEO of Terra Quantum. Terra Quantum is a quantum tech company, which I founded 5 years ago. My background actually is in quantum physics. I am a quantum physicist, worked at CERN in Geneva in the area of quantum field theory, then left the space to also become a banker for more than 20 years and a corporate finance expert. And then wanted to combine those two things, coming back to the passion of my life, quantum, but really commercializing it. The time for this is now. And subsequently, Terra Quantum has grown to one of the largest global quantum tech companies meanwhile.
Thank you, Markus. And I think we'll just go into the slides here. Can we go ahead and just move it to the next slide? There we go. So I think the important part about quantum computing, and we'll get into what it is, because I don't know if everybody knows what it is. It's an exponential ability to have an amazing impact on everything that we work on. And I know, Markus, this is probably one of your slides that you want to cover off about some of the leaders, the profession that really started this and where this started. So Markus, would you mind kind of starting us off? And then on the next slide, I'll cover off kind of what quantum is, and then you'll get into the technical part because you're the physicist and I'm not. So
absolutely, pleasure to do so. So, you know, with today's quantum computing, we are really standing on the shoulders of giants. It were brilliant minds like Einstein, Heisenberg, Planck, Schrödinger, all these great physicists who laid the foundation of quantum mechanics actually circa 100 years ago already. So the fundamental discoveries have been made 100 years ago. But today we have all the engineering expertise now to transform this into quantum computing. And that then shows an exponential speed up. And if you ask me what's the most exciting about quantum computing, it is exactly this. Think about a business where the underlying trend is the exponential function. And that is exactly what happens here. We have a exponential speed up in compute power, and that offers tremendous opportunities and threats. And that's why it is a global race, actually, for superiority, sovereignty, and security. You have to own the value chain in quantum to not get dependent.
Excellent. Thank you, Markus. So let's kind of get to what it is. Does anybody know how a classical computer works or how you program into it? It's binary bytes, right? So it's 1 or 0. It's either on or off. And the good thing about quantum computing is that it's both. You're in a quantum state where it can be in both states at the same time. And so what's really powerful about this, if you took 10 qubits, which that's what you compute in quantum, if you took 10 qubits, that's equivalent to 16,000 bits. Not a lot, right? 10 qubits. If you took 500 qubits and entangled them, it would require every atom in the known universe to be able to compute with the same power. And so just to give you a sense of the exponential power of this technology and what it can have, we'll get into what use cases are being done, what are we running to, and where we are on that landscape. The intent isn't to kind of scare you into what's going on. The intent is to understand the technology, look for the opportunities, and also understand the threats, but then be vigilant, and be vigilant on when does this curve hit, when do these technologies get to the point that it's going to affect you, central bankers, economists, and how this technology is going to work. But to get into a quantum state, there's 3 key things that have to happen. Markus, do you want to kind of just quickly talk about the 3 key things that have to happen to be in a quantum state?
Sure. These physicists, which we just mentioned, found out one fundamental principle of nature. Every object can be described as a particle, but also as a wave. And with quantum computing, we go into that wave representation, actually, of an object. Every object is described in the Schrödinger wave equation. And if you think in the picture of waves, you have all these things like wave behave. Yeah, you have interference. You know, throw 2 stones in the water, and you see the circles it makes, and you see the superposition of those waves. So these principles, the first one, superposition, means that you know, those waves superposition in its states, and that multiplies the potential states. In the language of a qubit, and in quantum computing we talk qubits and not bits anymore, it means that, you know, it can have any value in between 0 and 1. Thus, kind of, you know, the number of states is just exploding. In addition, the various qubits can be entangled. Entanglement means that you can entangle 2 objects in a way that you then tear them apart, and then you change and modify one object. The other object instantaneously recognizes it and correspondingly changes its behavior. They are, in a spooky way, actually entangled. Einstein called it the spooky long distance effect. So we, until today, do not really know why nature behaves like it, but we know exactly that these 2 principles, superposition and entanglement, work, and we make them work within a quantum computer to exactly create this exponential speed up by combining those 2 phenomena.
Yeah, and Markus, if I can just add, just kind of simplistic terms, imagine you had an atom and we entangled them, and the other atom was on Pluto. And you know that long distance. The minute this atom goes to 1, that atom goes to 1 as well. So forget about connection, communication on the speed of light. It's on the quantum phase that it's just not really explainable, which is why people as smart as Einstein couldn't explain it, but we know it to be a fact. And we're using those technologies to see how we can speed up computing. Now, there's a lot of technical stuff, and I'm sure we can get into the questions of it and drive it through. So you guys want to know, what are the use cases, right? And so how does quantum work? And quantum isn't for everything. It's not going to, everybody's going to have a quantum computer. They're very specific use cases in what gets done. And I guess, Markus, if you want to quickly go through these use cases, and then I can throw in some examples as well.
Of course. So in general, you can say every big data analytic cases in the fields of optimization, simulation, or machine learning will be affected or disrupted by quantum computing, right? We can write quantum algorithms which are just so much better than classical algorithms in these fields. The general rule is the more complex the case, the use case is, the better in general it should be suited to be better performing on a quantum machine. And you potentially also have heard that the quantum hardware isn't really scalable yet. So we are still working to make the hardware really scalable. But it's not a question of when. It's just it's not a question of if. It's just a question of how fast will we write that exponential curve. And what we can achieve today already with so-called hybrid techniques, where we simulate the hardware to create the platform to deploy the quantum software already today, is the following. And I think I mixed up those two circles. Within simulation, we get up to a 200 times faster simulation power than the best-in-class classical simulation. In optimization, more than 15 times faster. Machine learning gets 30% more accurate with less training data, actually. And, those potentials which we can achieve today already on hybrid systems can be transformed really into substantial savings or additional revenue opportunities. Last but not least, a quick sentence on cryptography or security. Besides the performance opportunity, you also have the quantum threat. Every classically encrypted code will be hacked by a future quantum computer of enough size. The good flip side of this threat is that you can, once quantum encrypted, make your communication ultra safe. So really quantum encrypted communication protocols where the whole world has to migrate towards are so safe that even the best universal quantum machine in the future will not be able to hack it. We are entering the final endgame on cybersecurity here.
And I think that's a good point. We're using this technology for security. So the only people that could break this technology is you have to break the laws of quantum physics to be able to access this. And it's a very neat thing, and I'm sure we'll go into the questions. I'm conscious of time. I'm going to go really quickly through some of these, Markus, and I think maybe we'll spend a little bit of time on the use case, and then I've got a session after the break where I can get into some of the details and some of the stuff you and I have been working on. But this is affecting every industry. There's use cases. Boeing is using this technology today to help build its fiber for its aircrafts, the 787 Dreamliner, and they're doing the carbon fiber on the outside of the plane. Pharmaceuticals are using it to bring pharmaceutical drug discovery a lot faster. Financial services, Markus is going to cover it, but every industry, the impact is immense. And one key fact I'd like to throw out is that 1.5% of the world's energy, today 1.5% of the world's energy is used to create fertilizer. It's actually unbelievable. I didn't really know that we use so much energy to create fertilizer. It's because we can't simulate it in nature. And so we can use this technology to be able to do that, which will have a tremendous effect on climate change and carbon capture and a lot of different technologies. So Markus, why don't you cover off some of the why this is important for our finance folks, and then.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I mean, these are, just some excerpts out of the, media and in particular Terra Quantum's world in the field of financial services. Financial services is one of the industry which will be most impacted actually by quantum computing. I heard, the speaker before us was talking about the quants in banks. Yeah, we see now the same people kind of beginning a quantum revolution. All the portfolio optimizations will be quantum enhanced. The Monte Carlo simulations will be. So a lot of work within banks to quantum enhance all these tools and applications. We, for instance, at Terra Quantum have the great pleasure to work with the leaders in that field like HSBC, but also various hedge funds who take advantage of it already today.
Thank you, Markus. And I mean, I think from time perspective, can I get a time check? How much? I know I'm a bit over 5 minutes or 5 minutes. Is that all right? Okay, good. Markus, so what Markus has been doing is he's working with governments. Not everybody can have a quantum computer. And so to access this technology, you're still going to need to access it with classical computers. You saw that there are 4 specific areas where quantum can outbeat classical. But the way it's going to work in the future, it's going to be a combination of both classical and quantum, and it's hybrid quantum, where you're going to be doing this through the cloud. Now, Markus is doing some really great stuff, and just one of the countries he's working with is Germany. And so, Markus, do you want to just quickly talk about the work you're doing with Germany? And by the way, this is a chandelier. It's a quantum computer. The bottom here holds the chip. That chip down there, it's 3 times colder than space. It's some of the coldest places in the universe to actually get the chip to be able to operate because it gets so hot. And if you see the kind of the twirling cables, they have to be twirling because if not, they would snap and break. And so this is what inside of a quantum computer looks like today in the superconducting. But yes, Markus, if you want to just add in there.
Yeah, very quickly. I mean, the future of the usage of quantum computing is a hybrid future. We'll always mix the best of breed of classical supercomputing and available quantum computing. This is because some of the algos, don't have a speed up with a quantum computer, some dramatically have, and you have to put these things together. You have to integrate it into the classical IT infrastructure. That's why we have created a cloud environment, and indeed, on a contract for the German government to build the cloud-based access for German industries to access quantum computing. And that's a seamless kind of flow. You can actually, from your laptop, access the library of available quantum algorithms, and then via standard APIs, access the cloud environment. And under the hood of the cloud, you'll find just the best of breed of available chips, classical supercomputers, simulated qubits, and native quantum chips to really get the best performance out of the available hardware.
And I think we should end maybe with a use case you and I worked on. I won't talk about the bank. You can look at my profile, what bank I used to work for. And so we worked on a use case, and I just to give you the sense of magnitude on a project. And I can tell you, when I first got into quantum computing, I was a skeptic. I'm like, oh no, this is not going to work. The more I actually started educating myself and understanding the potential of this technology, the more I understood it's not a matter of when, and it's not a matter of if it's going to happen, it's a matter of when it's going to happen. And how can we use that technology? So Markus, why don't you just quickly, we'll do that, we'll end on there, and then I'll open it up for questions when we do our panel, a little bit about quantum, but we can talk about innovation as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, here what you see is a use case which is, I think the bankers here in the audience are very familiar with. It's the collateral portfolio. The large banks have a huge collateral portfolio sitting on their balance sheet. The large banks, circa $1 trillion in collateral. It has to be optimized in terms of, e.g., underlying risk-weighted assets, liquidity and financing needs. So it's actually today a mission-critical optimization algorithm to optimize the collateral portfolio. And if you can move the needle just by a few basis points, it's already a large amount, right? And here, what we look at is a situation where we have a 400 billion collateral portfolio. We were looking at all the requirements and constraints in that classical algorithm, developed a quantum algorithm who can achieve these things, run it on the hybrid platform, and we achieve 6 bips in terms of performance improvement. And that can be translated into around $240 million in annual recurring cost savings by just moving that one algo out of the classical into the quantum space. Again, that is what we can achieve today already. Those 6 bips potentially will be 30, 40 bips in the future with more mature native quantum hardware. But why wait for the 40 bips if we can already today get the 6 bips? The key message is for banking, there is a lot of use cases where we can enhance performance with quantum already today.
And the important part is what we're talking to you about is not theoretical. This is actual results that we're seeing. And you have to dive in. It takes a lot of work. It's very complicated. But if you're willing to kind of put in that, you can drive that. And I can share some of these slides. So you can see, I'm sure you'll see some of the use cases around exotic pricing, value at risk, stress testing. I'm sure there'd be a lot of requests to do proper stress testing and using this technology to do that. But I'm going to let you guys go to coffee, and then in the panel, we'll open it up and we'll get into some questions. If you want to connect with me, we'll be able to connect. Markus, thank you very much for dialing in from Barcelona, and I'll definitely pass on your contact information.
Please do so. It was an honor to speak to you. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to take a break, and we will reconvene at, what is it, at 3 p.m., okay? 3:30? Okay, 3:30.
There we go. Okay, so this is a cloud question. So you're supposed to put a word, or and you can put several words only at once. But after these three presentations, what is it that you have in your mind? What thoughts, idea, either fears or opportunities or confusions or whatever may come to mind? So if you can help us with that. And so after that, we will be talking about initially do a small debrief on each of the presentations, and then we get in a dynamic trying to get together the different perspectives. I guess we're making you think too hard, or
is it as soon as they submit?
Yeah,
there we go.
Here we are. So let's see. I need to catch up. Welcome. Yeah, that's hallucinating. That's hallucinating in many senses. Not only the model hallucinates, or it makes you hallucinate as a human. So productivity, efficiency, Mad Max. That's a new one. I hadn't thought of that, but yeah. Disruptive evolution, tools, new era, better potential, speed, exponential computer power. I need to catch up. I read that one. Productivity keeps coming up. Challenge, unknown.
Productivity.
I need to catch
Very.
Mad Max.
Yeah. Okay, so I was, maybe we can begin the conversation. I was, I see that the main that pops up is productivity, and it's followed by efficiency, and then I see some things like fascinating and winners, losers, innovation, inhuman, computer, evolution, opportunities, challenges, disruptive. But I was kind of perhaps the group to be leaning more towards the fears and seeing the productivity and the efficiency element that comes to.
Well, they'll be scared after this.
So that catches my attention. I don't know, any reactions from you guys?
Oh, it's good. It's optimistic. Most of it is optimistic. Pretty good.
I think when you look at all of them, the overarching thing is change.
Change.
And whether that's exponential compute power, whether that's difference in speed, whether that's all of those elements, it's change. Like, it's not going to be the same now as it will be in 2 years, as it will be in 5 years.
Yeah.
And that's only going to increase over time.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So then we can begin maybe on the session. I wanted to first talk with Ben B, I call, or Ben 1, Ben 2 baptize us, 1 and 2, but Ben. So maybe if you can introduce yourself in a bit more with more detail.
Yeah, sure. So I look after, as I mentioned, a group called our Digital Solutions Consulting Group. Difficult to say. Essentially, it's a group global in nature, technical subject matter experts, and really what we do is we work with clients and prospective clients around what are their key challenges and issues. And the interesting part for me is 90% of it always comes down to data, and it may be that it's a problem they're having in the performance numbers don't match up, or this doesn't work, but actually when you boil it all the way back, it's not a problem that they have there. It's generally a problem with the fuel they're feeding into it and the data model that exists. And so we work with a lot of institutions across the globe on how we can help them with that, whether that's from a foundational target operating model design, whether that's from a point data solutions, data warehousing type of capabilities, or that's more fundamental in terms of outsourcing of various middle office, back office functions. I think the one thing that's clear is that a lot of them want to be able to embrace the change. They see the opportunity, but it's very, very difficult to do that, to transform when you have lots of legacy architecture and legacy infrastructure. And I think some of the things that I was talking about earlier, once you liberate that data, you essentially create an abstraction platform which allows you to take advantage of some of those capabilities. And it means you don't have to do everything all at once. And that is one of the fears, and it was brought up in here, I need to catch up, lots to do, complexity, etc. The big thing really when we speak to clients is you don't have to do it all at once. What you do need to be able to do is have optionality, but you need to be able to deliver value quickly. So putting in some of those abstraction layers and then being able to deliver incremental value quickly over time is really, really important. So that's what I spend a lot of my day doing.
Yeah. I'm tempted to jump into deeper subjects, but I'll try to leave that for at least 3 more questions. But one thing that caught my attention in your presentation is that you mentioned that back in 2002 is when cloud concept was nascent, if you will, and then right now we talk about cloud and it's like talking about Excel or what have you. And I imagine if back in 2002 we were having this session, the concept that we would be talking about wouldn't be quantum or AI, but about cloud and big data and so on.
Yeah, I think that's true. I think, we always overestimate what's going to happen over the next year and underestimate what's going to happen over the next 10 years. So I think if we were having this conversation back in 2002, we'd be saying in 2 or 3 years, everything's going to be cloud-based. Everything's going to be cloud-based. That's going to be it. On-prem servers are going to be dead. And that's just not the case. It's taken a while, really, to get to a point where it's at scale and people have got confidence in the new technology as well. You know, for financial institutions, that's a big thing. There's lots of fear and misplaced, but from the right sort of, with all good intentions around moving things to the cloud. And so it's taken a little time. But as we see now, once people start to get comfortable with the security behind the public cloud, then that growth again kicks off and it's exponential. And now, why would anyone buy data centers? You know, that doesn't make sense at all. And I think the same is true with a number of the other things that we've been talking about today.
Oh, that it sounds and it's like a great equalizer in a sense. Many of these computation and data storage and processing capabilities before would only be available to very large corporations with gigantic budgets, and now many startups they can scale as they need. So that also unleashes innovation, creativity, and growth.
Yeah, and look, it's a symbiotic relationship. You know, big institutions need those technology companies. Like big institutions struggle with innovation because they just get sort of dragged down with the regulatory burden, with the corporate burden of it. So you need to have the two people and a dog in a garage who can come up with some really great ideas. And now they have accessibility to really, really cheap compute and storage, and they can scale those ideas. So the barrier to entries has come right down. You know, those big institutions need those capabilities because they can't develop themselves. But equally, those people in the garage, they need the big institutions because they need the funding, they need the distribution, you know, they need access to the market.
Hey, one thing I'm talking about our personal experience in FLAR is some 4 or 5 years ago, we began experimenting with AI models, machine learning, and the like. And one interesting thing is that we did not measure from the start the success of the product or the project, whether the model ran or not. We didn't have a clue what we were doing. We just knew that we could not afford not to get into. And I mean, the model itself failed miserably, but the project itself was incredibly successful. And the point is that we began working with one laptop here, and one Excel there, and the like, and people working all over the place, no communication. And we ended up the project working in Jupyter notebooks in the Azure cloud, and having all those codes for neural networks and the nearest neighbors and the like, just at the push of a button. And then that unleashed a whole bunch of changes inside that allowed us. We haven't done any AI or machine learning, but that has allowed us to bring all these models in Excel that were all over the place, all these databases that didn't talk to each other, and all the knowledge. So in Jupyter, we have the code, we have all the papers and all the comments and all the databases and so on. So I think that's the kind of things that ultimately you come to clients and help them work with.
Yeah, absolutely.
So and that's I think that's a good segue into the progression of the conversation, because if you have not invested the time and effort to update all your infrastructure and the way you work, then you really will not be capable of working in this machine learning or artificial intelligence models and beyond. So that brings me to Ben S. Then to this point in time. So if you can comment on the same, a bit about you, your background, what you like, what things that you're working on, and so.
Thank you. So I'm at Columbia now, but my path to Columbia wasn't the conventional one. Most people need a PhD to get a professor position. I'm what's called a professor of practice or a scholar practitioner. So I worked in industry for the best part of 20 years. I was an investment strategy developer at a hedge fund. I was at various asset managers where I first came across FLAR. And then now I teach at Columbia, but I also get to speak to a lot of people. And so one of the advantages is talking to large companies, small companies, hedge funds, banks, and so on about what they're actually doing. So I find that quite exciting. Maybe I can just comment on a couple of the things that have been mentioned. I mean, what's interesting is from a cloud perspective, obviously the very large companies have one strategy when it comes to the cloud. The smaller companies, as you said, it enables them to participate too. But what I'm hearing is that some of the larger companies, their strategy is sort of a hybrid. They want to use the cloud for some stuff. They want to use on-prem stuff for other stuff, basically because of the cost. And so there's sort of a point where you go to the cloud, but then where you might come back because you want to get your costs back under control. And certainly some of the more systematic hedge funds, there's still a proprietary question about they want to have control over their own algorithms and so on. And then, Ike, one of the things you mentioned about sort of experimenting, you said you started with the project. I mean, that's absolutely the first step. The first AI project, the first machine learning project, get a senior person who's enthusiastic, get a sort of a younger person to carry it out and just try something and try to get results. Because even if the first project doesn't work, it starts the pipeline for how to do things. And I think sort of having the hygiene for documenting the code, separating the code from the data, putting in place documentation about what the model is supposed to be doing, that's all touching on the culture of what you need the data. But then once you've got the data, how do you want your data scientists and your decision scientists and the people who are going to be making decisions with the data, how do you want them to behave? We all like governance frameworks. We all like process and procedure. But getting started on a small project, even if that project doesn't work, I would emphasize that's sort of a good, if there's senior management and senior stakeholder buy-in, that's often the first step forward.
Another learning from our project is we tried to run that model, didn't work. We tried to run a second one, didn't work either, but we refined our capabilities and the like. And then, the team wanted to run another one, and I said, well, I do expect that one to run, so think well about that one. And but in that line of thinking, we also found that we had driven so deep down the rabbit hole that it's like to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So we were trying to solve any kind of problems with AI and so on. And our reflection was this AI, machine learning, and what have you is just another tool in our toolbox. So for some things, you do need a hammer. For some, you need a screwdriver or some pliers or a saw or so on. And then that also allowed us to have intelligent conversations with people that they would just come and throw at, this is a machine learning model. He said, it is, let's show me. And then there was a lot of hype, and many times it was just a plain good old, regression model. But one question, that being a professor at Columbia, I'm curious about, how is GPT being, brought in the academic community, the students, and the like. So if you can elaborate.
Absolutely. So first of all, students cheat, but they don't think they're cheating. They just think they're using tools to their advantage. So when this first came out, end of last year, beginning of this year, sort of the students loved it and the faculty were terrified. And there was this real concern about what are we going to do? We have to ban students from using this. That was like one perspective. And then at probably the faculty meeting at the beginning of this year, there was a realization that we needed to give direction and we needed to say what's allowed and what's not allowed. So in my course now, in the course syllabus that sort of gives the instructions for the course, we have a choice of 2 paragraphs that we can insert. One paragraph says you can use generative AI, you can use ChatGPT, you can use LLMs, but you have to declare when you're using them and you have to cite them correctly. And I'll come back to that because that's ambiguous. And then the second option is you can ban your students from using it, and you can sort of say, no, you mustn't use this, but you have to be very clear about that. Now, in my program, by and large, 99% of faculty have gone for the former. And we've said, yes, you can use this. The weasel is the students have to cite they've used it correctly. And in academic circles, what that means is citing the source material. And it's impossible to cite the source material that an LLM has used. So the best they can do is they can say, we've used ChatGPT, and just leave it at that. So that's what some of them are doing. But I think what's more interesting is that the faculty have come round to, as in, this isn't just a tool for the students, it's a tool for us as well. And so we can do stuff that we couldn't do before. So for example, if we can point a LLM at our course material, we basically don't need to hold office hours. Office hours are when we say we're available to our students, come and see us at 3 o'clock on Friday. Well, basically, we can have a chatbot that is looking at our source material that's online 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and can respond in the language that a student wants to ask in. And just to be clear, looking at Alastair, a lot of my students are Chinese. Relevant to the geopolitics, a lot of my particular students are Chinese, so they can get responses in the language that they prefer, or they can translate their comments into English. So I think it's good, but I think the risk is a student who's not sufficiently familiar with the material, if the LLMs are constructed using just raw ChatGPT, they'll ask and they'll get responses that are garbage. So the best use is the student saying, I have 6 suggestions, please craft this into a paragraph. Or here is a paragraph of text, please summarize it for me. So it's the generation or the summarization. But by and large, my particular faculty is very supportive now.
Yeah, I see you nodding. If you want to add something, or
No, I mean, I agree, and I think it's funny because GTP4, you can click the source your data, and it actually gives you the sources. So with the new technology, you look at GTP4, and at the bottom right, it says if you want to annotate, it'll give you all the sources where it's getting its data. So it's actually getting smarter as we speak now.
Gosh.
Yeah.
That's another thing I learned. So I'll tell you what another thing I learned from your presentation with Steve. One thing I failed to mention in my introduction to Steve is that he's a LinkedIn top voice in innovation. So I don't know how many 20-some thousand, and I mean it's really tough to do that. But we can talk about that later. But if you can talk a bit about same as
about
your colleagues.
myself and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I mean, number one, I wanted to say thank you to all of you for having me present. It's actually when Antonio asked me to present, and it said it was going to be here in Cartagena, Colombia. My parents are from Colombia. They're from Bogota. And it was really exciting I've been working all around the world, working in the US, France, and the UK. And to be able to come back to Colombia, where my parents are from, talk about the latest technologies and stuff that I'm passionate about, it's actually quite exciting for me. So thank you guys for having me here. I've been with, I'm going to work backwards. So today, I run a consulting company called Horizon X. We do all the horizons of innovation, and we help large organizations. We're at HSBC. I feel like there's a huge opportunity. I know when people say innovation, sometimes they roll their eyes because what they think is innovation is very different than the work that we've done. And kind of giving people guardrails and a structure on how to drive real results is very important. And I'm really passionate about it, and seeing the impact that we can have is why I'm working with a lot of different industries, a lot of different companies. So on July 4th, I actually left HSBC. I'm also a external advisor to Bain & Company on innovation. So they pull me in when they need to talk to their clients on innovation and work through that. And then HSBC for 20 years. So I was their global head of innovation for their global functions. Before that, I used to be the head of transformation for risk management globally, for compliance, and for financial crime. So if any guys remember the deferred prosecution agreement, that was one of my biggest projects where we had to manage and make sure that the bank worked with the DOJ to make sure that we kept the bank safe and secure. Before that, I was in France for 5 years. I used to manage all our businesses, 22 countries that were managed at a continent Europe, which was Paris at the time, from a transformation perspective. And then I was in the U.S. Where I started, and I ran a consumer lending, mortgage, and auto finance for HSBC. So that's kind of my background.
Yeah. So a couple of points on your presentation. First, I only found out about 20 minutes ago that quantum computers are here.
Yeah.
As you were mentioning, I thought that they were still prototypes in the lab, proofs of concept and the like, but the examples that you show on the aerospace and the colleague was showing in finance and collateral optimization, I mean, that really caught me off guard. So if you can elaborate on that.
Yeah, we're in the beginning stages. So if you think about the quantum computer, if you guys ever, I don't know, I'm probably showing my age here, if you had like a Commodore 64 computer, see, I see a smile right there. So, you think about the basic computers, but with Moore's law, these computing power is just going to increase. And so you want to be there at the inflection point when this thing crosses over and you got complete supremacy, or do you want to get in now, learn what it is? And what I do actually for a living is get into large organizations, help them put together a strategy, not only on quantum, we do generative AI, blockchain. I look at the emerging technologies and say, all right, how are you putting a strategy against this? What are the threats to your business model? What are the opportunities to your business model? And then how do you stay vigilant? At what point does that line hit to where you can act and change your business model because that technology is strong enough to drive that? So I think quantum is here. I think, when I can tell you, in Nature magazine in 2019, Google announced it achieved quantum supremacy. And I was the head of innovation at the time. And I remember getting calls to say, Steve, I need you to present to all of our boards all around the world on quantum computing. And I said, oh, I had to learn this stuff. And it forced me to really learn the technology, create that awareness. And as I learned and saw what was feasible, there's a lot of hype. Okay, keep the hype away. But what's real really impressed me, and that's kind of why I really dug in. And that's one of the technologies that I actually focus on is in the quantum space.
So it's still early stages, but and part of how I was planning the conversation is when quantum computers will be here, and they already are. But then we're in the Commodore stage. When will we have something more equivalent to I don't know, a mainframe computer or the like? Is it or we are not going to get there, or we're going to go beyond? What should we expect in that realm for the the remaining of the decade? Or
I think the technology is going to get stronger. There is a race by many companies to actually get into quantum. Everybody thinks that quantum is only one type of technology. There are actually 12 different technologies. They're trying to get into a quantum state differently. So IBM, their technology is superconducting. What they do is make things really cold. They put it in a vacuum, and they're trying to create their atoms into a quantum state. We've got other companies that actually do photonics. They take lasers and take a single photon to use processing power within a single photon. There's cold atoms. There's 12 different people trying to get there. There's even a company called Quantum Brilliance. You can look them up. They actually use diamonds and the imperfect diamonds inside. There's gaps, and they actually put nitrogen in there, and they're able to do quantum calculations within diamonds. So this technology is still evolving. There's a lot of people at play. We don't know who's going to win. And so for us, we're quantum agnostic, and we want to understand and then understand how these technologies are going to be used.
There is an area in which I run some calculations, and in the cryptography field, the calculation, and actually I use ChatGPT to do the calculations for me. So the calculation was something like for an 8-character strong password. That is, each character has 94 different possibilities, and that to the power of of 8 and so on. For a regular computer, binary computer, it would take about 80,000 years to break by brute force the code, and a quantum computer using Charles' algorithm, who was a professor of Steve, it would take only 9 minutes.
Yeah.
So then it's like, okay, so nobody's passwords and nobody's secrets are or would be safe. But then first, you know, if that's the case, are we at any danger now for that? I think one of you said it's not a matter of if, but of when.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's
it's already been proven. Shor's algorithm has been able to crack RSA encryption, and to be able to do that with the stronger computing power, they'll be able to do that. And well, the good thing is that this technology is in the hands of very few people, and so the nefarious actors won't have that access. But the bad part is, because it's so limited and it is in the hands of a lot of small people, that the people who find and solve this, these people will have access to technology that could leave a lot of people behind, which could create a digital divide. So there's good and bad with that, but it is interesting. I think I just want to point that out. And that is, you know, it's 87,000 years to crack that password versus a 9-minute with Shor's algorithm that uses factoring to factor prime numbers, which is, it's mind-boggling. So that means that all the technology you may have on your phones right now would be at jeopardy. And the problem is that data that is in transit, if there's a company capturing that data, storing that data, it may not be available or accessible today because they can't decrypt it. But in 5-10 years, when this technology is there, they will be able to decrypt it. And I don't know if it'll still be worth something in 5 to 10 years, but those are things that you have to take, you know, that the data in transit and having that encryption.
Well, one thing I think, something that we speak over lunch, you propose an exercise.
Oh, yeah.
And we thought that it would be, I don't even know what adjective to.
Yeah, I mean, the exercise was more about our conversation around protecting your data and respecting your data and the ethics of your data. And so I wanted to kind of just do a quick exercise. So if I could ask everybody to just pull out their phones, right? Pull out your phones. Can you unlock your phone? So make sure it's open, unlocked. All right, you ready? For the next 30 seconds, I want you to hand it to the person next to you, and I want them to be able to look at your phone and go through it. Is that all right? They can go through your pictures. No, I'm just kidding. You don't have to do that. All right. Now, I saw some people actually hand their phone, no problem, and other people didn't hand their phone at all. It would be good, and you guys have microphones. I'd like to hear from you guys. Did anybody have a strong feeling about what just happened? Anybody had a strong feeling either way, good, bad? Anybody, did everybody feel comfortable? Because if everybody felt comfortable, we'll just go ahead and give the phones.
We were discussing sort of this at lunchtime, secrecy of data and social media. And I just have the view that anything I put on any piece of IT is going to be accessible to somebody, and probably quite a lot of people, irrespective of quantum computing, which I actually find quite scary because of its military potential, apart from anything else. But I just assume that anything you put onto one of these machines is basically vulnerable.
Anybody else? Because I want to hear somebody that it made them feel really uncomfortable. Yes, over there.
There was no way that I was going to give anybody my phone. That's the only thing.
What was that? Put your microphone on. Sorry.
Same here.
We exchanged it with no issues.
Oh, you exchanged it with no issues.
But yes, we're giving away all of our data.
Yeah, I think part of it is because a lot of people feel uncomfortable and they're like, why is my data treated so loosely? And I think the important part is when we talk about, oh, we're just going to take their data and move it over, they kind of have a second thought to say, how did that make you feel? And, you know, some people like, I felt violated that they can look at my personal stuff. I think we do have to have like the ethics around data. We have to look at the ethics on that to make sure that we're entrusted to use people's data. We got to make sure that we respect it and treat it just like if it were our own data.
And the data ethics thing is a really interesting element. So about use of the appropriate data for the appropriate outcome. So you know, if you torture the data enough, it will talk. You can get it to say whatever you want. And that's especially true when you get into the AI machine learning, and you'll pick up on this, I'm sure. Just because you're able to create assumptions and correlations doesn't actually mean that it's the same as statistical facts. It doesn't equal causation. And so there is a danger that you can use certain data for the wrong intentions and come to the wrong conclusions off the back of it.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the big things is obviously around personal privacy and who owns your data. But there's sort of a second thing that's going to be the conversation, which is, okay, you might own your data, but if I've collected data about you, can I do something with it? Can I model you? And let's say I have all your shopping habits, I have all your browsing habits, I have all your et cetera, online interactions. Or a model that's very powerful might know more about you, an individual, at the end of a screen, and in terms of what adverts you're being shown, in terms of what news you get shown, in terms of, on the commercial side, it'll be used to push product. On the sowing discontent, it could be used to sow discontent as well. And so there's definitely that risk. Now, when it comes to regulation, one of the sort of comments I've heard is that it's not the technology per se that's the problem, it's the use of the technology. So if we're talking about using technology in banking, then the banks have to comply with the various banking regulations in whatever jurisdiction they are. If we're using the technology in healthcare, using it in aviation, it's the industry regulators continue. So it's the use case that matters. And that's okay as far as it goes, because we're going to have issues that aren't related to industries. We're going to have industries that are related to private individuals and what other third parties might do with that doesn't come into play when we look at the industry use cases. So there's a lot of unknowns, certainly.
I wanted to change subject a bit and come back to Ben B. On something I wanted to ask you, but I said I want to first get this round. But something that we spoke in over lunch was I commented on a friend of mine that went to this new bank and he got to the place. He was the treasurer, and I mean, it was a new bank. They didn't have any infrastructure. There was only a desk, and the money had been deposited in a bank account, and he was tasked with doing the whole thing from scratch. And he was pretty much in panic. He said, "Oh my God, how do I go about it?" And when I heard that, it's like, actually, that's so wonderful. You have no legacy, and then that's what got me to think about what I understand that you do with clients, and probably that would be a dream come true if you could start with a blank sheet of paper.
Well, I mean, a blank sheet of paper is like a gift. The challenge is that none of us have a blank sheet of paper. We all have legacy architecture, which we've got to modernize whilst it's still in flight. And that's quite tricky. And I think if you have a blank sheet of paper, like there's nothing going on-prem, it's all going in the cloud. You can get your data right up front. You can put in the right target operating model from scratch, and you remove all those challenges and all those spreadsheets that people have nowadays. I think the key thing for me would be, as you design that, you need to have the end state in mind, but you can't wait years to deliver that end state. So you've got to deliver the foundational piece and then deliver incremental value very, very quickly. And that's one of the things that's important with the board and having their buy-in. But they also want to see a return of investment. They want to see that, and they want to see it in a timely manner. So, if that was me, fantastic. Never had that. I'm probably never going to have that opportunity. But I think having a view as to what the strategic target operating model would be, making some choices around platforms, and you're not going to get it all right first off as well. That's the other thing that's important when we talk about innovation. It's okay to fail, but fail fast and then move on. Don't keep doing the same thing wrong again and again because you get fired. But it's okay to do that.
Ben, I would just add, if you're not failing, you're not innovating.
Well, you're not pushing
If
the envelope, are you?
everything is working, you're not innovating.
Yeah, I agree.
And so a lot of people need to be comfortable with failure, which is important to get that. You know what? Bankers don't like to fail. Who in here showed up and was really happy to go home and say, hey, I failed today. It was really great. It doesn't feel natural, but it is part of the process. You know, it's funny, through innovation, it's a very different mindset. It's, you know, risk managers want a specific answer. Innovation, you need variability. You know, you want to fail. Risk is like, we can't fail. And so it is this the dichotomy of a mentality of how we need to manage risk versus how we need to innovate, and make sure you have the balance so that you can innovate correctly. I would never say don't innovate in operations, but set up the environment so you can innovate and experiment, back to your point, because experimentation is the best lesson. And actually, I learn more from my failures than I have from my successes. And just think about your lives. You know, where are your best learnings in your lives? It's when things didn't work out and things didn't fail, but you can drive from there.
And another point.
I was just going to add one more thing to the risk and the failure point. You know, we as humans are all fallible. You know, we will design things, they won't work. That's kind of not accepted, but that's just how it is. And, you know, like, we never get things right 100% of the time. I think if I could do 40, 50%, I'd be happy. You know, maybe we strive for 80%. When we put in place technologies, AI, machine learning, we expect it to be right 100% of the time. And that's a mindset shift that needs to happen at the board level of, that's not what it's there to do. It's not there to make 100% perfect decisions and outcomes. It's there to improve from a productivity perspective, potentially, across other things. And so being used in tandem with people, not to replace and actually take that 80% up to 100%.
And another element that came from that conversation was the culture part and the mindset. I don't know if it was Steve or Ben said that about the.
Yeah, I think it was your example about how you look at things. And when you look at innovation, you want people to have the growth mindset. I'll be throwing out some book recommendations. The Growth Mindset is actually one of them by Carol Dweck. Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, said that book changed his life. His wife bought him that book, said you have to read it. And he said that his career path by reading that book was so impactful.
The name again?
It's called The Growth Mindset.
Okay.
Carol Dweck. Excellent book. And so you were talking about that example of showing up and they were like miserable to say there's nothing there. And so I like giving the example of, you know, there's a guy that works at a shoe company and they sent him off to this country. And, you know, they ask him, how, you know, what do you think about the market? He goes, oh, this is a terrible market. Nobody wears shoes. It's terrible. It's terrible. Then they sent out another person. They're like, this is a fantastic market. Nobody's selling shoes. We can sell to everybody here. And it goes back to that kind of the mindset of being open, what can happen. And that's very important in innovation. If you think things aren't going to work, then you're right. They're not going to work. If you work with a mentality of creativity, of let's try this, let's see how we can work. I've seen a lot of great employee engagement by getting that mindset and giving people a safe environment to be able to experiment.
It's interesting, Steve. I've got two young daughters, 12 and 9, and they get taught that at school. They get taught the growth mindset, and it really does change how they view challenges going forward. I think that, you know, the culture point is huge. When I look back at some of the change programs we've put in place, my biggest fear is that the companies that put them in place don't have the right culture in place to actually adopt them. You can put in place all of the right things. You need to have evangelists within there who push. You need to have, not everyone, because you won't get everyone on board, but you need to have people in key positions who accept that change is coming, change is for the good, and they're going to have to change, you know, the processes, the tools they use potentially, the governance model, etc. Otherwise, it just won't happen. And you know, and I look even in our own company where we've put in place a data mesh. You know, the culture piece is something we focus on so much, and being able to put in place frameworks within there that if you want to create new products and you want to source data, this is where you source the data from. Don't start going off and pulling it into spreadsheets and dumping it in on a server somewhere. you need to do it within the framework. I think that's absolutely critical.
Yeah, that gets me to a question that I ask Ben is on you having been a portfolio manager, and 20 or whatever years ago there was this given structure, and if you were to also have some sort of, if you had the responsibility now to set up that that a new team, infrastructure, operations and the like. And I ask this question from a very personal standpoint because I do have that responsibility now, and I know how I have managed money and teams and all the the skill sets and the like. But then I'm trying to get ahead, and with all these changes that we're talking about, what kind of people, what kind of skills, what mindsets I need. So you haven't been in that seat. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's a great question. So thank you. I mean, obviously, if we look back 10 years, 15 years, there were discretionary managers, and there was like quants scattered around the portfolio management organization. And then there was an IT team, and there was an operations team. And so there was lots of silos scattered around. And the portfolio manager, in inverted commas, they were valued because of their knowledge and experience of financial markets. So they had the macro specialists, the industry specialists, the regional specialists, and it was their learned experience of their asset classes that gave them value. Obviously, fast forward now to where we are now, and that information, I think, is not as valuable. But you still need some markets knowledge. You still need the person asking the right questions. So whereas in the past, it might have been individual portfolio managers, individual quants sort of working in isolation, now the teams are definitely much more collaborative. The quants have really been embraced. The IT teams have been embedded with the data teams, have been embedded in the same way the quants and discretionary managers have been put together. So to answer your question, I'm sort of coming at it a long way, which is people who can collaborate together, I think is one of the key points. So those that have the technical skills, if we look at who's leaving school these days, the average student knows Python. I think you might have mentioned that. Sort of something that we had to learn, the average student just knows Python coming out. So they're going to be doing stuff on the desks. Now, at one of my previous employers, we used to call that shadow IT. And the IT departments would point at, like, ooh, that's bad. There's a junior guy on the portfolio management desk doing stuff. Stop it. That's changed. Now you've got the IT teams empowering these youngsters to answer the questions. Maybe there's going to be an old guy like one of us who's the market expert asking the questions.
Speak yourself.
Speak myself. I'm the old guy.
I'm with you.
But pretty soon, those youngsters that we're hiring, they will be the markets experts answering their own questions using tools that they can just intuitively use. So
time to your presentation, throw GPT and the like in that mix, and you're not in a in an academic environment evaluating where things come from, but going more to your slides on getting results. How
would we bring
how would you bring that into that team?
Okay, so hypothetical. Where are interest rates going to be next year? What's the forecast for inflation? Where's GDP going to be? You type those into ChatGPT, you're going to get garbage out. So I don't think it's useful in the prediction part of decision making, but where they are incredibly powerful for is if there's knowledge within an organization, capturing that knowledge and then synthesizing it for everyone. So it comes back to the collaboration element. So if a client calls up, if one of you call up one of your asset managers, you probably have a question about the economy, you'll get an answer. Different client calls up, different portfolio manager, they'll get a different answer. Those answers are going out on email, those emails are being captured. Searching that knowledge base intuitively means that knowledge is being shared amongst the PMs, amongst the teams, amongst the clients. And that then makes answering the next question. So the next time a client asks a similar question, there's already a draft one ready to go. Now that draft one might be garbage because the documents might be 6 months old and the economy's moved on, for example. But it saves time. So I think sort of that the time-saving element of these tools is critical. So the productivity enhancements and the fact that we're giving people more hours in the day, or like there's another Ben. Ben can do twice as much work. That, I think, is sort of the types of people that embrace those tools. So it's a long answer to a very good question.
Mm-hmm.
The types of people, good collaborators, people who've got the technical skills, someone in the team who's got real-world life experience who can ask and anticipate good questions for the others to answer. And I think that only comes with experience. You know, what could happen? Let's think about potential scenarios. Let's anticipate things that are not in the data. As we all know in finance, you know, yes, we can build models to explain the past. That's brilliant. But predicting the future is a whole other ballgame. So anticipating multiple scenarios for the future and asking questions about that, is it innovation, it's imagination, it's curiosity, it's growth mindset, I guess.
Exactly, all of it.
I see you reacting, Steve.
No, I couldn't agree more.
Okay, wonderful. So in about 5 or 10 minutes, I will be opening for some questions. So I'll be asking a couple questions, so get your neurons flowing, and I'll come back to you. And if there are no questions, I have a whole list here, so don't worry. But one thing that we also have spoken about is there is this question about what keeps you up at night. And usually people think about it of your biggest fear, but it can also be the biggest opportunities that you see. I don't know who of you would like to jump in on that one.
I'll jump in on a related one, as in it might keep some people up at night, but I'm a bit more calm about it. And that's the whole sort of doomsday scenario. If you look at a lot of the big tech companies, they were sort of waving the banner about pausing AI research and about it being the end of the world, and it being like the invention of the nuclear weapon all over again, and we need to slow down. And there was a big petition a while ago about trying to sort of clamp down on progress. I'm actually less concerned about sort of the doomsday thing, and let me explain why. I think it's because there's a difference between what's possible and what's probable. And sort of as humans, we're very not good at disentangling the two. Something that might happen versus something that's likely to happen. And part of the reason for that is, you know, we don't like distributions of outcomes. You know, computers do, humans don't. This is your grey rhinos point. There's lots of grey rhinos out there. And lots of things that might happen, only one thing will happen. And so I think that, you know, is it possible that AI heralds the end of the world? Yeah, of course it's possible. In the same way it's possible that if you give monkeys typewriters, they might type the complete works of Shakespeare. There used to be this saying in England that if you give enough monkeys enough time, they'll type the complete works of Shakespeare. But it's a very small probability. It's like negligibly small, like 0.00000. So we have this idea that confusing what's possible and what's probable, and I think that comes back, and this is a big focus of our teaching in enterprise risk, that for any event, there's the probability of the event, and there's how bad the event is. You know, in risk terms, it's severity and frequency. How likely is something to happen versus how bad is it if it happens. And so the end of the world scenario is a very severe scenario, but it's highly unlikely. Unfortunately, human beings, the media in particular, you know, they focus on severity, but they never discuss frequency. And so I think there's sort of an element of that coming through, that there's sort of this focus on the very bad event. And quite frankly, it's newsworthy because it's so unlikely. That's why it's making the news. So the things get newsworthy because they don't happen often, because they're big. So I think that's one part of it. That's why I'm less worried. And the other part is, if I'm being cynical, you know, who has the most to gain by worrying people about something and then creating regulation? Well, it's the larger firms. It's the big tech firms, because they've got the resources to deal with the regulation that the fear might prompt. Whereas the small fintech,
well, the party has arrived.
They agree with you.
I warned you.
They're agreeing with you.
The small startup that might be the next big thing, that they can't deal with the regulation because they just don't have the bandwidth to do that. So cynically, I'd suggest that there's an element of trying to build a moat around themselves. And certainly Elon Musk, we talked about at lunchtime, he was one of those who was signing this letter about, we must pause everything, don't do anything, 6 months ago. And then on Friday, Yes, he released his own version of the next LLM that's going to be better than all the rest of them. So there's a commercial cynicism, I think, going on there as well. So that's not one of the things that keeps me up at night.
You wanted to
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I think human behavior is they find a new technology and they find the worst part of it. I mean, I could think that once fire was discovered, somebody was like, "Ooh, don't touch fire. Don't. That's going to burn you. We're not going to around fire. We're not going to use this technology." Every new technology, it's that way, and kind of having the opportunity to use it for good and to work that out. I would say if I go back to what keeps me up at night, I've got 3 boys, and they're in school now, and they're going to college and stuff like that. And what I'm worried about is these technologies creating a digital divide. So kids that will have access to these technologies and the kids that won't have access to this technology. And I really believe that we've got to find a way to get more inclusiveness and get more people engaged in these technologies, because it will be an unfair advantage. I mean, like you said, you start writing posts on GTP 3 and 4 and stuff like that. I'm doing that. I'm most of my I'll confess, most of my LinkedIn posts these days, I put in my ideas, and GTP4 helps me refine it, and then I'll put it in. But they are my ideas, but I'm having an assistant, which is a digital assistant, help me out. That's an amazing opportunity and productivity and what that helps me out. Now, I could imagine other people that don't have access to that. I can spit out 10 of these for each one they spit out, and I think it gives it's an unfair advantage, but we need to find how do we democratize it so we're able to be more inclusive than creating this digital divide. And for my kids, I'm like, look, you got to study this, you got to get into this, you got to get into that. I mean, I feel bad for my kids because I'm definitely putting them through all the technology and giving them a lot of homework on top of their schooling. But
any comments?
Well, I think the first thing, I sleep very well at night, so there's nothing really keeps me up. The other thing is
what keeps you worrying in the day?
Well, I wouldn't say it's worrying. I'm going to go the other way because I'm a perpetual optimist, which always really annoys my wife. You know, when things like blockchain came in, people thought it was going to solve world hunger. And to your point about if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail, that's what they tried to do. And I think there was a view that there was going to be a single blockchain that was going to just completely disrupt the entire financial industry. Like that obviously never happened. Now, there will be elements to it. I think we're at a similar sort of inflection point with ChatGPT and AI machine learning. People have been talking about, they've been doing AI machine learning for a long time, probably more like statistical regression testing. We're now at a point where there is more. But I sort of liken it to a little bit like the Industrial Revolution, back then when machines came in that started doing in factories what people would do. It didn't destroy the industry, it just changed how they do things. And I think that is where we'll end up here. The low-value menial tasks are able to be they're able to be automated in a very, very efficient and intelligent, in inverted commas, way. And that will allow others to focus on more high-value tasks. I do join you with your point about the kids of the future, what's going to be really important to them. And it's fascinating to me that the education system is generally set up on you learn this, what's the question, and here's the answer. You can find that out now in many other ways. So the workforce of the future is going to need to be very dynamic, being able to adapt to change, being able to interpret things, verbal reasoning, all of those other factors that are not necessarily seem so important in education now.
One thing maybe I'll jump in here. So when I was studying at university, we learned the maths, we learned the knowledge, we learned the sort of factual stuff. We have a course on my program called Strategic Communications. And it's basically, I mean, maybe it's a thing in America more than in London, but it basically is teaching students who are technical how to present, how to negotiate, how to influence. I think it might be like an MBA type program over here, but it's very much focused on these technical students who like learning algorithms, who like learning formulas, and just don't have great interpersonal skills. So I think the education system, and I think you said also the growth mindset is being taught to young kids. So it sounds like the education system is changing away from sort of hard knowledge and facts to much more, I would call them softer skills, but they're not soft. They're still quite hard to learn. They're quite important.
Okay, so we're going to come for questions. I don't know if anybody would like to jump in. Markus?
Yeah, I got a question for Ben Steiner, and
You mentioned a couple of times regulations, and you also put up a slide where you're referring to two events that recently discussed regulation. When it comes to bias of AI, is that something that you feel can actually be measured at all? And yes, how?
That's a great question. And it depends sort of, are we talking about models that are delivering output around people? Or are we talking about models in general that we're trying to forecast the S&P 500's return? So obviously bias around an abstract entity like an index, bias doesn't matter. It's just what's in the data. Bias, if we're making credit decisions around loans, is huge. Bias is what's in the data. Machine learning algorithms themselves use data. So if there's bias in the data, algorithms that are optimized for accuracy will pick up that bias. So the way to deal with the bias is if the humans think bias is important, the algorithms are not trying to optimize accuracy above all else. They're trying to satisfy a certain level of accuracy plus a certain level of something else. So if there are ethical considerations, they need to be almost imposed by the model developer on what we call the objective function. The objective function is what the model itself is trying to do. So by and large, most machine learning in a textbook says, predict me something that's accurate, and let's make the accuracy as high as possible. If the data is biased, the result will be biased. The next step is to say, actually, I want to introduce my bias as opposed to the data's bias. And if I do want to do that, I can create a function to optimize that says, you know what, make things fair, whatever my definition of fair is. So I have to translate my philosophical definition of fairness into something mathematical, and then something mathematical can be used instead of just pure accuracy. That was a very quick answer to a very, very deep question that a lot of people are discussing.
Any more questions? Alastair?
I've got two sort of related questions. I'm fairly relaxed about the guys in the front line using this new technologies we've got. What I'm less relaxed about is board members understanding what this stuff really does. I think about subprime. I was at Lehman when it went bust, and we all know that story. I'm a board member on several boards these days. I'm acutely aware of my legal liabilities. How much needs to be done to ensure that the decision makers at the top really, really understand what these technologies will do? Because in the end, they're going to be responsible irrespective of what regulatory regimes you've got in place. My semi-related question is, you've talked a lot about startups developing various systems, various mechanisms, various models. Are we potentially looking at a latter-day equivalent of .com here downstream at some point?
Great question. I'll take that if that's okay. First one, off the Lehman analogy, obviously after the financial crisis, there was regulations around models that came in. SR 11.7 is the one in the US. And one of the key requirements is to ensure board communication of model weaknesses. And so the regulation is sort of driving the need to sort of communicate upwards to the model developers. But that doesn't exist for AI yet. That's on traditional models. A quick comment on, is this another .com thing? Well, how many startups fail? 19 out of 20, 90 out of 100, pick your favorite statistic. Most startups fail, is the reality. Is this going to be any different? No. In fact, I'd say it might be an even higher percentage because so many Me Too have jumped on the bandwagon to set up ChatGPT for this industry, ChatGPT for that industry. And what's happening now is the big tech players are going to just push them all away, the Googles, the Microsofts, and so on. So I think, yes, most of the startups will fail. Those that get funding, a lot of them will fail too, is my perspective.
Yeah, just to add on the board stuff, and I probably should have paid you for asking that question. Part of my company is exactly to solve that problem. I sit on a couple boards as well. The problem with board members, and I don't know if you experience this, is they're very senior people. And they don't want to show weakness, and they don't want to show that they don't know. And so they'll say things like, AI will do this, or they'll do this and this. But frankly, they need an outlet to say, hey, I just don't know. And a board member agreeing that they don't have the right skills to properly govern is very hard to say. I would say that boards aren't set up the way the current structure is to be able to do that, because you're throwing now, before it was governance, audit, and compensation committee. Those were, if you could manage those three committees, you could manage a board. Now you're throwing in their ESG. You're throwing in their cybersecurity. The topics on the board now have just grown. And so part of what we're looking to do is give education, awareness, and understanding so that they understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making on the board. I think that is a big risk. It's a big issue, but it's also an opportunity. And that's an opportunity I'm looking to fill. So thank you for asking that question.
I think it's
I'll give you a cut. I'll give you a cut.
I think the education piece is really, really important. One of the ways that we've looked at it at Northern Trust is our head of corporate strategy is also our head of digital and data, and they are intentionally combined together. And she is an exceptional leader in the business, and she spends a lot of time educating senior management on what it can do, but also what it can't do. And I think almost the what it can't do is the more important bit, because it's not going to solve world hunger. And that's really, 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 really critical. The other thing that's important is taking a measured approach to it. So one of the first things that we did when looking at ChatGPT was we put in place a user acceptance policy, which blocked essentially every person from being able to do it, because we're very, very conscious that as soon as you link up our network with our data and our clients' data to ChatGPT, it's out there. It's gone. You can't stop that. And so being able to create an off-network version of ChatGPT to then be able to test, provide pilots, to then present that back to the board as to, here are some examples within a controlled environment of how these things can add value, and then you go forward and iterate on there. So taking a sort of slow and iterative process is important.
Okay, maybe one more question, and then I'll jump back to my questions and come back to Duncan. But Virgil.
Hi, it's just a question for Ben too. Ben too. Talking about the art of the possible, and taking into account that a lot of folk here are reserve managers, portfolio managers. Can you think what the day-to-day job of the portfolio manager might be, not next year, but say in 5 to 10 years? How different will it be in 5 to 10 years' time?
I think there's a couple of elements to that. You know, on the productivity side, I'm assuming I'm not alone in that I have to go to lots of meetings that I might not want to go to. Internal meetings. At the moment, it's at Columbia. In previous organizations, it's at previous organizations. There's lots of internal meetings. And so I think the need to attend so many internal meetings will change. You know, why do I need to go to a meeting if my AI assistant can go, take a transcript of the conversation, summarize it for me, tell me if any action items were for me, and then if I want to view the recording of the meeting, it'll tell me which minute and which second to go to for a certain topic. So I think sort of obligatory meeting attendance will change. I think spending time writing emails that I might not want to write might change as well. So the emails I want to write. But there'll be some that I probably don't want to write. Yeah, I want to decline invitations, or I want to say thank you for something. And I'm lazy. I typically write one-line emails, and I'm told it's not nice to send one-line emails. You should write a paragraph. Okay, here's a paragraph of text, accept this invitation, go. And so it'll say, thank you very much for your kind invitation. So the simple sort of time sinks that a portfolio manager has, they'll have more time. And they'll probably have more time to think about markets and more time to think about consequences and what might happen. And the low value add tasks will be the ones that go first. So I think that's one side of it. In terms of drastically how could a portfolio manager's role change, I think one of the things in finance that we don't appreciate enough, or people outside finance don't appreciate, is obviously the world in 5 years' time is going to be different to the world 5 years ago. It's going to be different to the world now. And I think it's not just a data problem. It's a human intuition, reasoning, plus data problem. So I would imagine more portfolio managers will have easier access to tools to help them make decisions systematically. That means they can put their thoughts and their subjective opinions into systematic tools. So again, this sort of convergence between the quants over here and the other portfolio managers here, that they'll sort of become either the same person or teams that work very tightly together. So if the portfolio managers have questions about what happens if, they can structure their question along with assumptions that they make, which then can be evaluated with data saying, yes, what you said might happen, or what you said has never happened before, and it'll be a lot easier to do those sorts of things. It won't be a big project for someone. It'll be like, I've got this question, and someone will give me the answer. That's just a few thoughts.
I just have one to that. I think there'll also be a bit of a leveling of data capabilities across between large and smaller assets. So to use an example of a very large asset manager I used to work for, we've been doing data-driven investing for a long time. One of the things that they were particularly proud of was they essentially pulled and scraped a whole load of unstructured data from satellites on the amount of cars that were in a car park outside McDonald's. And they did that across the whole of the US. And generally, if you go and you park your car in a car park by McDonald's, you're going to go to McDonald's and you're going to buy something. And so they use that as a proxy and a signal to drive to essentially proxy what do they think the revenues, the returns are going to be for that quarter for McDonald's. And they looked at it and they were like, wow, this has gone off the charts. And they went all in. To such a point where the regulator came and investigated whether or not they've been on the inside. Those types of capabilities and that analysis of unstructured data won't just be the preserve of the largest asset manager in the world, it will be available to much smaller asset managers who can start driving investment strategy through that data lens.
Okay, I'm going to ask, I don't know, time is running so fast and I have so many questions. I feel like a kid in a candy store. But let's see, so I'm probably going to bundle some questions. You know, each of these technologies that we've been talking about separately are like these gigantic waves in themselves. And then if you put them together, it's like they become pretty much like insurmountable, and that can be overwhelming. I mean, not only for individuals, but for team leaders and for organizations. So at least me as an individual and as a team leader, I have this anxiety on how to cope, and not only to cope, but how to thrive. And that brings me also to probably Steve's terrain on innovation and strategy and the like. So I know it's a broad question, but I'm sure that many people in the audience do also feel this level of anxiety to say.
I mean, part of it is how do you stay up to date, right? And so if I'm trying to be legitimate ahead of innovation or try to show credibility, I've got to know about these technologies and do a little bit deeper dive. And so, I mean, there's a combination of things. I do like podcasts. I look at podcasts. I look at magazines to kind of keep me updated. I do surround myself with the best people in the industry in different things, and just getting out with them, talking to them, I learned so much. Just even on this panel, us talking, and hearing kind of people's ideas and how they operate, I think it's good. A lot of organizations are very inward looking. It's a very exploit culture. And some people think that if it's not done inside of our organization, it's not good. And so I would definitely suggest to explore more. And there's a really good book. Actually, if you want to learn about innovation, my professor, Harvard professor, his name is Mike Tushman. He wrote The Corporate Explorer. That book, I mean, I did all the hard work, kind of collecting all my methodologies and how I approach it. And then I went and read that book, and I'm like, I could have read this. I wouldn't have had to go to school and do all this other stuff. So it's a really good book if you really want to understand successful innovation and how it gets done at scale. That's a very good book. And it talks about a concept of being ambidextrous, being able to look internally, talk about today, but not at the cost of tomorrow. And you have to have that vision, and it takes guts, and it's not easy. And People, when they talk to me about innovation, they think, oh, you got the coolest job, you play with the coolest toys. My job is very political. I have to be very political on who do I talk to, how do I convince people, how do I influence people so I can get the funding and work through it. But once they start seeing success, my job gets easier because then they see it in their eyes and they're like, hey, let's give Steve the money. He's going to give us the ROI on some of this stuff and working. So part of me is just continuous learning. That's key.
I'll add to that about the looking outside, which is, we only learn so much from colleagues internally. So I'm sure there's organizations that are sovereign wealth related. I'm a member of a society of quantitative analysts. And what I always used to use that for was the papers or the techniques that were coming out. They were being pre-vetted by my peers if they were being asked to present. So I think that was something that I've used over the years, which is rather than trying to keep an eye on everything that's changing all at the same time, in the quant world, it's impossible. There's new techniques, there's new algorithms. I'm a dinosaur now. I'm way behind sort of the cutting edge of the new stuff. But if something's being presented in one of these forums, that sort of, to me, says, okay, I'm going to pay attention to this because my peers have paid attention to it. The other thing I'd say is that sort of change is nothing new. EK, your slide at the beginning, we've always lived in a period of change, just we may not have experienced it personally. And so if we look at, we were talking about at lunch here, a computer used to be a person doing calculations by hand in an office. Obviously, we all now have an electronic computer. Those people have different jobs. Accountants used to do double entry bookkeeping by hand. We all now have Excel. Accountants do other things. So this sort of new technology, changing work cycle is actually quite a continuation. So it's more likely that we will change rather than we won't. But to sort of dampen the anxiety, we still have to do our jobs tomorrow. We still have to deliver results without this technology. So it's getting that balance right, the dealing with the fire that's burning tomorrow, and then the keeping an eye on the future and implementing the plans that bring sort of the organizations to a more sustainable, systematic place.
Want to comment?
I mean, I think to echo Steve's points about surrounding yourselves with good people. You can never know everything. There is so much. As you said, I've learned so much today on quantum computing. So I think that's really, really important. The other thing with innovation I think that's important is starting small and delivering value quickly. Start small, you fail, again, but keep on iterating on that. I think the challenging thing that a lot of businesses struggle with is how do I take it from a proof of concept or proof of value to then something which is much more scalable, and stop it from being almost a bit of a vanity project and being something far more fundamental.
Okay. Duncan, do you still want to go ahead? I promise I would come back.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want, I've got multiple questions like Eureka, but I'll just have one, which is the large language model, the generative AI, is the triumph of syntax over semantics, if you like. When will we have that reversed? When will we have a large reasoning model or a large mathematical model or even a large philosophical model?
So I think combining two things. So the LLMs are like the linguistic syntax, the grammar, the adverbs, the adjectives, and so on. But there's no brain behind it. Already today there are sort of symbiotic where you bring them together. Where there's I think it's called RAG, R-A-G, retrieval augmented generation. So it's not just generating the language, it's actually going to a body of text that the user has pre-supplied to say, if you're going to give me facts, give me the facts from my compliance documents, or give me the facts from my research documents. Or maybe, potentially, if I've got lots of investment managers sending me their research, and I don't want to read it, take all this research and summarize it for me and tell me where there's consistency and differences and who's saying what. So they're already there. They're called RAG, R-A-G. I've not used them personally, so I can't give an opinion of sort of the effectiveness, but that's where a lot of this world is leading, which is bring the language to the actual factual bodies too and bring them together. But the factual is more structured, and that's more sort of curated by a human.
Yeah. Abdiel?
So do you think that, with the usability of ChatGPT, et cetera, propagated. Is there room? I don't know how you would. I'm trying to think about the question, but it's, would we have to at some point in the future say, I wrote this book plus ChatGPT help me? I mean, is there a movement? What's your take?
Yes, from an academic perspective, a citation says, this isn't my work, it's my work, and I'm quoting Steve, and I'm quoting Ben, and these people helped me write this document. So academically, that's exactly what a citation should be. And I think Steve was saying that the latest version, you can identify the facts, and I haven't seen it. My only thing is, I'm assuming there's like 10,000 documents it comes back with.
We're going to try it right after this.
We're going to try it right after.
I'm going to get on my laptop.
But I think that's exactly the case, which is, from an academic perspective, we're fearful that we don't know what the source is. So to give you an example, a silly example, I write Python. There's Python 2 and there's Python 3. And a couple of years ago, everyone used Python 2, and now everyone uses Python 3. And the big thing was they weren't backwardly compatible. When you made the jump, it basically, you had to rewrite code because there was certain syntax that was different. The language changed. So if I had a ChatGPT trained on Python 2, and I'm trying to write Python 3, it'll give me the incorrect answer. If I don't know what my source material is, I can't sort of say, no, only look at this material here, or only look at documents that are after a certain date of publication. So that's the concern, which is we need the source material cited so we can retrain the model or the facts of the model. The language, we assume, isn't going to change. So syntax isn't going to change too quickly, but the factual content, we need to know where it comes from.
And some companies are actually looking to put digital watermarks on the output, especially on images, to say this image was generated through generative AI. Actually, they're doing that now. Google's actually introduced that technology, but on the wording side, they're looking to do that. They haven't been so successful on the NLP side, but they are working so that if you run it through some people's systems, and there's companies that say they can do it today, it'll tell you if it's been generated by a human or by a machine.
Okay. Here.
I want to link to something that Alastair talked about this morning, which is trying to avoid hyperboles. Whenever I listen to stuff about AI, whenever I read about it, it's pretty scary stuff. It feels like it's intentionally meant to do that. The tech industry has done that a few times, right? I remember the world was going to collapse with Y2K. And then we had the onset of the internet, which took quite a long time for it to unfold. I almost feel like this is an evolution of Google search rather than a revolution. But it's being made to feel like somehow this is, the floor's got to fall out from all of us if we don't catch on and wake up today, which I'd imagine a lot of people in this room feel like I do, which is petrified of this stuff. But at the same time, I know that we're still all sitting in a room, and the reason why you go to a meeting, Ben, too, is because someone wants your opinion, and as a portfolio manager, you're actually still going to have to give opinion, because if AI starts creating consensus, then that's called commoditized passive investing, and an opinion is what creates active management. So I'm a little bit confused as to the sorry, that word that Alastair used. And I'm trying to break this down a little bit about, can you talk to me a little bit like evolution, not revolution, and
absolutely.
make this a bit more real for me?
I think you're coming at this, I understand where you're coming from. I think that's a common perspective. So to go through one at a time, I think there is a lot of hyperbole, and I think it is somewhat artificially generated by big tech. What I would say is obviously portfolio managers have a fiduciary duty, we're regulated, we have certain things we can and can't say. When was the last time you spoke to a software sales guy? They're like estate agents. They can say whatever they want, they can sell the vision, and then they can worry about delivering it later. So I think from the software side, it's not a regulated industry. To your point about it being evolution, not revolution, I 100% agree with you. This isn't revolutionary. This is using statistics, data, and computing power to do stuff. People have been doing that for a very, very long time. People have been doing that in finance a very, very long time. The tools we're using are changing. And now sort of the rest of the world is catching up very quickly. But it is, I think, an evolution, not a revolution. There is a lot of confusion out there. There was a lot of, I think Duncan said it very correctly, it's the semantics that look so wonderful. There isn't reasoning behind it. So the reasoning has to be added, or the source material has to be added by the human who says, this is the good source material, or there has to be criteria that say, this is good source material.
I think the one thing OpenAI actually did was it put it very easy for you to use that technology. And maybe I could do a show of hands here. How many people think that AI started in the 80s? 70s? 70s? 60s? 60s? 50s?
Maybe 40s.
40s? AI started in the 40s. And so it's not that hasn't been there, it's the access to it and making it available to everybody. And that's what's scaring big companies, because the first time the average user has access to be able to use the same technologies that the big companies are scared to use. And I know people are using this technology to actually write their insurance claims, and they're able to get exactly how to write the right insurance claim to make sure. So insurance companies are having to pay out more because the people are a lot more knowledgeable and know exactly what to ask for and how to ask for it. And so the people on the ground have access to technology, and it's kind of an unfair balance, because companies right now say they want to use it, they're doing experiments, but they're not putting it to production. So it's a very interesting period in time to where the end user actually has some power in this.
But, back to the 40s and so on, what used to be, I mean, the theory is old, if you will, but there was not the capabilities from the speed, the storage, and the data.
It's the
So
convergence
then
of these
there's that
technologies.
confluence. So the wheel is being invented. It was invented, but it wasn't feasible.
Yeah.
So now it's a time for that.
Does that answer your question, or not really? Or
I suspect you and I, Steve, will talk about this for many, many months
we will.
to go.
We will. With your son.
Yes.
Well, I have many questions, but I am afraid that if we follow each of these questions will probably take some 10 minutes. But Steve, there is a metaphor that you used before talking about COVID. In a sense, if you want to comment.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because we're talking about these new technologies and the prediction of these new technologies and have the impact. And the reality is nobody really knows. If I would have gone back to 2017 and said, in the next 3 years, we're all going to be working from home. We're not going to be allowed to leave our houses. And it'll be everybody in the world. And the air is going to get so clean that from Delhi, you could actually see the Himalayas. You wouldn't believe that was something that was ever going to be possible. But the reality is these things happen and happen. And I think that's a good and bad thing. It's exciting for me. I'm a person that likes to see change and to drive through that. So I think it's very important to kind of, all the stuff we're talking about are things that we think can happen. I make bets in different things. But we have to stay open, and we really, in 3 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? 5 years from now, who knows what's going to happen? But if we're adaptable, and we were debating this at lunch to say if Charles Darwin actually said this, but I like it anyway, so I'm going to use the quote. It's not the smartest or the strongest that survive. It's the ones that are most adaptable that survive. So adaptability, I think, is going to be key, and it's actually one of the things that we take into account in the stuff that I do. I don't know.
I can't follow that. That's a good place to end.
Good.
Well, and that brings me, in a nice circle back to Alastair in the morning, talking about these are not black swans, but gray rhinos. And he identified pandemic. It was a known fact that at some point it was going to happen. It was extremely rare and brutal, but and then when I see our conversations, we began talking about cloud, which 20 years ago it was like, oh gosh, that sounds like so etheric and so on. And then we were talking about AI, and then GPT, and in particular, I have commented on that before, but in this same conference last year, November 2022, the word GPT was not in. I do know Antonio at some point mentioned to me GPT 3.0 and how it could code Python and the like. I know that's a nice geek tool, but then when in January we got to GPT 3.5 and then 4, he said, oh my God, that thing came, and now we are talking about quantum, and it's not a matter of if, but when, and that brings me to the COVID element on how, it can be incredibly powerful for good, and also it exposes tremendous vulnerabilities, and if you add all this power of quantum with AI, and then go to all this RSA cryptography and the like, one thing that comes to mind is that perhaps all these blockchains that are based in trustless models are broken. So probably you should start selling your Bitcoin.
We are broadcasting this live, right? So we gotta. We're not making any financial. We're gonna put a disclaimer out there. We're gonna get ChatGPT to write a disclaimer so we can kind of.
Okay,
we're not giving financial advice.
Personal view, yeah. So one final question, comment on to you, Steve. As I mentioned before, you're a LinkedIn top voice, and I'm sure many people here are either active on LinkedIn or would even like to become, want to know what it takes to be a top voice and the like. So having the benefit of having you here is of tremendous value. So if you could share.
And like I said, I'm honored to be out here. I mean, top voice is really kind of putting yourself out there, offering value. It's not about you and showing yourself off. It's about what you can give of value. And actually, LinkedIn contacted me and even gave me some, hey, let's change this up or change that. We really want to consider you for top voice. And then about 6 months later, all of a sudden, it kind of popped up. And it's a good, listen, I've left the bank and now I started my own company. So it's good to kind of get that awareness and kind of show people what we can offer. So it's been incredible. So if that's something that interests you, write passionately about what you're interested in and do it frequently, once or twice a week. And if you can focus it on a segment, I happen to do it on innovation. They'll notice and then they'll go ahead and put that badge on you. But if you guys don't mind and you let me kind of, I'm going to put a post up right now. I'm going to take a picture of us and do a selfie with everybody in the room. If nobody wants to be in it, then you can kind of, but I'm going to go ahead and ask these guys to stand up. And here, get on this side.
Should we tall people at the back?
Let's see.
All right, let's.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's get out of
there. You got everybody? Got the Bens in there? Cheers. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Well, let's have it for these guys.
Good job. Well done, guys.
Yes, you want. So thank you so much.
Well done.
So that brings us to the end of today's session. Thank you so much for all your participation, having trouble for so far. For those of you connected from your own homes and countries, also many thanks for your dedication and support. And so tomorrow we will have sessions that will be will not be recorded or transmitted, and it will only be official institutions. So for those of you that have accompanied us until today, extremely grateful, and hopefully we'll be seeing you next year or in the future. So thank you. And now I have a couple of admin announcements.